Pete, how's it going? Whoa, this looks great, Pete.
Cheers, man. Um, yeah, I've been
Wow,
sitting on that for a while. Still got to finish it.
that's gorgeous. It's been a while since we last saw you. We saw you from like one day and we got to know like everything about you, and then we didn't see you again.
Oh no,
I know you're a
um,
busy guy. Just joking, it's the week, but yeah.
yeah, it's mainly the work week because over here I'm in Australia, so it's uh, usually it's like midnight when you guys are on.
Yeah, yeah. We have different prime times, I think.
Yeah, I wake up at like 5 in the morning usually to go to work. I get up at I get up at 5 and then leave at about 6:30 ish, 6:20 ish, which is all right. But 40-minute drive, whatever. Get home at like 5 o'clock, 4 o'clock. So yeah, late night Twitter Spaces is kind of hard for me on
Yeah,
weekends.
that's it. I wouldn't advise it as a recruiter. You know what I mean?
Saturdays are a go.
You are the goose that lays the golden egg.
Yeah. How's
If,
everything
if
going?
things are getting stranger,
Getting
to be
stranger?
honest with you. Yeah, they can get stranger.
Stranger.
Um,
Stranger.
yeah, it's so remember you were here with a bunch of folks before. They'll start streaming in. But we were just chopping it up, talking about this and that. And
Yeah.
so individual members like yourself are killing it too, just in their own way. So they kind of have their own Joe Rogan kind of moments. Does that make sense? So that's starting to happen for a lot of people that we've been talking to for the past 3 months. And invariably, like some of the team is helping. I mean, you saw it, right? We try to band together and support the people that we love, especially if they have a good product. We'll support you no matter what, but, it's easier when you have a good product.
Yeah, absolutely. That's great. It's good to hear that they're all sort of having their little moments.
It's gorgeous. And just like the momentum of everyone kind of having it together, I think is adding something special to the mix. Because it's not just one person winning.
So I was just going to the toilet. Yeah, no, it's definitely good when everyone gets on that sort of like same kind of, yep, we're growing. We've all got like something going on. It all adds up. They can feed off each other in a different kind of way.
Yeah, and that feeding off is something that I never expected. Does that make sense?
Yeah, for sure. I suppose in your situation, because you're a recruiter, right?
Yep.
So you'd see people that are like coming from basically a position of, okay, I've got this idea or I've got this thing that I do or I've whatever. And then like maybe they come to you or maybe you just know them through word of mouth or maybe you just know them as friends or whatever. And so you can sort of feed them to other people and then see them blow up. But when you start
Yes.
seeing them do it together in a way where they're feeding off each other and sort of it's almost like a little entity of its own.
It's I mean, on LinkedIn, my title is headhunter launching startups, and I was able to do that with some companies in Toronto. But now it's like, it doesn't really matter where you are, right? It's like, hey, you're a software developer. Let me guess, you need a user experience designer. Let me guess, you need capital. You right? Let me guess, you need sales. And invariably, I have someone that I know that would love to do one of those things as long as the product is good and there's actual utility.
Yeah, for sure. Um, Out of curiosity, do you get a lot of clients that, or do you have clients or whatever, or people that you know that just say no to things even if like you think it's a great idea, or if you
Oh yeah,
can pitch it?
yeah. Not everyone is a pioneer. Most people are settlers and town planners. It's not their fault.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Right? It's like Christopher Columbus. I can't believe nobody else wants to almost die with me on the high seas. You know what I mean? Don't you know there's so much, right? And they're like, "Are you kidding me? I have like 20 kids, right? I can't take on that kind of risk. I can't look into the future that far." And you can't. I don't blame them for that. It makes me a weirdo. Sometimes I wish I wasn't the way I was. Maybe I'd be able to just sit down and do one job and never get bored. You know what I mean? I get bored too quickly. That's my problem.
No, I feel that. You've got to keep doing different things. I
Yeah.
take my hat off to people that can just sort of sit there and do one thing for their whole lives,
I
even
wish
like,
I could. Dude, I would have been sitting as some VP of sales somewhere, having everyone do stuff, and just sitting back as like once I figure out the thing, it's like I don't want to iterate on it. Like iterating is boring to me.
yeah, I feel that.
Like
It's
once I figure out that formula, it's like, okay, what's next? Nothing? All right, well let's find someone to hand this off to.
yeah, for sure. Um, just one sec.
Mhm.
Sort of feeling the iterative process a little bit at the moment with what I'm doing because I'm working on another project for another like client, but this one's probably just going to be a love
Yeah.
job. Like I'm not even going to ask for money because it's someone that they're
So
sort of blowing up a little bit. They've got a decent following, um, but they're not major. I know they're not made of money. You know.
is
Um,
that major thing that you talked about in passing? Is that on the horizon? I don't want to say it.
so the last communication that I had was that it all looks great. Blah blah blah. And I sort of sent a message saying,
Wow.
"All right, yeah, like that sounds good. Like keep me posted." And I haven't heard anything since. But I know what these people are like. I know what media campaigns are like. It could be months before it even sees the light of day if they decide to utilize it. So
Hurry up and wait is usually the MO.
yeah, I'm fine with that. I'm just glad to have it behind me a bit because it's sort of taken a lot of pressure off me and it makes everything else feel a lot more accessible and a lot more approachable even. So I'm not too stressed about what the outcome of that is. I mean, ideally, I'd like the best possible outcome, but it's probably going to be somewhere in the middle, if anything.
I just
Um,
clip this as a timestamp so that in my mind I'm trying to put it out there that it's already happened and we're high fiving and congratulations. So I just put a timestamp as a clip so we can go back to it when it happens. Congratulations, dude! You got it out the door. That's not easy.
uh,
At that level of performance, right? With that much on the line, most people push off the work until it's too late to publish. Does that make sense? So congratulations. That's not easy.
well, cheers. I was a little bit worried that it might even be too late to publish, if that makes sense, because sorry, I'm outside and there's a car passing by. The dude already announced the album, so I sort of thought, it might be too late. But I already spoke to the media person in question, and they seemed okay with it. And I said, like, I'm going to get it done either way, whether it's too late or not, just so that I can say that I've done it, kind of thing. And he seemed like absolutely okay with that. So it was kind of nice to have that kind of flexibility instead of being so like I did ask for a deadline, but he never really gave me one. He just said, just get it done when you can, pretty much.
I mean, if anything, it's just to make sure that you're prepared for the deluge. Does that make sense? Because there could be a deluge of people being like, "Hey, I saw you did this. Can you do this? Hey, I saw you right." Things happen weird like that.
Yeah, for sure. Um, but yeah, so like I've moved on to like the next thing that I'm sort of working on for someone else, and it's a lot less pressure, a lot less stress. So like I don't even feel like I'm
You're
going to
probably
fail.
having a lot more fun with this.
Yeah, in a way. Um, I'm experimenting on new horizons that are a bit more like again because it's less pressure, it's less high profile, whatever. It's sort of just it's a lot more just have fun with it, toy with it, mess around.
Can I
Uh,
ask a quick question?
yeah, I wanted
Hi
to say hi.
everyone.
Hey, what's going on?
I I'm trying to use context clues to understand the project you're talking about, but I just um I was getting to the point where I was like, I don't
Have you
know.
met Peter before?
I haven't actually. I
No.
think we just met yesterday, like within the last 18 hours. So
Do
I'm
you know of the legend of Peter? He's
I
very
saw
famous.
his Instagram stuff, and
Yeah.
like I'm not okay. I have an NFT profile pic because my sister did the artwork, but I'm a month and a half into actually like digesting information related to the space after actively ignoring and like rolling my eyes for 6 solid years. So I'm new, but things look cool, Peter.
Don't worry, I'm new as well. I literally sort of just popped into it by accident. I mean,
Peter,
I've
what do
toyed with the idea.
sorry, Elizabeth, do you know what Peter does? Like beyond art?
That was kind of going to be my question. I was wondering about the project. Like, I agree with what you were saying about getting it done and just sending it in to have so that you have done it, but also removing that like ticking time bomb, like allowing yourself to do that like anticipatory anxiety thing where you put it off and you don't get anything done because you're like, shit, I got to get this done, and it's like, well, if I have to get this done, I need to do this first. So I've got to do that so I can do this and focus on anyway. I wish these spaces weren't recorded because I'm sure I sound like an asshole most of the time or a crazy
Assholes are
person.
welcome here.
Oh,
It's okay. Feel free to
but,
let loose.
but Peter,
Yeah.
congrats on the things that you did. Like if I felt like I was listening in on like a call between like two two friends, and now I've interrupted the
I'd like to
flow.
think
So
so. I think it's a conversation between three friends now. Ah,
oh, that's so
Rude.
heart emoji, heart emoji,
heart
heart
emoji, heart
emoji.
emoji. Are you guys holding your crystals? I'm holding mine.
I'm drinking my wine if that counts.
That's Cristal, I guess. I have coffee. What are you drinking, E?
Coffee, coffee.
Nice. I'd love to learn more about you, E. My name is
Well,
Mike.
hi, Mike. I would, Peter. What is your project? And in the most like not respectful way to say that, you ever think like you're talking to like John Lennon? You're like, oh, you're a musician. What's that like? You know, it's got to be hard work. Like, so I don't want to be that person. Like, oh, well, it's done some good.
Yes, John. What is it like playing with Ringo? Go ahead, Pete.
I don't want to say it's anything like that. I mean, I try to be as humble as I can. I'm still trying to get my head around pretty much everything that's happened in the last month and the way I've gotten into this sort of situation that I'm in. But after the Joe Rogan thing, which was absolutely just kind of a little bit of a piss take that sort of, kicked off or whatever. When I say a piss take, I mean, it was just something that I did for fun that was sort of, it was a bit different, I guess. And I think that's probably what drew the attention. But after that, I had like someone that's pretty much like the content media director of like a pretty high profile artist, like global celebrity, reach out to me and ask me if I can do a piece for them, just like to get my work to them. Of course, like, I looked into it. I did as much research as I could to make sure it wasn't just someone taking the piss, someone, uh, screwing me around, whatever. And it all seemed pretty much all right. So I went ahead and did the thing. And yeah, it was extremely stressful. Like, I almost put a complete halt on all my personal projects and everything else. And I think I had to sort of find a balance between like the time I spent on that as well as the time that I sort of spent doing my own thing, which was kind of the tricky part because you feel guilty when you're not addressing the more pressing and high priority things. But at the same time, you kind of, if you put all your effort into it and put all your eggs in one basket in that kind of way, you kind of stress yourself out too much and you kind of put yourself on the line in a way that makes you feel like you can't even accomplish it. So you kind of have to do a little bit of both, I think. And that's sort of what helped me along the way there.
Okay, so what happened with Joe Rogan? That's how in the dark I am right now.
I mean, I posted the video that I made or whatever that the AI made that I guided with the Joe Rogan thing, and then he reposted that on Instagram, and that sort of brought a fair bit of attention towards me because Joe Rogan being Joe Rogan. Other than that, like I mean, he follows me on Instagram now, so I know he's sort of watching to see what happens next, I guess. But like, it's whatever.
What if you did
just a thing that happened.
more of those?
Got it.
What if you did more of those variations for like if you did Joey Diaz?
Yeah, I'm considering trying to approach a few of the people in the Rogan sphere with it.
Yeah, man.
One that really interests me is possibly Post Malone. Like, I'd love to do a
Oh,
piece on
yeah.
Post Malone.
White Iverson, come on.
It's just got to be done, right? Sooner
Yeah,
or later,
White
I'll do it.
Iverson, are you kidding me? I would love to see that.
Sorry, so I just thank you for pinning that. But I'm like blown away, totally caught up a
It's
little bit
crazy,
more
right?
now. It is.
Yeah.
That's and this is speechless, Peter. Congratulations on all your stuff. I totally related on project side just because I'm a startup. I've got a startup and like projects in general. I I pray to never go viral because that would freak me out. But mad props on your art and like that. I'm just
Well,
speechless.
the thing
That's
is, like,
so cool.
you, what do you do when you're not creating digital art?
If it's my personal time, usually I'm doing music stuff. That's what I did for like the last good few years, just focusing on music. But otherwise, at work, it's carpentry. So I build roofs. I put roofs up. That's what I do for a living. And
See, to me, that's the best part of your story, to be honest with you. Hey, how'd you go viral? I don't know. As a carpenter, and I started fucking around with the internet. How long have you been doing? How many years? I don't know, a couple months. What?
yeah, literally all like 2 weeks when I went viral.
Oh shit! You need to post a thread on Twitter. How to go viral in 2 weeks. Start with a hammer.
Oh yeah, but the thing is, so like I've been doing a lot of art stuff since I was a kid. So music since I was a little kid, digital art and visual stuff since I was a little kid. Just always toying around with it as a hobby. Not that you know makes it any better or anything like that at the stage that it's at, but it just kind of, I guess, it's something that I never wanted to give up on. I'm never going to settle into like, okay, I like my job as a carpenter, but I don't want to be like a slave to the system where I'm just working day in, day out for the rest of my life doing physical labor work. That's the most depressing thing I could possibly think of. So just always messing around and trying to find a way to, I don't know, to express myself in a different kind of way and find better connections with people in general and get away from just construction work. Like, I love construction work, but it's not a
Construction
lifetime
work
thing for
might
me.
not love you in the long run.
The industry is actually dead shit. Like, it is, so I hate it.
Mm-hmm.
The sort of things that it favors, like, I like the work. I actually enjoy what I do a lot. And, if I could spend the time to just make a quality product there and make decent money off of it, in the long run, I think it'd be okay, even if I did just end up, settling into that. The problem is that it's like, okay, so in this current boom, they're pushing for people to just get these jobs done, and there's so much bad work out there that, like, we walk around and we see the finish on these products, we see the way they're put together from the ground up, and it's just tragic. Like, it's not that they're going to like fall over or anything, but it's just sad to see that there's people out there that can get away with so much like actual shit. And the industry favors it, especially in times like this, because it's just money driven, and it's just so much pressure. And I think that's the saddest part about it. Whereas stuff like art, you can really just sit there and spend your time on it and just do what you want with it. And I think that's what always draws me to it.
So what you're really doing is embracing your inner child.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Fantastic. Maybe we figure it out, E. How do you want to go viral in 2 weeks? Start doing that thing you were doing when you were a kid. You know that thing that nobody had to pay you to do? Yeah, that thing.
That's
So
it.
I think that the way people end up actually going viral is by not intending to go viral. I think there's like like the most efficient way to go viral is just to not try. Like if you're putting time and energy into actually trying to go viral, I feel like that I don't know. I don't like social media. I hate the internet. I'm like a contrarian right now, and I think that's really cool. Like you like recognize that it's shit work, and that it's the money that drives the market, and the capitalist society that we accept these days. Just I can't change it, and that drives me nuts because when you see like I'm the type of person when I see a problem, like I need to know if this is do you need advice or are you just venting? Because I will actively try to like, okay, so how can we work on that? So yeah, I don't know, Peter, nice to meet you. And I was in here yesterday, like fangirling Ruben. I don't know if you remember me. My profile picture may have been a little different, but I'm the lawyer that was in here talking to Ruben yesterday, or in your room. That was
Like any friend of Ruben is a friend of ours. I bought an hour of Ruben time. You guys have an hour of Ruben time?
I don't have any Bitcoin to buy, or like I don't have cryptocurrency to purchase it with. I offered him fiat.
Yo, make sure you get an hour of Ruben time. Trust me.
No, I actually like I talked to him about the project before he actually went and built it, but he did that so fast. It was amazing. And Peter, if you don't follow Ruben, you should.
I'm still unaware of who Ruben is actually. Maybe Mike can help me.
Yeah, I can.
Figuring that out as well.
I'll post. Dan actually wrote a story about the origin of Ruben. Let me put it to the top. I edit video, so I've been taking some of the audios from these spaces and making little videos. So this is Ruben's pitch for his idea, and this is The Legend of Ruben by Dan Rockwell.
I'm just gonna watch this. I'll be back in a minute.
Happy birthday or belated birthday to
to the YC. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, yeah. I got so confused yesterday when she started speaking from your PSP. I thought it was like the app, and I messaged you and I was like, "Wait, which one is?" I mean, your name starts with an A.
Yeah,
Abby. And she was like, "Oh, they're." And I was like, "Okay, phew." I thought I was losing my mind.
Yeah, you're not going crazy. That's the brains of the operation. Let me plug this in.
Do you have a startup or an entrepreneurial spirit as well?
Oh yeah. Yes. My link is my LinkedIn is in my profile.
Sorry, I should do DYOR before I hop in.
No, it's okay. No, it's. I'm glad you asked. But I think the LinkedIn will explain better than I could, or at least, yeah.
Just having a quick look at this Ruben time thing. I like the way he actually expresses it. Like that's a clever, cheeky little way of expressing it as well, using few words.
He has a whole Genesis series on Ruben where he just makes up stories about Ruben.
Gotta love it. Yeah, that's interesting.
Mike, what's going on?
Yo, well, Ali's birthday was yesterday, so we got back a bit, late. It was great. I posted a picture of myself in a grass skirt. Hope you like it.
I can't wait to see that. Hey, have you met Elizabeth before today?
I think I know Elizabeth, but I don't know who she is in this incarnation.
So Elizabeth, I think you and I met from startup spaces that I was like in, and then I was hosting my own, and then now she's in the Syndicate chat, and I'm loving it. I'm loving every time talent connects to this space that I know from other spaces. Elizabeth is awesome. I'm going to pump you up so now you can speak and ramble your heart away like I know you love to do.
So what? Now I feel bad because you said it like the syndicate space and it's a thing, and I'm like, I just popped in because it looks like, this was cool yesterday. I don't even know if it was. Where am I? Sorry, Zach. It's very early for me right now.
That's fine. I've been up for 4 hours, so I'm already on like my 4th cup of coffee. But yeah, so this is the Syndicate space where we just kind of hoard talented people to talk about whatever, and in whatever way. It's like a mastermind meets college education meets a loony bin. So yeah, that's kind of what it is. It's a free for all of ideas, but I don't know. I brought an idea the other day, and by the end of the day, we had like a full working MVP online and testing theories about it. So like that's what we do is we just have a bunch of talented people that are like, let's try this, and we just made it work. And Elizabeth are you still doing the startup? Question mark.
Yeah, I'm never gonna quit because that's the it's just it is.
Tell Mike about it because I don't know if you've told Mike about. So sorry, Mike. I keep using.
No, it doesn't. No, I'm pseudo anonymous on here, and I put my LinkedIn in my bio on purpose. All right, just so that people like
me because you were trying to be so anonymous, and then I just keep using your real name.
Yeah. Hey, Michael Jagdeo, how are you? Hey, Jagdeo. Hey, Jagdeo, how are you doing today? And I'm completely fine with it. Yeah.
I'm
Elizabeth,
one step away from just saying your real home address on here.
Yeah, exactly. So I understand you were a Pisces. Fuck. So, Elizabeth, you had a chance to look at the LinkedIn?
Well, yeah, I have some notes about the LinkedIn link. It leads you to the web version, and then I have to like copy paste your name
All
into
right.
it's like and this is not you.
It's a relay race of internet links. Yeah.
Yeah, and it happens with other people too. And so I finally got in the app LinkedIn. I like their app. I enjoy using it to connect. So I'm scrolling down. I haven't gotten past the unicorn part. Hold on. This is Toronto. Okay. Yeah, I'm here, but I can't multitask anyway.
No, it's okay. You could do like a live review of my LinkedIn. Do you like it? Do you hate it? Does it suck? Is it good?
Okay. Well, I don't want to monopolize the conversation, but since you offered, and
No,
did you
no,
mean to
please.
co-host me? I accepted. I always think like, was this intentional? At the time.
Make
Yes,
sure you
it
speak
is.
with brutal honesty.
Yeah, we usually just pick one person to hone in on and just speak with, and then he co-hosts them all the time, back and forth.
It's your turn.
I was like, Peter, I feel like you were up for this, and
Peter was co-host the other day when he had a big event, but we'll go into that after Elizabeth because I want a recap, Peter.
It's all good. It's Elizabeth's turn now.
Yep.
She's the focus. She can experience
she's
it.
reading right now. I'm reading the LinkedIn profile.
Suspense falls over the crowd.
While she's reading, Peter, what's up with the new name spelling? Just tired of people calling you Peter, and we're trying to pronounce the name you had?
No, so this is actually my name when translated into English. It's just that, this is what I usually go by, but I think I had it set as my like official name
Yeah,
earlier.
I like the official name though.
Uh, I don't mind it, but I think I changed it in a moment of like anxiety and paranoia. I'm not gonna lie. Like, had a little moment the other day where I was like, "Oh shit, people are probably looking at my profile and like trying to find out, as much as they can about me, possibly." So I better just quickly change it back to like, slightly pseudo-anonymous. But it's such dumb thinking, but it happens.
Hey, we're all learning from you for some of this stuff. Not all of us have gotten reposted by Joe Rogan, so that's pretty dope. But we'll get a recap. I'm so excited to hear what's going on with Elizabeth's startup.
Okay, so I don't know if, and this is not to answer your question on the startup, but I don't know if LinkedIn changed their layout, but I'm finding it very hard to like read these days, like just in general. But I think that you've got a good LinkedIn, Mr. MJ. Keep it anonymous.
No, it's Michael Jagger. It's fine. Yeah.
I was being facetious. But yeah, I mean, I guess it's like it's one of those things. Like I think the cool thing about LinkedIn is that all of the profiles are kind of standardized in a way where like you can't optimize over somebody else in the same way that like with Twitter. Clubhouse's profile description section was obnoxious to me because everyone was like, here's what you include and these emojis and it was long and I don't know. I'm in a really weird space. So let me tell you about my project. I have a project. Should I start talking about that now? Tired. Okay, so my project is an access to justice project. I'm a startup founder of a legal technology company that has been really struggling on the tech. Like, I think we're tech cursed. And so when Ruben was actually, I like met him in a space and he said words that made sense. And I was like, another person who thinks like me. This is cool. We started DMing, and then I asked him if he knew about Webflow, and he said maybe. And so we did like maybe a 2.5 hour Zoom call that started with Webflow and ended with like him explaining Ruben time and before it was built out, and the fact that he got that done so quickly, and I feel like I can't even get what's basically FaceTime in a native app is anyway.
So
Sorry, I'm
what's
struggling.
what's the obstacle that you're continuing to run into when it comes to the technology side?
So we bootstrapped, and I had a co-founder that did an MVP that was he did a web app version of the MVP, and then he left and basically took the password, if you will, that made it work.
That does tend to happen with software developers.
Well, he's not a software developer either. It's a no code.
Yeah,
Yeah. So I figured
people
out
will
a
do
way
that to you.
I figured out a way to kind of duct tape it together. And that while we onboarded our new CTO, and everyone is, like I said, bootstrapped. This is sweat. And sweat's really great, but it doesn't pay people's bills. And when a paying project like actually needs your attention again, you have to go do the paying project, right? So our new CTO had to step back, and at that point, it's just like, is it me? Like, what am I doing
Nope,
wrong? You can't raise
I
the
don't think you're
funds.
doing anything wrong. Finding a software developer is a process, not any single end outcome. And this is why Elon Musk says hire quickly, fire quickly, because it's hard to know who's effective when everyone can just claim that, hi, I'm a Python developer. Oh, yeah, I've been doing it for 20 years. Like anyone can say that on the internet. On the internet, nobody knows if you're a dog, they say.
So luckily for me, both of the people that I worked with, like I've known for over 5 years, but it's been it's a funding is an issue, like me splitting time between work and traditional work and this project, and it is,
So
I don't know.
I'd like to know, why are you doing this? Like, why does what you want to create need to exist?
So access to an attorney. So I'll go back and to kind of talk about what it is. My startup provides access to an attorney live during interactions with law enforcement. So, for instance, a traffic stop for an annual fee. Right now, it's $55 a year or $5.55 a month, and no additional costs. So the MVP, I can show a video. You pulled
No,
over,
I love
push
it.
the
Look,
button.
I'm from Toronto. A lot of my friends have gone to jail, so I'm sure they would have loved to be able to call the bat signal when they got pulled over.
Right.
Believe
And the
me.
bat signal, yeah, the bat signal was initiated yesterday, actually, and I called it the bat signal. And so I got
Awesome.
the text, I clicked the link, I video
Or is this
chatted.
the
It was
Joker signal? How does that work? Is Batman pulling Joker over and then the Joker calls Mr. Riddle? How does it work?
well, it turned out to be a butt dial. So either way, it wasn't. It was a glitch in the Artwilio.
Look,
Like
already, I love what you're doing. There's a company in Canada called Prepaid Legal. And for a small fee every month, if you need legal advice, you can actually call them and get on the phone with a lawyer. And I knew a dude that used to abuse this thing. And with any legal thing, he would just call up and call up and call them up. And he would get like a chief legal counsel. And they would, right? For like $9.99 a month. Yeah, they loved it. Yeah, prepaid legal. Look up that business. It's already being done. If you can
so,
add the real-time
yeah,
voice communication, game over.
right. So actually, I've been working on this for the original idea came after Flan Castile's murder in Minnesota. Sorry, and so I've kind of been ideating and like putting it off for a couple of years, and then after George Floyd was killed, and the pandemic kind of was like, well, what if? Anyway, there's way more to it, and
No worries. Elizabeth, have you met Casey? Casey Elizabeth.
I
Casey
have
is
met
on the same
Casey.
journey that you are on, and I think
Casey.
he's in a place where he's gotten over a big hump recently, and I think you guys, in a lot of ways, are facing the same challenges in different industries.
Good morning. How you doing?
Morning. You were in the Totally Uninformed, right? Is that where we?
Maybe I get around a little bit. To be honest with you, I do vaguely remember talking with you, but I obviously wasn't listening because just now, when you were talking about basically attorney on demand in live case scenarios, my eyebrows shot up, my ears went back. Ooh, hey, that's pretty awesome.
I haven't mentioned it in there. I try very hard to like just if I talk about it in there, like talk about it very vaguely. So
Right. Okay. Okay. So, if I may, I'd like to start off by trying to kind of re-pitch the product just to see if I really understand it. Okay. So, it's a subscription service for on-demand legal counsel. Is the short pitch, right? So
sorry. Yeah. So okay, I I wasn't prepared for this, but I guess I should always be prepared for it, right? So so we have my newest tagline that I like is civil intervention in the criminal legal system. So the company is called Dispatch Justice, and I like to say Dispatch Justice with emphasis, coming with the bat signal. I
Right.
did just finish my copy of my pitch deck that I'm actually really happy with. I showed it to my dad. Of course, he loved it. But hold on, let me see this.
What about Better Call Saul as a service?
I haven't never seen that show, but I'm sure that would also be good. But it's limited scope legal representation. The three stages leading up to, up to and including arraignment. So if you get by police, there are 61.5 million police contacts in 2018 in the United States between citizens and law enforcement officers, according to the Bureau of Justice Statistics. Our key demographic is African American males ages 16 to 35 or 65, and now women in the state of Arkansas, where I live, because of it being illegal. And there's some.
Oh, you're in Arkansas?
Yeah, go Hogs.
Yo, I got call Web3 in here.
What?
Just hold on before we go down that road. Just wait.
No, it's all happening at the same time. Blah, 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 blah.
Wait. I got so many more questions.
Everyone
Nah.
sees my master plan. I've been waiting for Elizabeth to come in here.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's already done. Time is slow. Let's sit back and enjoy it.
Gosh,
Congratulations,
guys.
Elizabeth. This is already done.
I don't know what's happening.
We have a friend who's like a pretty kick-ass developer, and we just pull in talent and try to say, how can we all help each other? Which stems kind of from Ruben time. But Casey, go ahead, ask more questions.
Okay. So again, this is the bat signal. I'm in the moment. I'm being pulled over. Oh shit, I open up my app. I get an attorney on the line with me right now. He's here telling me what not to say, directing, helping me,
100%,
right?
100%. It's SCFU.
Okay.
Yep.
So my big question is, how many of these situations have been logged already? Is it in play? Have you had examples where this has happened?
Okay, so where people have been stopped, or when people have actually have dispatched justice?
Have dispatched, correct. Yeah. How many times have people dispatched? Yeah.
So we went live in on May 25th this year, and we have a competitor that I support full stop, and their turn signal. We actually incorporated the same month of 2020. And they're in Minnesota, California, and 2 other states now. And in general, it's the same. It's on-demand access to an attorney live during a stop to guide you through the stop to help mitigate negative outcomes, whether it be physical, but also help prevent erroneous entry into the criminal legal system. That said, nope. Our member that is our paying member, because we can only have one until our MVP is restored and/or our native app is actually finished being coded. We have one member.
Okay.
We have a waiting list. We've got a very good waiting list, though.
All right, but you're just not. You're that's okay because you haven't technically really launched.
No, we're live. We haven't launched.
You're live. You're live, but in effect, you're still like engines are just firing up, and you're just at the point that onboard people for the fuel to launch, and that's okay. Okay, and you're eligible to operate in Arkansas only or nationwide. What's your region?
So we have great question. So Arkansas today, once we're able to launch and have get our testing done, we are ready we have attorneys ready for Texas and Colorado. So I would like to be live there. I've been in the prepaid legal space for a little bit now. You mentioned that for Canada, but so LegalZoom here is one thing, but I contract with a firm called that's out of Texas that contracts the LegalZoom network attorneys for a large portion of the United States, and so this is being recorded, so I don't want to.
No. You're great. You're awesome. Is it only the lack of willing attorneys to join the system that's stopping you from expanding, or is there legal constraints against that?
No legal constraints. The only problem is the technology of my legal tech.
So, but it's the technology. Do you have a plethora of attorneys for these states, or are you in need? Okay,
Yes, no,
okay,
I
there
do
we
not
go.
need
Okay.
attorneys.
Okay, all right, cool. Man, that's awesome. Okay, so yeah, bring in the Web3.
Thank God you solved the hardest problem, so now we get to solve the easiest one.
Bring in the
Oh, weird.
Web3.
Yeah, you guys have to tell him to come in. So Web3 is our friend, and he is very good once he understands why you're doing something, taking something from ideation to physical manifestation. And because he's in the same neck of the woods that you are, and knows people that have suffered from the same situation, I think he'll be uniquely interested in maybe hearing you out.
I think Mike also forgot to mention that he's like a super developer dude. So
Yeah, like super duper 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 developer dude. He didn't start out in Arkansas. He escaped to Arkansas after traveling around the world, telling people what to do. He's like, hey, when you talk to him, it's so great because he's like, hey, what's going on, guys? I just built Skynet. How are you doing this morning?
yeah, we literally had a crazy idea of what to do with spaces from all the chats we've had, and it's been like a week, and he's already built like a full functioning working AI system to do it, and we're just like, what? You already built it? And he's like, yeah, I heard you guys talking, and yeah, I just built it.
I've just
So
been here in the background listening to y'all talk and really enjoying the conversation. And so it's like Hank Hill if he was a software developer instead of selling propane.
yeah, he doesn't talk very much, but that's why I was like, I need to get Elizabeth up here talking, because once everyone heard what you're working on, I think that we can build it. We can make it better. So I just plus I keep telling Mike we need lawyers for everything that we're working on in here. So
Yeah, cross pollination.
I mean, I
I
can
just
definitely use a lawyer.
We have those. I also invited Sandra as well. She's an attorney, I think.
Yeah, was she in here yesterday? I think I heard her speaking.
Probably. But
yeah.
I just want to let you know before all of this happens, congratulations. You did the hard part, which is identify something where there is a need. And again, my best man went to jail. So that's where I'm coming from.
Yeah, like, oh, there's so much. I can get really jazzed about this topic,
Yeah.
about the inequities, about the disruption to life, like, oh, and then I see things.
I grew up in a place where like the convenience store owner gets shot, where the bus driver gets shot because they're chasing a dude and the dude runs onto the bus, and because they're trying to shoot the dude as he's getting on the bus driver gets hit. That's where I grew up. So yeah.
Well, just
It's good. Your idea. I have a company. It's called Unicorn Launching. The purpose of Unicorn Launching is to launch unicorns worth launching, and you're worth launching.
I'm sorry.
I fully have to agree.
I didn't hear what you said. I'm so sorry.
So I've been listening in. I fully agree. I actually really back the idea of like on-demand attorneys in general, but just having an app that you can pull up and, you know, if you're in a situation, you're in a tight spot or whatever, and just, okay, you know, the cops are on me now. Like, even if you've done nothing wrong, or even if you have done something wrong, just having that access, it's like, it's one of your, I don't know, like I live in Australia, so our rights are a little bit different. I know you're in America and your rights are a little bit different, but that's one of your fundamental rights, I'm pretty sure, where, you know, you don't have to speak without an attorney. But if you can just get the legwork done immediately instead of fucking, you know, like, all right, now there's all this other bullshit that gets in the way that
Look,
pretty much prevents it.
We know founders that come to these spaces that are just about to get their record expunged from something that happened when they were 19 and now they're 40. And the reason it happened is because they didn't know how to access a lawyer. So you're going to be like people don't understand how you can save lives in advance.
I mean, hell, I've been very lucky. And
So
sorry, I'll let you speak,
no, I'm
Elizabeth.
sorry. Yeah, no. So I mean, like, y'all are like you're like it sells itself. And I even sound hokey saying that, but it's preventative.
Yeah,
It's a
yeah.
preventative approach
It's like
because, and we can't
minority.
fix the system,
You're the
right?
Minority Report, actually.
I don't
Right?
know. We don't know the reference, but like I can't do anything about the legislature. Laws are like statutes and codes are not based on common sense. It's based on these guys that decided to vote while everyone else was doing their job somewhere else. And so, like, what I can fix, like today, well, eventually, is keeping you out of the criminal legal system before you enter it, erroneously or otherwise. And like, there is no reason that anyone should be subject to the manipulation by officers of the law based on like their biases and where they come from, perceptions, reality, whether or not it's intentional systemic racism. I don't know.
I'm
But what I
inviting
do
my
know,
buddy
sorry.
Quinn. No, I'm inviting my buddy Quinn. He's going to tell you the funniest story about a stop that you've ever heard. I know you probably heard a lot, but I would argue this is the funniest story about a stop you've ever heard. It's amazing.
I once told an officer that I would not sit in the back seat of his car, and that he couldn't put handcuffs on me, but that I would sit in the front seat. And so he and I sat in the front seat while he waited for backup. I wasn't driving my car at the time. I was parked on the wrong side of the street in the opposite direction of like the way you're supposed to do it, like one house down from where I lived in college. And I was sitting on my friend's porch and she was drinking beers, and I had partaken in libations like maybe 2 or 3 hours before that. It's my friend's birthday, and so I was walking towards my car with my keys in my hand when the officer whooped, and poor guy, I was still tipsy, and I talked his ear off about how alcohol metabolizes in the system, and I said no, he couldn't put handcuffs on me because I'd already like started the application for law school, and I didn't know if that meant that I was arrested. And so, I was like, well, I'll get in the car, but I'm not sitting in the back seat. And so I sat my happy ass in the front seat and would not shut up.
That's such a
Poor
that
guy.
should be the way you pitch your product. Like
It's
that's
part of
just
it.
that
So,
story.
right. So one of my team members, Brandon Bruce, same police, it's Fulton, Missouri, it's a small town, same police slammed his face into the driveway when he was pulled over. He's African American male within the ages of 16 to 65, and he's an amazing kid. But our stories next to each other, it's like, anyway. But yeah, I saw Zach's hand go up. Sorry.
I was just going to say I have to run, but Elizabeth, welcome to the Syndicate. We run this all the time and just try to help different people get what they need and try and run with it and overcome the obstacles in their way. So I know Mike keeps just inviting people. I'm in the group chats where he's just like, get in here now. So yeah, just if you have time, hang out or come back. Oh boy, Dan's here. I might just drop down to listener to see what Dan thinks. But that could always just be scary. So I don't know. Yeah.
Hey Dan.
Good morning.
We've been chatting with Elizabeth, and Elizabeth is creating Better Call Saul as a service. She's creating the bat signal as a service. You get pulled over and Batman's growling down your neck. What do? You're not a lawyer. So you flash the bat signal, and one of Elizabeth's attorneys gives you a call and keeps you out of jail for the next 20 years.
Well, interesting thought. That actually will be a reality in 5 years, because with your glasses, you'll be able. Everyone will have the glasses, right? So technically, if you get pulled over, you should be able to say, "Hold on a second, let me get my lawyer," and then boom, you'll have a volumetric lawyer identity right there in the present, fully. Probably. No, I'm serious. I mean, that's totally possible. I mean,
You're right.
and so, and what's great about that is that she'll be protected by a law firm that has, sort of AI powered persona lawyers, right? So she can subscribe. Like that can be that's a subscription thing. It is basically one. It would be a service to let you know
whether or not you're sort of in tolerance or out of tolerance of the law, right? Meaning your behavior is moving you toward more risk, or your behavior is not, right? I mean, for simple driving, it would be more like, hey, you should switch to this insurance because you're a crazy fucking driver, right? And also get this car because God knows if you hit someone, you'll die, right? So, I mean, that's the informed layer. What's funny is our whimsicals are not whimsicals in the norm of the next. They're simply parameters. What would you like? I always would like someone to wash my hair at 4 a.m. Okay. Do you want the Swedish nanobots or would you like the Russians? I like the Russian nanobots. They do my hair better. That reality is not crazy. Sorry, everybody. I've been through a traumatic
No,
past 24
I
hours.
am asleep. This is weird. I am asleep. That confirms it. Cool. Cool. It's not really being recorded. That's great.
Yeah.
Whew.
That's cool. I mean,
That's great, Dan.
it's a cool thing because, you know, what's funny is a lot of ways the technology can be even smarter. Like the minute you get pulled over, you could actually reverse target the car and then probably find out who the officer was and then actually come up with your defense, right?
I
You know what
love
I mean?
that.
You're being pulled over by,
I love
you know what I
that.
mean? You're being pulled over by Jimmy. He's going through multiple divorces and going through a bunch of bullshit. Plus, he's been
He has
written up
complaints.
8 times for
Right.
racist remarks. You know what I mean?
And now he has a copy of Catcher in the Rye in his back pocket. Oh no!
Right? Actually, it actually tells you whip out the cap, get your catcher in the rye out of the glove compartment and put it on the dash quickly. You know what I mean? Build.
No, this isn't funny. That's actually, yeah, Dan. Yes.
Well,
Yes.
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 What's interesting is that the only thing that's actually totally compromised between the person getting out of the car and coming to you is actually the human. None of the equipment's compromised. All the machines work exactly, but the human is compromised because they have to deal with perception and they're still fucking feeble, right? So it's just like that scene, I think, from Cannonball Run, right? Where the girls are driving in the Lamborghini and they get pulled over and they have this like one suit outfit and they zip down the fly and their tits are exposed and the officer's like, all right, ladies, we'll just try to keep it. You know, it's like the classic seduction thing, but it's the same thing. What can you do in your moment to sort of change the equation?
Yeah, so that's actually part of our pitch to the law enforcement officers is that we're giving them the playbook for our members and how they act during a stop, so that it takes away that like it sets expectations. And I love that. I also like when I think about Web3, and this is something that way down the line, but being able to like confirm the identity of the driver and the ownership of the car using some blockchain stuff maybe, as opposed to the officer like putting the driver's plate in wrong, the license plate number in wrong, and accusing somebody of stealing a car that they own, which has happened, and someone was shot like
Yeah.
because of this. And his parents were like, that's my son's car, they're in front of his house, and he's like, this is my car, and he's like, it's stolen. And anyway, so like let's just take it. I think can also be more efficient for officers in that sense, because the attorney's like, I got you, we're gonna get through this, and then everybody leaves more quickly, which it's the kind of like the pitch that and my uncle was chief police of a municipality in California for several years, and worked, did a lot of that. So I actually called him first when I first like decided to like go for it, and he gave me some good tips and reading advice. But sorry, Peter.
Yeah, Peter.
I'm sorry to detract from the conversation. I just want to make sure, Dan, you're doing all right.
Thanks, man. Yeah, no, I had a little traumatic evening where someone threw something new on my. It's weird, it's like my calendar is my life a lot of times, and there was something that was like completely it just triggered me. It triggered me, and then there was like a sense of obligation, and I hate obligations that I don't understand that really bother me. And so yeah, I had a really deeply like a big crash kind of moment. And then what's funny is that all this stuff, really the stuff with the syndicate and everything is all happening for a reason, I think, in a lot of ways. But I have a friend who's coming back from Columbia, and he's a student I mentored at Ohio State. His name is Joey, and he's a musician. He's a songwriter. He started the Songwriter Association here in Ohio and did a bunch of other things. And he's he's a lot like me in terms of energy, but you know, he's like, Dan, I'm coming back to. I can't explain these kinds of stories, by the way. They don't make sense to me, but it's like I'm coming back to. I want to know if I should come back to America. Is what he told me. Is there anything relevant happening in Ohio, or should I just avoid it? And I'm like, well, what do you want to do, man? You know, I'm always trying to like troubleshoot, and you know, he's like, Dan, you don't get it. You're the journey. I'm like, what do you mean? He's like, I'm coming back to Columbus because I just want to work with somebody who's, you know what I mean? Like they're coming back to work with me to do something in corporate innovation and X, Y, Z. But the stuff he said last night was just, I just needed it, you know? And basically his thing is like, dude, I walk through your aura just to actually get a piece of what you can do so that I can sort of touch a piece of, it's like the way he's like, I just couldn't. I've always known it, but I didn't know it, and in a lot of ways, like I am the journey. You know what I mean? Like I've helped hundreds of people, and I can't explain it in a lot of ways. And there's a lot of ways it's like you're not supposed to explain it. Just you know what I mean? And it's like that's a thing that you can't really explain. Like the minute you realize that your abundance, like you just it breaks your brain. You know what I mean? So it kind of broke my brain, and it's because you know it's that there's a lot of things, imposter syndrome, but there's also a part of me that I've sort of been trained since, like I've never known I was that person. You get me? You know what I mean? Like I'm like a neutron star, and I thought that I was just an average person, and people are like, "Shit, check out this guy. He's a neutron star." You know what I mean? It's like I just didn't know that, and I'm realizing it every day, and so it helps me make get past these big changes. And then I do talk to myself a lot. You guys know that probably. You probably see that. It actually is great therapy, and I love doing that in Twitter. Dan, you shouldn't do this. No, I'll be fine. I love talking to myself back and forth. It's a huge thing for me. Um, it makes me. I can create great comedy out of it. I can actually simulate comedy. I can actually simulate the whole scene and how things kind of move. And I think that I'm crazy, but you know what it is? It's just like it's not. It's a you're attuned. And yeah. Anyway, so I had like this big thing where I was just like, no, that's the old me. The old me would have accepted all this shit. The old me would say, yes, give me your random obligation. Let's fine. Let's wipe my calendar and do this too. And I was just like, no. And there's like new quirks about me. Like I don't love crowds. You know, when I go and I shake a couple hands, and then there's a part of me that says, "Sweet, set the fire. Let's set the building on fire. Let's nuke this place from orbit. I'm never coming back." You know what I mean? Like there's a part of me that's like, it's like I came and did my purpose. You know, I'd love to give it to God because it would be easier then. Oh, no, no, you're an asshole, but God told me to hug you regardless. Hey, how you doing? Ooh, you're gonna murder a lot of people. Let me give you a hug. You know, like that's what it was like. Yeah, it's a hard thing, but I'm through it, and I through it because of all of you. That's the big thing. I'm through it because all of you have been changing. You know, a lot of you were serious introverts. I know it, and I can feel it. And a lot of you come out because you get in this channel and you say, "Wait, I could help you. I could be useful. Can I be a part of the team?" And when we have leadership people like Michael on here, that's like, "Yeah, absolutely. Come on in, grab an oar." And the guy's like, "What do I do with it?" Who knows? It was here on the floor. You know what I mean? That's what I do when I have these startup events. People say I don't know anything about startups. Yeah, you do. You knew how they came to me. You got the first step done. All right. Well, sit down. What the fuck you want to do? I want to build a colony app for bats. Sweet. Random. Strange. I love it. Do it. Here, what do you need? You need money? Hey, you know what? You can't form a sentence around that. Like, I got to be honest with you. You're going to go in that room and you look like an idiot. I'm just telling you that because you do. And when you go in there, you're going to lose that one moment. And I don't want you to lose that moment. So let's retrace this, okay? Let's retrace this. I want you to stand in the mirror and give that pitch. Did you believe that? No, you didn't. Okay, so what are you lying about? Okay, you don't have a business model. Let's just admit it. Let's write it over here. Here's your big fucking fear. You are total bullshit. Is that what you feel like you are? Okay, I'm total bullshit too. Let's put that on the wall right here. You are bullshit. I'm all bullshit. But you know, that's not true, right? Let's sit you down. What's your origin story? Oh, and what you did. That's what your folks did. And that's cool. Why you got into that? Oh, great. You cared. Oh, awesome. Let's walk down on that. Let's walk down on the passion that you have. Let me help you. Walk through my aura. Believe. Walk through Zach's aura. See. Walk through Michael's aura. Be enabled. Walk through Peter's aura. Walk through Alaska's aura. Walk through Web3's aura. That's what it's about. And sometimes those revelations and changes create drama for the Leo that I am. And I'm a big drama queen. Sometimes that was the first way to get a universe going. No one noticed you.
God is a drama queen.
Yeah. Just quickly chime in.
Dan, I do have to say, is since being in here and listening to you speak, I look at things in my regular day job differently. So I want to say thank you for that. I also want to say people won't ever understand what their ask does to you. And as soon as it comes out of their mouth, the damage is already done. And sometimes we just have to let them know that it's unfair. Like my mother, right, asked me to loan her a big sum of money. As soon as the words left her mouth, I was in a position, I was in a no-win position. It was no win. I spend the money and put my wife and child in a predicament financially, with a potential upside, or I don't put the money on the line and my mother loses her house and it causes her hardship and she feels like I'm not there for her. And so as soon as it left her mouth, I was in an unfair situation and she had all the leverage. And so I just said, look, we need to have a conversation. As soon as you asked, I was put in a position of uncomfortability that's unfair to me, right? Like you didn't present facts and let me make the ask. If you had presented facts and then let me choose how to present it or how to attack it in my world, right? I would have come to a conclusion, my own. But you asked, therefore, I was put into the middle of the situation. And so understanding that asks are not really asks, they're directives, and it puts you into a choice, not a thinking situation, is one of the hardest things to do because we're social animals and we think everyone's there to help us because that's what we were, is one giant tribe before. And so that's always the hardest part, is like work is now a tribe. And so we think that everyone's supposed to drop everything to help us because that's the way it works. And so the person who asked might have felt like you might feel overwhelmed for them asking, but they might have felt 10 times more overwhelmed with everything on their plate. But their baseline's not your baseline. So having those conversations is always the hardest part. But I'm glad that you got through it. The second thing is I love how many times I've seen chameleons change their color in this chat. Like Mike will tell you, I am the kind of person that is not an introvert, and I've used that extrovertness of myself to reinvent myself multiple times in my 32 years of life. I've been part of a motorcycle club, quote unquote. I've been in a fraternity. I've been a D1 athlete. I joined the Army. I've owned two small businesses. I owned a tattoo shop. I was pre-med, pre-law, accepted into med school and law school at Georgetown. I've now am a startup founder. I built cars and trucks from the 50s, built motorcycles, and every time I adapt, I build I dress that way. I listen to that music. I fully immerse into that person so that I can learn the small little pieces that I want to take from that persona and mold Zach into an even better version of myself. And so I love seeing everyone fully immerse into what they feel like they've never been able to be before in these chats and talk about it. So
I want to be respectful of Web3's time. Web3, I really wanted you to meet Elizabeth. Elizabeth, someone I met through Zach, and we've been talking through Whimsy as a service product. I think Whimsy as a service is a great name for a consulting spinoff. You know, you want to do the really crazy shit? Oh, you're gonna have to talk to Whimsy as a service. You know, wet ass product. But anyway, so Elizabeth is creating Better Call Saul as a service for people who find themselves running into the law without the ability to protect themselves. And so Web3, Elizabeth Web3. Elizabeth told her that her main uh, stumbling block was not finding attorneys, not finding customers, but she's just gone through 2 iterations of CTOs and is at the point where she has people signing up, but you know she can't launch in the way she wants to launch because she just needs to fill that technology gap. So I wanted to introduce you guys, and I think you're part, you know, kind of in the same place in the world. So yeah.
Good morning.
Morning. I've heard so much about you.
Oh, well.
Sorry.
What part of the country are you in?
I'm in Little Rock, Arkansas.
Oh, you north of me.
Where are you?
El Dorado.
Oh, right on.
On the sweet country part.
I was gonna say it's so hot right now, but anyway, I mentioned Arkansas, and that's when Mike was like, "Whoa, whoa, 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 hold up, hold up, hold up, hold up, hold up," and it's like we know someone from those parts. But
well,
Arkansas is the smallest town in,
I,
in the
it was
nation.
also what you're working on. I think is awesome.
Right,
So
right.
go ahead, tell Web3 about it.
Yeah, I missed it.
Okay, so it's on-demand access to an attorney live during traffic stops via a video. Our MVP is a web application that the attorney guides the member through the stop to help prevent an erroneous and unnecessary entry into the criminal legal system, and also prevent and mitigate negative outcomes during the stop. So I really wasn't prepped to pitch today, you guys. So I'm nervous as heck right now.
That's no need to be nervous. They got me over that a long time ago. They figured out this guy decided to go move in the woods. Has got to be somewhere in the same league as them. So you know.
Hi, Ruben.
Hey, Ruben. Good morning. Good afternoon. Good evening. Hey, Elizabeth, I want to let you know I have worked on a couple police systems before. Got a couple fun stories since you're in the police space or an officer in that. You probably like these stories. About 15, gosh, it's probably been almost 20 years ago. I did a study when I worked for a design research company with Motorola on an e-ticketing device. And this was back when we had the Palm Pilots and all these things. iPhone hadn't existed yet or anything. And Motorola was sort of like the Sears of everything electronics, right? They were massive. They made everything in communications was kind of on their watch. And they had this ticketing computer thing. It was like it could fit in their palm, but it was still kind of bulky. Anyway, so we did ride-alongs. Part of the research was, okay, Dan, you're going to go hang out with these cops these 3 nights. You're going to sit back in the cop car, and you're going to watch them how they do their, how they take down speeders. And I was like, well, shit, it's like a bucket list item. This is awesome. I sit in the back of the car. So there I am in the back then, clip note. I had a clipboard, I got your discussion guide. And you're having fun asking questions to come. Okay, so what are we doing? Well, we're gonna go to this place over here and we're gonna wait. I'm like, oh yeah, we're in a cool spot. You're like going through everything that you would see a cop do, and like whatever. And then he sat down and he wrote all the tickets out. And I was like, what are you doing? He's like, oh, I'm gonna write all my tickets out. I'm like, oh, okay. And so he writes his tickets in advance, and then he just gives out the tickets. It's not necessarily a pull over and actually do a ticket. This guy was, he's like, no, I'm going to give out, 15 tickets tonight. I'm like, well, damn, like, how do you know his name? He's like, no, they'll be there. Like, it's like almost like a river. It's like at any given time, it's like the hidden stats of the police. At any given time, there are 400,000 speeders at any. You know what I mean? So it's funny. So we pull these people over, and it turned out, the device was nice. It just didn't fit the workflow because it didn't actually, if only Motorola allows us, to write tickets in advance and then just issue them, that would be better. But, Motorola was like, well, wait a minute, I thought you pull people over and you give them a ticket, right? And no, we write all the tickets in advance. It's like we write all the murder acquisitions in advance, and then we go. You know what I mean? It was just a really crazy thing, but it was a big lesson to Motorola on, like, okay, this is not your typical. This is not product design. This is actually, this is part product, massive social, police municipal, which is super hard to unpack. Meaning that their world is even like, we think our world is difficult. You know how hard it is for even someone to even point a gun at you? Like, to point a gun at you is all this stuff. And then for them to actually, you know, they could shoot you in the arm or leg. They're actually taught not to. You know that, right? I mean, we're supposed to, like, take you down, not like give you a reminder to reload, right? Right. So, I just think that was funny. And then the other system that we worked on was it was more of a license plate reader stuff. It would, read the license plate and then accurately get it into the subsystem. With that project, what we realized is that all the combination systems within the police department were not necessarily interconnected. Like, there was a lot of, like, we get the data. Where's the API? We don't have an API. All right, so what are you doing? We actually give the data to Fred. What? Yeah, he takes this briefcase of files, and what? Well, he gets on a train and then goes by ferry. Well, wait, couldn't he just walk over next door? Yeah, but we can't go over federal property. Like, you know what I mean? It's like he's got to go over the ocean and then to the other side.
Dude, that exists everywhere in so many companies, dude. Why can't you do that? Well, if I did that, then 10 people would be out of a job. Oh, I
Actually,
understand that.
just to tell you a little story about sheriff's departments, most sheriff's departments have officers, at least one dedicated. I know, like in Mississippi, they have an officer that is dedicated to review, like, all the prescriptions being filled in the state, to monitor that, to be liaison to the FBI, to be able to have access to their databases. They're trained. And then that way they have a human interface, until one day whenever they allow everything to be interfaced. So.
Well, hello again.
Hey, Casey, how's it
Hey,
going?
buddy, you gonna sing us a song?
I'd
What's
love
up,
to.
Casey? Hey, Casey.
Hey,
I like the
Web3.
way you sound here better than on the phone, because on the phone you sound like you're in a barrel.
You-
He is. We call it Cracker Barrel in Canada. I hope you like the cheese.
Elizabeth's got her hand up. Just FYI.
Sorry,
What's up,
we're
Elizabeth?
insane,
No,
Elizabeth.
I
I
like
apologize for being insane in front of you.
the fun banter is good because it's relieving some pressure. Like, because I have just terrible anxiety sometimes, especially right now, apparently. But
The more you mess up, the better it is.
Yeah.
The more we enjoy it.
I'm just saying.
To be
I'm
honest,
just
we're
saying.
weirdos,
I'm
dude.
just saying.
We're weirdos.
Cracker Barrel
y'all,
is
it's just
racist.
been it's
This
been a oh wow, it's funny.
this is not a startup pitch room, Elizabeth. This is
Okay,
not
thank you.
This is not one of those other rooms where you have a bunch of VCs that are sitting there going, like, taking notes and going to your competitor that they've already funded and saying, "Oh yeah, hey, look what I have," or sitting there going like, "Well, your pitch ran 2 seconds over, and so we're not even going to really give you any good critiques. We're just going to concentrate on the fact that we said 30 seconds and you went to 32 seconds." Or your pitch, it kind of rambled, and we don't really know what you do, and we don't want to find out. We're just going to move on to something. That's not us.
Yeah.
We just like to We just like to talk
Now,
and help.
that doesn't mean that I'm not interested in your overhead, your budgeting reserves, your cash flow, because I am. That's really at the heart of like most of my questions.
That's Casey's angle, is all the numbers. Where Zach knows nothing about numbers, I can barely add without taking off my shoes. That's what Casey's for. So
Hi.
there we go.
I'm here to crack jokes and use a calculator.
Anyway, Elizabeth, you had your hand up. What was it you were gonna say?
I have no idea, but I think that's good. I think the conversation can just evolve from here. Maybe it's something about Dan and the ride along,
Well,
like
I was going to
100%.
say, like, Elizabeth, you mentioned when you started that technology was your hurdle. Do you mind sharing what your technology hurdle is and what you want to realize in physical reality, or at least Web3 reality, or even Web2 reality? What's the obstacle that you're facing technology-wise?
I'm just getting the app finished. We had an MVP. Ruben actually knows about this. This is how we kind of really connected. Is that my co-founder left with the codes to the codes he disabled the device when he left, and I was trying to like reverse engineer this no code domino thing that, and I never could get it just right. So I ended up doing a version, duct taping it together so that when our member presses the red button, I get it. It works, but it doesn't. So,
So a quick question for you. If you were just going to describe your software or your business as a series of inputs that get processed into an output, how would you describe the inputs, the process, and the output, if you don't mind?
can I control delete here because I do not get the question.
I want to rephrase what he just said.
I do too. I got just a general question. The original, the founder, he created something and it was functional, and then he decided to leave your association. Was that how was all that activity paid for? And, was it actually you were part ownership of it?
So it's
Because
why, yeah. So that's a really good question. That list of first time founder mistakes. I checked every box, especially after hearing watch out for these mistakes. I said, okay, that's what I should watch out for, and then I straight did those things, like don't give away too much of it. Don't do the agreements. And I'm an attorney, y'all. Like, I'm an attorney. I know better. So either way, so we're working on that as far as getting him his stuff signed out. We did sweat equity. He created a no code MVP that was functional up until like the end of February, when he realized that he was actually leaving. He didn't cross that concept when we had the discussion that said that he would go a different direction. And when he transferred the actual site off of his, I can't talk tech. I'm still just so bad at this. I'm improving. So when he transferred ownership of like the Webflow website to our company's own account, it disabled some of the inputs and outputs, and I couldn't recreate or put the webhook in the right place. For the input output question, actually, Mike, I can't answer that. When a user is stopped by police, they could push a button, like they open the app right now, or click a bookmark web page on that they've saved to their home screen. It opens up a web page in their profile that's actually already logged in. At that time, a text message, Twilio sends a text message basically to the network attorneys with a link to a dynamic video chat room. That's Zipcan's the company that we used for that. And I press the red button and they press the red button, and then we're connected within a couple of seconds. And I can post the YouTube link to like seeing it from the attorney side if anybody wants to see what the MVP looked like when it functioned, and kind of where we're coming from. But I hope that answers your question.
But the likelihood is that some of the APIs or whatever he was using no longer are held by him, which means that whenever you try to hit wherever or whatever you use, that's a possibility of, because some of that stuff, like if you're doing texting, there's third party APIs like Trello. I use it to. I set it up one time to text clients on how, where I was, if I was on their site, um, the hours, the time I was there, when I exited the site. That way they knew, they would never see me, but they would know that I was there if they wanted to find me, that kind of thing. And I did that in a simple web application using PHP and tying into API. And if my API doesn't have any funds in it, it would not let me utilize it. So the likelihood is that whatever he used in some of the background, those links were, would have to be changed and, get new
Yeah,
keys and
exactly,
set up those
exactly.
kinds of, yes.
That's actually so finding Ruben like started to read into the code so we could find the place to put this webhook. And by the time we like had to, I don't know, spun off of that, but I did have a new CTO. Yay, right? Exciting.
Mhm.
Things backfired again. So, and I am straddling my law practice, which I use to fund my paralegals' paychecks, and then a little bit of my life and the rest of the startup. So, literally, have done no raises. Everything. I'm
You're bootstrapping it.
bootstrapping it, but like my boots, the leather on the boots is getting real thin, and the only thing I have going for me is that I just don't stop going a little bit further each day down this rabbit hole.
Okay.
Hey, Elizabeth, can you give me the quick elevator pitch on what you're doing, what it is, just so I can throw it in my head and see if there's anything in my universe that can help?
Yes. So Dispatch Justice is the name of the company. We provide on-demand access to an attorney live during traffic stops to help mitigate negative outcomes and prevent erroneous entry into the criminal legal system. We provide civil intervention for the criminal legal system. It's limited scope legal services at the first point of contact with law enforcement.
Where you located?
Right now, Little Rock, Arkansas. Go Hogs!
Awesome. Okay. Where's your status right now in terms of the company, like the pitch and what you're doing? And are you at product? Are you talking to
Yeah.
customers? Do people
So
want it?
we're at Broken MVP. We do have a paying member with this little like hack that I did because I set up oh gosh, this sounds silly, but I set up a iPhone shortcut so that when the Twilio text came through, it would automatically let me FaceTime with our member. And so I had set a go live date, and I really needed to meet that like for my.
Yeah.
I've worked on this for like 2 years, so anyway.
Yeah. I love this idea. And actually, you're kind of you're going down a space that will be probably innovated on. It's actually you're ahead of the curve in a lot of ways. You're thinking what should be here already, which is great. Um, I kind of like what you're doing a lot. I'm going to DM you, and I want to connect more on what you're doing because there's you're in a space that's especially challenging. It's one thing to sell, to consumers, right? Here I have this loaf of bread. You want to buy that loaf of bread? Here you go. Oh, you want a virtual loaf of bread? Sweet. Here are the talking virtual loaf of breads. Oh, you want the Tamagotchi loaf of bread that you can nurture at home? Hear that? But you're dealing something with um, the minute someone gets pulled over, they're in an aura of chance, right? They're actually in a new threatening aura because of current, especially if they're a person of color, right? If they're a person of color, right away they're just like they are freaking the fuck out. Like the person's getting out of that car and they're like inside their mind is like every fucking movie scene of like, let's see, how did they die? Wait a minute, no, I could do this. You know what I mean? Did I do something wrong? I know that feeling because I've I have like a fear of police in a lot of ways. I think it's because of my height. I'm a big guy, and so many times growing up, like someone. I just remember moments where people would have a bar fight. I could be on the other side of the bar, and they'd be like, "Get that big guy. He's gonna go off any moment." I'm like, "No, man. I'm just enjoying my old fashioned. Like, just leave me alone." But I just have that aversion. But what I love about what you're doing is it's part of the it's sort of part of this trend of saying the right to know my reality. I have a right to know what is about to unfold here. And I don't know all the exact procedures. And I am a citizen of this fucking United States. So before you just rattle off a bunch of shit and intimidate me, as which I know that is taught, here are the 17 videos on how to shake me up and make me do X, right? This is actually written, okay? You were trained through that protocol. You were then reinforced by a culture of, we don't have enough resources, do whatever you can, meet these metrics. You know what I mean? You weren't doing law enforcement. When you were pulling over speeders, that wasn't law enforcement. That was go collect the cattle that you needed to collect. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's important for you to be there to make sure that people don't commit crime. But if no crime happens, you should be content. You know what I mean? And you're not. You're designed to go be fucking profitable. And that's the thing that needs to be changed. You know what I mean? Like, I shouldn't design a doorknob that every time I close the door it says, "So what? That's it? You're just gonna leave again? You piece of shit. I'm here every day. I helped you go through this space." You know what I mean? Are we gonna build scented doorknobs that then just get pissed? Like, and that's what I love about South Park. They did that scene, in the pandemic where, the older or whatever, the guy gets into Tesla or whatever, and he's like, "Alexa, take me down to the, Fifth and Main." And Alexa's like, "Have you ever talked to me? Do we never talk anymore?" Right? So it gets all like, he gets all pissed at him. And then after he says, "Fine, take me there," it says, "Okay. And by the way, do you like these shoes?" Like, it, prompts them for an upsell in the middle of that. So you're on a really cool thread. I love it. I really love it. I think there's probably a lot of cool grants in that space. That's the first place I go, is that there's an actual probably grants and ordinance to actually fund your development. In other words, there's probably 50 million sitting out there. Not that you get it, but I'm saying that there's a fund out there to support probably what you're doing. And maybe we need to tap in that. And the other thing too is to think about that technology, and also, yeah, that's just a great space. That's a great business. Okay. And you're probably going through the problems of like fundraising, right? And also getting to the right people. That's actually a great problem to have. You're actually, you found a great place to build something very tasty. Um, the kind of play you would build is the kind of play Ruben would really like, I think, in a lot of ways, because it deals with a lot of fixed situational constraints. Meaning, the minute you decide to engage a person, you're locked in a scenario of engagement now. Now you fundamentally have to go through steps A through Z on your side, but the fucking citizen is like not really sure. And now they need to know exactly what, because they're not prepped. That's what happens when you get pulled over. When I really feel like in a lot of ways, if you're an African American and you get pulled over, you're actually going to court. You didn't know it. You're actually like, you're going to court when you're getting pulled over. Like, I didn't, Your Honor, I'd like to meet the defendant, Daniel J. Lock. Wait, excuse me, what? How do you plead? Wait, what is going on, man? I thought I was doing fine, right? you know, I just think yeah, I really love that. I want to connect on that, because I think the how the technology comes to be, like, let us handle that. I mean, in a lot of ways, it's like, I know you have a notion of a direction, but it probably has to get navigated, and it has to be minimalized, and it probably has to be adaptive to work with the existing systems, which we know are going to be fucked, right? So a lot of ways, it needs to be even smarter. It needs to be even higher level. You definitely got to play with things like AI. It might not even have AI right now in it, but right now, here's the deal. If you don't have color fonts and sans serif, you don't get funding. So that's the dance, right? So we got to go into that category of sort of look the part, but then the part that you're going after is a huge, tasty part, because every citizen on the planet identifies with the problem. And we're going into a level of new emergence, specifically on municipal threat identification, threat processing, and then threat liability assurance. What I mean by that is that more and more officers are going to get caught in the harm's way part. They're not going to be protected anymore by the stations, right? So now you have a workforce problem that, if you want to be a cop, you have to be content with the fact that you could get fucked over at any point because of a technicality, or you know what I mean, through a situational thing that you yourself can't process potentially. And I think that downgrades the workforce. So what's going to go into place? Well, we know we're doing urban surveillance. We know we're going to have a drone go out to a scene and collect information and give it to the cops in real time. Why? Because we have to have that scene completely documented. Why? Because the use of force is coming to that location. The use of force is about to arrive on that location. The use of force is about to take a life because it doesn't have the information. And that's the thing that's going to get closed. You're a platform that gathers the information. You're a system that basically is championing the notion of calm. You want to foster calm in communication. You want your customers to know their rights explicitly. You want to know their pattern explicitly. You want to be able to take that pattern to court and go, Your Honor, my client has this explicit pattern of nominal behavior, of which has been known in this system of notions of known for this length of time. For you to subject him to the notions that he is not part of the normal pattern, you are not, Judge. I declare that you are part of the non-nominal pattern. So you're a nominal pattern startup. You help citizens find and actually harness and get their rights. You don't need customers. All you need is a customer just to use it. In fact, your product should be free. You want it free. That's the launch strategy. Get it free. Get it to everybody. Let's make it smart. Let's actually fake 78% of the product. Why? Because we want testimonials of the moment. We want video of the moment when someone gets pulled over with that. We need to see
No,
what that
wait,
looked
wait,
like.
wait, wait, wait. I have to push back. I have to. Because
Yeah,
one of
that's
the
okay.
cool
Go.
things about our product, or like the project that for me as an attorney, is that we are not a nonprofit, right? Like there's
That's
one of
fine.
the problem with and you mentioned grants. I'm gonna hit a couple of things. Yes, it should be free, but we need a way to pay the attorneys who are doing the consults. The attorneys
Yeah.
can't service these underrepresented clients because they can't afford to learn the these little huge nuances of say the criminal legal system without also requiring a retainer that is going to be big enough for them to learn that stuff, and that there's a lot of nuance to that as well. But we are wanting to be able to compensate attorneys for spending just 30 to 45 minutes with the user when they need it, and then they can go about their attorney day. That gives the user hey, I talked to this attorney once. They'll have access to contact information for that attorney if they want to contact them in the future. The attorney will offer a discounted rate on their services if they need services in the future. But it also it gives a reason for attorneys to be able to help these people without it being pro bono, which my brain is very full of thoughts right now. And I think
Yeah.
everything you're saying is really passionate. And I love that. I love the passion for it. And I love this momentum. I hear a lot in spaces when I'm having these talks. This should be a no problem to get funding. Everybody's going to want to throw money at this. This is great. I live in the state with the largest employer in the world, right? Or well, the country for sure. And people getting through traffic stops faster means that they're getting to work on time. They're not ending up in jail over a weekend because they didn't have their insurance and they happened to get picked on by the cop that day or said something to a cop who had a bad day, and so they end up actually getting detained. So we were talking about people getting to work faster because their traffic stop went faster because it cooled heads. Anyway, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I'll go down.
No,
rabbit hole.
I totally hear you. I mean, part of my what I do is I take in your context and I remix it and I riff it. I kind of go through my process. Some of the things you're bringing up, I would say, are actually a lot of the problems you're bringing up are not problems. They're current constraints on the current notion of the. I guess a lot of the things you're saying are, and I want you to try to hold my hand here because I want to take you from world to world. So a lot of stuff you're talking about is how it has been done with the current constraints. And now one thing I need to know for sure is that we're not lead gen for lawyers, correct? We can't be lead gen for lawyers. That's not the model. And I know it isn't, but
100%,
right.
100%.
Okay.
Actually, our competitor is lead gen for lawyers, so that's
Okay.
actually what
Right.
sets us
All
apart
right.
from
So
them, right?
right. So I think the thing. So all the stuff you're sort of talking about is like all those constraints in the middle. In a lot of ways, from sort of and I'm again just surfing in the bigger perspective. Those are those are things that you need to quash, right? Those are things that need to get addressed, and that is the bigger problem to address. But you don't let that get in front of the promise. So you sort of compartmentalize that for now and park it, and then you go back to, okay, what is that promise resonance? In some ways, the bigger challenge is to actually go to the forest state of what the new normalcy should be, lay out the actual promise of how it should be, and then you galvanize it with the notion that it will be. And that galvanization is sort of like you laying down the layer of it's almost, and people when I would work with, they would get crazy when I would do this. I would say, it's fine. You're all freaking out about XYZ project. Let's do the deliverable first. We're like, what? Get your deliverable out. Build your ideal deliverable and then walk it back to whether or not your organization has the capability of even giving you that deliverable. So by doing that, like, I'm identifying those core problems that are sort of, a lot of ways they're sort of, they're saddling the startup with sort of past historical experiential debt that can't be navigated in the new construct of understanding of how to build this new business. You're kind of like, look, it's really hard to catch whales with just a fishing rod. We've been trying, it's super hard, right? You know what I mean? And what you got to realize is, like, we got to rethink this completely, right? And so, and you might say, well, Dan, that's easy for you to say, but as a person that's been in this for 30 years, it won't work that way. And that's actually the big challenge. That's actually the bigger challenge that a VC wants. That's great. Give me the biggest challenge in there, because after I solve all those issues, does it go faster? That's what we're trying to do. In a lot of ways, you're actually sitting on 30 startups. You're just trying to find which one to do first so you can get momentum, and then you kind of infect the rest of the stack. And that's a complicated space. I mean, lawyers and all those dynamics, like, I don't know these pieces, but I do know the citizen side of it, meaning the citizen will gladly upgrade and spend hundreds of thousands of dollars in their lifetime to stay out of harm's way. You know what I'm saying? I will do that. I don't want a gun. I want a turret outside. You know what I mean? I want the fucking thing from Alien. That's all I want. Pick them off in the yard. Pick them off 600 yards before they even get to my house. Why am I even being forced to carry around a 45? I can barely hold it straight. You know what I mean? So it's like, it's that level of sophistication is here, and in a lot of ways, humanity's not. So we keep adapting to the human situation that doesn't want to change. And the thing is that the more you sort of accept, or more you get into the rhythm of what the syndicate is and how it forms and what it's about, you kind of realize you have a choice. You can live in sort of that reality, or you can live in this new reality. And maybe you've got to build a different startup in order to fix that startup. That's always been the case. And that's one of the things I love. Sometimes, like, I'm drawn to really crazy concepts, but it's because it's telling me there's a foundational crack here. There's a foundational crack here, which then leads to the larger revelation. And that's,
Dan, I love it when you get excited.
oh, thank you.
What's up,
I love you,
Sawyer?
Casey, man. You're my favorite character in the anime.
I was just going to ask, like, if you had the money that you needed today, what would you do with it?
That's a critical.
Hire a developer with a solid contract.
And before you answer that,
Go ahead.
can I ask you to look at the nest, at the little picture I just posted up there? And tell me what you think of that, Liz.
I have my own version of something like that, except instead of bat signal, it says dispatch. But
Right.
So let's go back, though. Let's go back. If you had the money that you needed today, you imagine the money's in your account right now. What do you do with that money?
Hold on. I actually have my financials in front of me.
Beautiful.
Write it down.
Well, are you still there?
Yeah, I'm listening.
Okay. Let's see what Lincoln's up to.
Hi, Ruben.
One question I got: the original guy had a finished product or a
No, the
example
original guy.
product?
I'm the original guy. I just want to say that. So, like, he was a friend of mine from high school that I knew had done a startup before, and we got together, and he was excited about it. He saw that, whatever, and we worked on it really well. And he was an amazing. He contributed so much. Anyway, he's not here anymore. He built a no-code MVP web application, and I'll find the YouTube link. And I'm going to send it to Zach so he can figure out, or to somebody that so y'all can see it. And it's like the screen recording of what it looks like on the attorney side. He Right. So when the site got transferred to our company's hosting account, it did disable those APIs, and it was kind of figuring out where to put the new. Oh gosh, I'm sorry, I'm doing it again. There isn't a product.
You're
There's
good.
a
The magic,
booth.
the magic widget, the magic widget. That's all you need to know.
Thank you. The magic widget. Yes, thank you. Your question, no Web3.
I have a question. I
Yeah.
may have missed this. Are there any potential legal issues regarding the person that worked on that with you and then left?
I'm sorry. Can you say that one more time?
Are there any are there any potential legal issues regarding the
Sorry. Yeah. So my co-founder is doing. I mean, like I said, you work here for this, but if there was like a don't do this box, I read that I shouldn't do it, and then I was like, oh, let's try it anyway because this time it'll be different. Yeah. No. He my attorney has sent over the sign the membership subscription or surrender of membership interest, and he doesn't want to sign it because he's like the IP is defined too broadly, and I'm like, it's defined in the definition section anyway. But yeah, we're working on that, and that's the only thing. We both contributed sweat equity, and he didn't pay anything into the bootstrapping like actual funds cost, so like, it's all been in my cash. So technically, and I am an attorney also, Sandra, so I understand the question a little. I hope that's context.
No, that makes sense. That's fine.
So I'll go back. Imagine you have the money today, and imagine any of the legal things that, any of the co-founder things have been worked out. That's a known unknown, right? Imagine you had the money today. What would you tell the developer to do?
I would have we have a COO, Brandon, here I get very nervous about this. So we have user stories. We've got like a flow, and we've also got those, what are they called? I'm so new to entrepreneurship.
It's okay. No, believe me. We hear
Wireframes. We have wireframes, but
beautiful. Okay.
thank you. So we've got wireframes, and we've got the concept. So push button, get attorney. That part.
If all it was push button, get attorney, single feature product, would you be happy today?
I'd be ecstatic.
And what would you pay to the developer to do that if they could do it in the next 48 hours and it works?
So our business checking account has $700 in it. Our annual revenue right now is at a solid $16.50. After the last 3 months of being live, we do have a waiting list of at least, I think last I checked it was around 80 people and that's all word of mouth. And I try not to talk about it too much because
it's okay.
It's been so delayed.
So if you were going, so the idea would be give the money to the developer, get a push button bat signal working. That's the single feature product. It doesn't do much more than that, and that's fine. And if you were able to do this, those 80 people on the waiting list would now be active customers?
I think that a good portion would. I also think that most of them might be stale now. I can't guarantee that. Again, that's
fine.
Yeah.
Web3, how do you feel about it?
I sent her my private information so that we could talk a little bit more details offline. To get a little bit more background.
Elizabeth. Congratulations, Elizabeth.
The one thing is, I know that you got a back end that you're going to manage things, and because that's where you manage all the contacts and listing, and you do your marketing, and you gather attorneys, and you get them in a data set, and then you query it, and the closest guy that they're there, you can reach out and contact them. But what's the pay structure for someone to use this? Is this like you're going to pay a one-time fee when you use the service, or you're going to pay something per month to do this, or
Subscription
that
style,
kind of
right?
thing? Yeah, what kind of pay system do you have set up for this?
Right now it's $55 a year or $5.55 a month. And that's that's the user fee. There's like a family plan where it's $4.50 or additional members. We also want to eventually be able to offer to those who can't afford that to offer the service at no cost, but that's way down the line when we actually can do this more. And then for the network attorneys, it'd be $20 to $30 per call, and is how they're compensated. And yeah. Oh, we also have add-on services, which would be warrant searches in different jurisdictions for additional like one-time payment fees.
Okay,
And you,
oh, sorry, I'm going to interrupt for 1 second. Stay here, Elizabeth. Don't leave. I'm going to record something. I'll be right back. Okay.
Yes, then. What's going on, Ruben?
Hey, fam. A couple things, Dan. Before you leave, we should talk about hot takes on venture and whether or not, and the background on that at some point. Hey, Web3. Also, happy to do the handoff, my guy. I've taken a look at a little bit of the back end. It looks like there's some custom script that's being triggered with like a Webflow CMS situation. So happy to check in and get you maybe what I suspect would be 70% of the way, to the extent you've got the time and attention to spare for it. But yeah, this is very much like this feels like we just need a go-kart. We're not like tricycle / go-kart for MVP before we start building like, a Pinto on top, and then we can, go for the race car, right? See what I did there, Zach? You loved my bicycle versus motorcycle analogy so much. I appreciate that. But
Hey, I never heard that analogy. What the hell? You're like leaking alpha over here?
well, I said to Ruben, messaged me the other day. I was like, look, you need to start figuring out what the bicycle is. It's like you got a frame, you got some wheels, you got a handlebar. Where's the gear chain? Where's the seat? Some people just want to start thinking about engines and gasoline when we just need to complete a bicycle first and just push it down a hill. And then once we can show that we've built a bicycle, then where does the engine fit? And then how do we get gasoline? So that was my analogy. I like the Pinto analogy, though. I'm going to steal that.
Schwinn. You need a Schwinn, not a
But Ruben,
Kawasaki.
I'm so tempted to just trade my my Ruben time just to double team this. So it might be a first use case of trading it to someone. So like trade an hour of Ruben time for like Elizabeth time, and we can tokenize that and then put it in the bank. Yeah, maybe it's something we can talk about.
It's called Sogo Sosha. So if you look at Mitsubishi has 3 diamonds, and it represents different facets. And so Mitsubishi, like oil, would own some Mitsubishi like motorbikes, and Mitsubishi motorbikes would own Mitsubishi semiconductors. And actually, I think the guy went to jail eventually for over accounting because they didn't know who the hell owns. You all have equity in each other, so what are you all worth? You're worth each other. You might have to go to jail. So, yeah, Sogo Sosha.
It's synergy, Norm. Yeah, it's I didn't mention it, Zach, because you were correct. But I picked up the tricycle go-kart Ferrari analogy maybe like a decade ago, and have been known to preach to other converts. So but it's one of those things, right? Like you can know the lessons, right? You can read the scripture, whatever religion is that you choose, but like, how many times have you seen a pastor or a representative of a congregation in whatever denomination miss that which they see in others, right? So it's go ahead. It's just funny because I've built 2 classic cars from the ground up, a 1972 Plymouth Duster and a 1959 Chevy Apache. Prior to that, I built a 1990 Honda Shadow motorcycle into a bobber. And I started with the motorcycle because I started with a bicycle and then figured out how to build the bicycle. And then I figured out how the motorcycle, I took this motorcycle totally apart, had it on the floor in my living room during the winter, and then put it back together. It worked perfectly fine. I was like, all right, I'm just going to put it back together. Learn how to build a motorcycle, because motorcycles have like 3 wires. So I didn't have to deal with a lot of electricity. The motor is a little 2-stroke, so didn't have to deal with a lot of that. It was a tiny 250cc bike.
Yeah, my
But
wife
then,
calls me 2-stroke. That's interesting.
but yeah, so then I went from that to building the Duster because it was a straight 6, so the engine was just now a 6-cylinder, and I added 6 wires because it was so old. I don't know, my Prius probably has more electronics in the steering wheel than that entire car had in all of it. And so I built the complexity, and so I kind of approach any kind of startup with that same type of, what is the absolute minimum basic thing that you're doing, and how do we get that out absolutely as fast as possible. How do we build a bike? How do we turn your bike into a small 250cc motorcycle? How do we turn that into an 800cc Harley? How do we turn that into a 1950s car? How do we turn that into a 90s Pinto? And now how do we turn that into a Lambo? Thinking about adding the complexity and the wiring and all of that, it gives you a visual representation, or as Mike likes to call it, some sort of metaphor framework for how it's supposed to go. But maybe I've always thought that way, and then I heard you use your analogy, Ruben, because I think I've heard you say it before, and then it all kind of clicked, because I've always thought of things that way. What's the basic thing I can learn from? What's the basic identity that I can assume in this way, so I can learn what it's like to be in these shoes, and then build from there and extrapolate. Because I think it's a good way to approach things.
Yeah, it's there's all sorts of sort of tidbits and analogies that one draws from over time, right? What's interesting, I think, there is my most sort of in-person experience that I've had with this was going from 0 to 20,000 users for the class action chatbot product. The reason that it was a chatbot in the first place was that I also couldn't afford a developer, and so I had to figure out how to do it with low code or no code. And I found a chatbot engine. It wasn't ManyChat. There's a dozen of them out there at this point, but it was what it allowed me to do was I could set up a logic engine. So when somebody typed in a thing or clicked a button, it would respond, or it would recognize that somebody had typed something to it, and then it could respond. I'm like, wait a minute. If it can respond, then I can use that response as a trigger to send something to Zapier, and then I can get Zapier to do something in response to that, which is really what webhooks are. It's basically call response, right? If this, then that. And I didn't know how to hook up somebody clicking a button to somebody doing a thing, but this chatbot engine that made that easy. And so I'm like, wait a minute, maybe I could build the entire product inside the chatbot. And yeah, we ended up. I used chatbots to do things that no chatbot should ever do ever, um, which ended up being accidentally cool. But it was just so messy. Look, I'll admit it. I built a database of 20,000 human beings using Google spreadsheets, Zapier, and a chatbot, with unencrypted plain text passwords because I didn't know how to encrypt them. which is there should be several fingers wagging in this room. I just heard several winces. So, and that is the correct response. Point is that there's like building the bicycle and then building the go-kart and then building the Ferrari or whatever the analogy is. And then there's a slightly different thing, which is building them on top of each other. So, right, like not like, oh, here's the bicycle over here and there's the go-kart over there, but like, no, this is the bicycle, and because we actually like that was prod, right? There's no staging here. We're doing it live, right? Like you have to build the go-kart on like the bicycle ends up inside the Ferrari at some point, which is a problem. But I mean, shit, what are you gonna do, right? You gotta keep the ball rolling, right? Now you got like a team of 14, and like you're no longer at the coalface, and so like you never actually spoke to the new guy, right? And then in the meantime, there's like you got a letter from some state government that like has questions, and so you got to respond to that person, and then like there's it's the crunch on the time and attention on a C level. Like, here's what it is: it's the difference between being a founder and being a CEO, which are similar but materially different in terms of the behavioral profiles, even the value structures. Right? Legally, the CEO's job is to increase value for the shareholders. Right? Now, notice that doesn't say stakeholders. It doesn't say you need to increase value for your employees or for your customers or for the rest of the world or for the environment or anything else except the shareholders. And some of those values are aligned naturally, which is why the customer is always right. The truth is, the shareholder is always right, and they'll litigate. But well, yeah, that's an aside. But it's making that shift from founder to CEO, even though fundamentally you're both, can be a big challenge. I would put myself maybe in the top 2-3% of founders. Like I want to say bottom 40% of CEOs, if I'm like honest about myself, which it is what it is. But like it's a different set of problems, man. I as much as as weird as the vibe is when I think about Zuckerberg, what I can respect is that he survived. He survived going from founder to CEO, and he retained like founder level first round, second round equity post IPO, which is bonkers. You don't see that very often at all. Bezos, Zuckerberg, technically, I guess Elon at this point, but like, yeah, it's the staged equity will a lot of a lot of venture will talk about long-term strategic alignment. In reality, they tend to when pen comes to paper, they tend to optimize for the deal, right? And it is the most expensive money that is available. If there's any way possible that you can avoid raising venture, right? Like they don't even take the meeting unless they believe that your vehicle can provide a return to fund math, which is generally like somewhere between 50x and 200x, right? And their window is that they know that the bank isn't incentivized to get a 50x to a 200x. They're incentivized to not lose money because, to be honest, at this point they have so much that it's easier to sort of sit on it and play defense than it is to go on the attack, right? Whereas venture, their whole business is attack, and so it's I'm long-winded here, but if you can avoid venture. Looks like Elizabeth had to head out, but yeah, there's some 20 minutes to listen.
Elizabeth will probably jump back in here. Sometimes she gets knocked down and then has to jump back in.
I put in a crazy graph in the nest there, my take on it. I think my core take on it was this is just solving the problem or solving one of the problems and streamlining it. But if you look at it, I can walk through it really quick. basically, so you got the cop there is pulling the car over, and part of my thing is leverage data. So we have cameras in cars. I know not every one of our customers is going to have these capabilities, but if you were going to build a system that would scale and that would be super yummy, I think taking, if you have a camera on the mirror, and you don't have to capture, it doesn't have to record it, but we can capture and process in real time. So, for example, I can grab that cop's posture, intent, emotion, everything, how his cadence, everything as he approaches the car. It's recording in real time, and then you're bringing, the affordance of like, hey, what's the situation, that kind of context. I also like the fact that I think I think more cars will have follow cameras in them. You know what I mean? They'll follow me. Why? Because the car's mission is to protect me in all situations, even in the ones in law enforcement. And it needs to grab the nominal neutral barrier of truth. And that is, here's what happened when the session started. It's like a black box. In a lot of ways, she's building a black box for consumers.
I love the nominal barrier of truth.
Yeah. There's words that you kind of come across for me. They're like, and they're almost like, they're semantic romantic words for talking about the future, in a lot of ways.
Can that be your new pet name? Can I call you that?
What do you want to call me?
The nominal derriere of truth.
Please, I love that. Wait, what did you call it? The nominal variable of truth?
Hold on. Did you say the nominal derriere of truth?
No, I don't know. I don't know what I said, but whatever you think it is, I want to have it on a poster.
Okay, yeah, because you're talking about like having cameras on the backs of cars and cars following you as the nominal derriere of truth being in the back of the vehicle.
I mean, the cameras already exist if you have a Tesla. I mean,
well, that's true. I'm just saying, level the playing field. Don't the approach shouldn't be an approach that is actually common for what you would have to deal with from the 90s. You don't have to deal with the 90s. Deal with
Question for you guys: if there was, I might be inviting one of my investor friends. That's hey Lincoln, what's going on? So I want to introduce you guys to Lincoln because as CFO of the decade, he's been around the block a few times, and I really believe that for a lot of people in the room, they're closer than they ever had to realizing their dreams. But to realize your dreams, you're going to have to talk to a guy like Lincoln. And Lincoln thinks very simply and powerfully. Hey, Lincoln, how's it going? Check, check. Oh, I'm not sure if you're speaking. You just have to unmute. There you go.
I was on mute.
How are things?
Walking the dog in Montana, open skies.
Open skies in Montana? How'd you find yourself there?
You don't want to know, man. I'll have to tell you if I told you. So.
I love it. Lincoln, I hate to do this to you. Would you mind introducing yourself to the group? We have a lot of people that are very powerful when they join forces. And eventually, if they join forces enough and they generate cash flow, there are people that I would introduce to you. So,
well, listen. My name is Lincoln Greenidge, and I you probably don't know me, which is all good. I do things in the background where people don't want to go. I go, and I've been raising my first M&A deal was 7.9 billion in 2000, and it's actually no, it's from 1998. Anyhow, long and short of it is that I've been hurt, I've been beaten up, and usually that's how you want to learn sometimes. But many times you just want to learn from others, so you don't make the same mistakes. So it's a foolish errand to think that somehow you have to experience all the pain and suffering that everyone else has. So, my focus, obviously, over the last while is to bring simplicity back to business and the fundamentals, because that's usually lost because people quick to, well, the old-fashioned way of doing things is manipulating numbers, which, I put my hand up that I've been involved in that 30 years ago. But the fundamentals is that cash is the only metric that's important, and how you get it, and it's positive cash flow. So how do you do it is extremely important to me, and I find that a lot of people, they have great ideas, but they have no idea how to execute on it. And if you don't have a business plan, you could probably forget it. Other than if you're selling ice to Eskimos and you think that you are the perfect marketer to do so. Anyhow, that's it for me. I've been doing this for a while, and always interesting to hear what is going on in other people's lives. But more importantly, my purpose in life is to serve, and everyone else should have that purpose. If that's not your purpose, you don't need to talk to me, because that means you're like everyone else who is in it for themselves, and you will never reap the real benefits of actually seeing you succeed as well as others. That's it for me, Mike.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I love talking to Lincoln. Lincoln and I met, and we realized I think we only like talking to each other. All right, let's just keep talking.
Yeah, no. Is there anyone else on this Twitter Spaces? Because silence is not always golden, right?
No, man. Lincoln, I just want to jump in and say, absolutely love everything you said there, dude. I feel connected to you through Michael. That means that if I ever need to get, bailed out of jail, there's a good chance we'll call you, and it'll just be another situation you have to accept. But that's because I'll make you great barbecue, and I'll make all your friends laugh. And I love what you've done, and I love your message. You're right about the serve. It's something that's hard to understand. You don't understand it until you do it, until you walk through it, and then you understand why you're here. And I appreciate you.
Listen, I appreciate you as well. But one thing you'll know about me is that I hold no punches, because I don't think people should tell others what they want to hear. They should just basically give them truth. One thing you should never say, ever, and use the word jail. Get out of jail? No, I will never get you out of jail. Okay? Ever. The thing about it is that we as folks need to get to the point where we know the scam. We understand the scam. We understand how those people who, work the scam are never in jail, while we end up in jail. You know what I'm saying? we
Well,
never want to get in jail, because if we get in
No,
jail,
I
that
love
means
that.
we're not working the system like everybody else has. You
Yeah, no, I get it.
You
Thank
feel
you.
what I'm saying?
Absolutely. Yeah, no, it's spot on.
So
I had
you'll
to turn a phrase.
You'll be my brother in crime, but call it what it is. It's survival, and we need to step away from the mindset into the light. That, man, we're not as good, but we're actually better than those folks who are on the yachts right now. They're not on the yachts because they're smarter. They're yachts because they understand the system. You got it?
Well, I saw that when you interacted with Brad. The Brad conversation didn't last very long. You made that decision very quickly and clearly.
Yeah, well, Brad has a choice to make now. I like giving people choices, because that's what life is about. When you're handed something on a
You
silver
mean like a
platter.
movie Saw?
Yeah, you got it.
Let's play a game.
Yeah, and that's what it is. Life is almost like it's a game. and you have to make choices. Unfortunately, when things don't work out, people resort to excuses. I'm writing a book on excuses because that's all you hear. And people say, well, my mother, my father, I didn't have a father, the system was against me, I had a job and I lost it. You hear that? Now, turn that around.
Victim.
Turn it around and
I
say to
ca-
yourself,
yeah, I call that being a victim.
yeah,
I'd rather,
you got
and
it.
that to me, you stand up and say, I did the wrong. Now I'm gonna do the right, and I move forward.
You got it. And it's a choice you have to make. People say it's not a choice. It's a choice. You either
I
you
tell
either
people, oh,
you either victorious or you remain a victim. Remember, it's not about whether bad things happen to you. It's what you do about it when these bad things happen to you. When these challenges come, you have a choice whether to make excuses, to cry about it, or to get up and say, listen, I am.
Does anybody else hear Yoda about to turn up and say, "Do or do not"? There is no try.
There
Well,
isn't
I
a...
always say,
No, you're absolutely right. There is no try. I tell my daughter that all the time, and it's proven time and time again. I tell her, listen, you say a course is hard, you can't do it. I say, well, if you say you can't, then you can't. So every time I've told her, listen, why don't you just go ahead, believe that you can, believe that there's no one better than you. And every time she's come back with a smile, the smile saying,
I
oh, I got 98%, I got 96%. I say, well, there you go. You see, because it's about putting the effort. You see, the effort you put in will be commensurate, or the results you get will be commensurate with the effort you put in. If you believe you'll fail, you'll put in the effort to fail. That's my view.
Lincoln, are you at the gym right now?
I am walking with my dog.
Yeah, I can hear it.
Sorry, guys. I'm out of breath,
It's good.
I'm not as fit as I used to be.
I agree, though. We all make excuses. I'm the king of excuses. I make a million fucking one excuses every single day. Some people's excuses are definitely valid. Life will definitely get us down. It'll fuck us up very hard, and that's fair enough. But yeah, I feel that. I feel it on a deep level.
Yeah, but listen to what I'm saying. There is no excuse that's valid. And here's why. Give me one that's valid. Go ahead.
I was in jail.
Yeah, but why?
Oh shit. Okay, fair enough.
Thank you. Next. No, I'm waiting for a valid excuse. Go ahead.
Oh,
I'm
space-time
dead.
disallows faster than light travel, and so I couldn't get to Alpha Centauri inside of 1.5 light years.
Really? You talking about space now? Listen, come back to Earth, man. We're on Earth. The 1%, 0.5%ers, we're actually on Earth. And there's billionaires out there that don't need the space travel, man. Well, what kind of
So what I'm
excuse is that?
saying is that it's subject to the question, right?
I know what you're saying. I'm just all I'm saying is excuses, man. Don't do it.
Okay.
Every time.
Can I give you one?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. I lost my business because I was diagnosed with breast cancer and had to have a double mastectomy and couldn't finish my business plan because I had to take care of my own health.
I know, but that's not an excuse. You've rationalized something as a choice. So basically, what's not a choice is the fact that you had a double mastectomy.
I consider that a reason, not an excuse.
That's my point. So one of the chapters in my book is that people use reasoning to mask excuses because
Well,
here's the thing.
at the point where it's been 4 years, now it's turning into an excuse, and I'm writing my business plan again.
You got it. The point
And
I'm making is that you
you have
exactly
to
put.
get up, you have to pick yourself up, dust yourself off.
Yes, it's not losing your business. That's the issue.
It's
It's
postponing
what.
my business.
Yeah,
Start
what you did
all
after.
over again.
You
Thank
see,
you.
I love when people answer their own questions.
We
I love it.
Lincoln, so my background's in the military, and I work with our soldiers. What we teach is the difference between a reason and an excuse. So I use the example: if you show up late and tell me that your dog chewed through your alarm clock, I'm going to say, okay, there's a reason. But if you show up next week and you're like, the dog did it again, now it's an excuse because you didn't take action to change where your alarm clock is. You didn't make it so that your alarm clock couldn't be chewed through. It's a choice after you've been presented with the options.
I love it. I love it. I take that. You got a check mark there. I love it. Exactly.
Good. I got my one gold star for the day. I'm gonna go.
Well, hold on, Zach. Can you tell Lincoln what you're up to? Because I think you have the best startup in this entire room, and you're actually helping people now raise money for their startups through your military leadership.
Yeah. So
Michael, that's before he speaks. Never
Yeah,
say in a group that one person has a best startup. Yeah,
I'm trying to
you know,
gaslight them.
all
Mike
you're
I'm
doing is
gaslighting them.
Mike likes
yes, that's what you're
gaslighting
doing.
me and saying things like that just because. So what I do is I pair startup founders and entrepreneurs with active duty and veterans so that they can get the same tactical and strategic advantage and thought process that large companies do when they hire, 6-figure, 7-figure consultants, generals and majors. So I train
Right.
and teach staff sergeants, leaders of leaders in the military, how to articulate these concepts and teach and train, but also hold startup founders accountable for what they want to do. So if a founder's like, "Oh, I want to start waking up early and really crushing my goals," we're there every step of the way. We give you someone in the trenches because being a founder is a lonely fucking road. Um, and sometimes you need to know someone who knows how to pull the trigger, what it's like to do the hard shit, what it's like to really struggle, and not complain and talk about that with other founders. You want someone outside the organization. So that's what I'm trying to build is that infrastructure, and it gives veterans and current active duty a way to supplement income because we do it as a freelance. So I offer all the courses on my platform for the veterans, and I hand select which ones are the top leaders of leaders. So you're not getting Navy SEALs and Green Berets because they have their own market. Not everyone needs to be a Navy SEAL, right? Not everyone's going to be Amazon or Google. You don't need to try to make yourself into what they are. You need someone that's going to be in an iterative process to make you the best you can be. And that's what we try to build.
So I like what you're saying. Number one, you're not trying to do this. Remove that from your vocabulary. So you're doing it. Number two, how are you monetizing this? Because freelance, I mean, come on, really?
So it's
You
so we
gotta
are
monetize it.
so it's a subscription model. And so we are building the double-sided marketplace right now where you can go on and pair with active and veterans based on a similar interests. So the veteran and the active duty is getting an education in an area in which they like. So we've had startup founders that are interested in video games pair with active duty who are into video games, and they're now connecting on that level. But then the active duty guy's kicking his ass into saying, "Let's wake up early." We have right now we have 6K MRR, and we just had 2 founders just fund 7 figures for their startups using our process, and we've been featured by the startups in a couple of their interviews. So
Yeah. So if a guy makes 7 figures in a startup and you actually were critical in that and you didn't make 6 figures, then you're doing something wrong. Because by doing that, then you help others. I always tell people that there's nothing wrong in making money. It's what you do with it, right? So if you pass it on, then that's golden, because you're not just in it for yourself, and that's what about the serving part that's important. Anyhow, I like the model, man. I love the model because a lot of people have great ideas but no discipline to execute on them, right? So lots of people, trust me, I met a lot of cab drivers that will give you the best advice and you ask them why they're not doing it, and of course, well, excuses. So it's good to actually have you can't, when it comes to the military, man. You wake up at 5 a.m. every day. What's your problem? What do you mean you're not a morning person?
Yeah, we have. I have one founder who's said he can't get off of. Sometimes he struggles with getting off of social media. So every day during the weekdays, he owes me a text every hour saying I stayed on task. And then if I don't get one of those text messages, he owes me $5.
Beautiful, and he has to deliver on it. No excuses. Well, you'll get it tomorrow.
And so we're working. So I launched just trying to get an MVP out there to aggregate the data of what we're really what our unique advantages. And now that we've had so many people come through and work with us, I've got the numbers to support like turning it into a more automated process to take some of the automation will help us reduce our costs so that we can run it better.
I think you should go beyond automation. Renee, she's been doing this thing for 20 years or so or plus. She has this thing called Dare to Lead. You should just type Dare to Lead, DARE to lead. And she works in the military and government and so forth. And I gotta tell you, she's no better than. I mean, you could kick her ass, but to do that, you gotta take this model, put a pretty bow on it, and take flight, man. I think that model is perfect. I'm just saying.
I'm gonna follow you, and I'm gonna reach out, and we can definitely have this talk.
All right, man. All good.
Thanks, Lincoln.
Listen, Michael.
Where are you now in the walk?
I'm still walking, man. I say that I say remember I said I walk in with my dog. But
well, the thing is, how long ago was it that you were a sprinter?
Oh my Jesus! 20-something years ago. That's
how
in the
fast were you?
That's in the Ben Johnson days,
Tell me about the Ben Johnson days.
Angela Isienko. Well, listen, man. So we used to run track, and I remember I was in St. Lucia on a bus, and then I had Ben Johnson tested for steroids. I'm like, what steroids? I didn't even know what the hell was steroids were. That's how dumb I was, right? That's like, what?
Amazing. Well, Lincoln, we really do appreciate your time. Oh, by the way, Casey, Lincoln, Casey, you actually have kindred spirits at different ends of the cash flow.
Yeah, I definitely gave Lincoln a follow immediately. And when the time is right, looking forward to chatting it up with him for sure.
Very briefly, Lincoln, because some of the people in the room might be a little bit bashful. What Casey does is set people up financially so that they can get their first home. And he's been doing that a lot more and more and more lately by teaching them the basics of financial literacy. And now they're turning all of those successes now into an application so that they can learn and manage their own cash flow so that they can eventually get a house.
That's beautiful, man. I gotta tell you, Kash. Listen, people don't realize that. I always, when people ask me what are the two major costs that ruin many companies, it's not the ones that are in cyber hell, but is rent. Well, rent and just people. But people.
The rent is too damn high.
Yeah.
I'll tell you that.
Rent is always too damn high. I mean, a lot of companies close down, not because It's because they can't afford the rent, right? So
How's WeWork doing, by the way?
what's that?
How's WeWork doing?
Well, no, that's the beautiful thing. WeWork, I don't think owns any thing. It's like it's like the Uber and so forth. That's the greatest model ever, man. Where you can actually do all this shit, and, and
Well, they're selling before they buy, right?
yeah, yeah, it's a beautiful thing. It's a beautiful model, man. I mean, seriously, I kid you not. Walmart should, all the executives at Walmart should be should be fired. All of them, the entire board,
Dude,
because that
no,
company should never have allowed Amazon to exist. Never have allowed
the
Amazon to
irony.
exist.
That's funny. I love that
No, think
perspective.
about it, man. Walmart, if you went to MBA school anywhere in the US, Walmart had the greatest logistics, greatest distribution channel. I mean, and it still do today. Well, let me not. But they're allowing Amazon to exist. It's like Blockbuster allowing Netflix to happen. Lack of foresight, just believing because you're the largest retailer that you don't need to change, you don't need to evolve. And that's what companies should never lose sight of.
So Lincoln, I have a hot take here, and I have some explanations behind the position. The first hot take is that Walmart is not a retailer; they are a finance company, essentially. And the rationalization for that is that if you look at the terms at which they engage their suppliers, they too are selling before they're buying. And here's how they do it. If you are a candle manufacturer, right, or a boat maker, or whatever it is that they sell at Walmart, they will give you a sales order, and that sales order will be on like D90 terms, right? So they'll say, look, we want 1,000,000 candles, and you got to send us the candles on day one, and then 90 days after we've received the candles, we'll pay you for the candles. However, at about day 60, any candles that aren't sold are returned.
Yeah, so I have been, just so you know, I've been dealing with Walmart for years, or I guess in the past, and I understand that perfectly. The point I'm making is that doesn't mean that they couldn't actually be the next Amazon, because all Amazon is doing is distribution, and Walmart was perfectly aligned to do that.
That's fair. Yeah, they were certainly sort of set up, I guess.
Oh, not word. I'm telling you, I have seen Walmart in Flint, Manitoba. Have you ever been in Flint, Manitoba, man? It's in the middle of nowhere. you know, they didn't have to actually build new distribution sites, man. It was right there, man. All you have to do is get one of Michael's buddies to create what Amazon has now.
Yeah, and I'm Punjabi,
and
so
use
we know all the truck drivers, right?
yeah, oh yeah, and use the every Walmart facility as a distribution site.
That's it. You know how
Put it out,
Punjabis
man.
would have loved to partner with Walmart? We have the trucks, you have the product, and we don't sleep that often. It's a perfect mix.
Well, I'm telling you, man. Anyhow, it's that's all gone, but these guys are idiots. But I know the terms, man. Trust me, it's not easy.
So I mean, I get, but like think of the cultural inertia and the overhead of those separate organizations. You know, the kind of thinking that would be required that they've optimized for based on their core business. And
That's why you
like,
spin it off. You spin off the company like Alphabet or Google to
Listen,
Alphabet.
so all
Can
I'm
I
all I'm
actually
hearing,
say
all I'm hearing is excuses for the executive. I said they would be fired, and the response I got is, "Hey, they're a financing company. Hey, you see, those are excuses. You can do anything you want when you put your mind to it. I mean, Amazon didn't exist.
well, I
So,
mean, it's a fact though, right? Like if you
right,
look at the trade
Amazon didn't
credit,
have
the
billions of
trade credit
dollars.
is 8 times the volume of their entire market cap. So
they
they're doing
tried it
something right.
though. They actually did a beta test in 2014 with the distribution center where basically you just drove up and picked up your order in a different way. It was you don't come inside the store. it was only in Bentonville, I think. I don't know what ended up happening to it. But they tried this stuff out a lot, and they scrape their knees a whole lot.
Yeah.
And I live in Walmart country. I mean, I guess we all do, but and I was contract attorney at a large corporation whose home office is in Bentonville, Arkansas, for a couple of months when I first passed the bar exam, and uh, I had some unique insight, not unique insight, but like just different perspective on Walmart in general. But I think that Amazon is the JCPenney annual catalog, or like, quarterly catalog, like in digital format. I feel like it's weird that we just put that JCPenney catalog online. Do you remember getting that?
It's not
Consumer
amazing.
Thing?
distributing. Remember
Consumer, you
consumer
remember consumer
distributing?
distributing?
Yeah,
Absolutely. The point I'm making
Malvern
is that
Mall.
what happens when you become so big and so complacent is that someone like Jeff Bezos, who has nothing, I would say nothing to lose technically, but just a blank slate, and that's why I've worked in companies where we've had to spin off companies. And when you spin off a company, technically Walmart could have spin off this business. Think of Amazon as a spin off of Walmart. Could have happened. That's what I'm saying.
Would it be fair to say, using that same analogy, that Shell Oil could have been Chevrolet?
Well, absolutely. But there's other politics involved in that are greater than, But yes, absolutely. They could have, right? I mean, they had
So was
enough.
Shell Oil asleep at the wheel because they let the automotive industry expand?
Well, they sleep at the wheel because, again, it's like Walmart. When you have so much money, because right? you know.
Oh, now that we can agree on. They're fat and lazy, is what you're saying.
Yeah, that's exactly the point. yeah. Flat and
Okay,
lazy.
same
Okay, I
page.
think that I'll use that analogy instead. Yeah, that's exactly right. They're fat and lazy, and that's what happens when you're fat and lazy sometimes.
Ideologically fat and lazy. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you got it.
They
No,
bloat
it's
they bloat their original core values. What I've seen in a lot of corporations is that the original founders are the second generation set a core value that really established their uniqueness with their brand, and as they aged, that core value became manipulated and not really the focus of what they are, and they bloat. They end up not performing like they used to.
yeah. Now I'm going to actually, I 100% agree with this, and I'm going to actually do something that's probably going to blow your minds, or you know, you guys will X me from this group. But so is the church.
Yeah, that's the example of. That's the example. Like, oh, sorry, I
Just
didn't
think
hear what
about it, guys.
I didn't hear what the last thing
Just
he
think
said
about
was,
it.
but a lot of people like Netflix, like was trying to sell itself to Blockbuster, and Blockbuster turned them down.
Yes, you got it. But the point I'm making is that even in the church, the core values have disintegrated into make believe. And so the core of truth, the core of, well, whatever the truth is, but the core of loving thy neighbor is no more. It's now, picking and choosing the passages that you want to actually uh, use, to fulfill your narrative. And unfortunately, that's what's happening in business. It's no different, really. You stick to the core, you'll always be agile because your core never changes. The fundamentals of business never change.
Exactly.
Hey, I'm gonna hop in real quick if I can.
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm looking to re-engage. I'm multitasking with the family right now, so I couldn't really engage previously. So Lincoln, I'm curious on your take on something. I've identified what I believe is a pretty large social issue, and my basic approach is to try and solve the issue for the sake of solving it, and then let the money happen afterwards if it does.
I'm with you.
Okay. I was wondering, that was really the heart of the question, because some people say no, you need to secure funding and line the money up and sell the product while it's in development versus, getting the product built and the solution figured out first.
Well, okay, so you had a general statement that you make, and I said, yeah, because now you're going to specifics, and now you're losing me. So
Okay.
the general statement you made is that you have a social issue, and
Yep.
you want to actually ensure that social issue, or whatever the issue is that you want to deal with it,
Financial
you
literacy.
want to, and you want to make sure that social issue is dealt with as the core of what your purpose is,
Yes.
and the money will follow.
Yes.
I agree. Here's the thing.
Really?
Here's the thing. In order, now you have to tell me how you're going to do it. See, because a lot of people say that, and I'm with them.
Yep. So, oh,
so now, right?
is
I'm
that
not
me?
talking about millions of.
I am so sorry. Am I in the blockchain or is Lincoln?
No, it's rugged.
No, go ahead.
Hey, No, Lincoln, I'm sorry. Your connection cut just a little bit. Would you mind repeating yourself?
Oh, sorry, my bad. So as I said, I was saying that I'm with the premise of, well, you have an issue, you want to solve that issue, and then the cash will follow, right? However,
Yep.
it's so I understand that from that framework, but when you go into the detail, you sort of go back and say, shoot, okay, cash will follow, but you got to start somewhere,
Yep.
and you got to actually figure out how you're actually going to deal with those issues, and
Yes.
it's difficult to
Yes.
deal with most issues without cash flow. Listen, unless you can have a secure job that have 5, 6
Can fund it
figures,
yourself,
figures,
right?
you got to fund yourself, right? Then you got to look for friends and family, and maybe 1 or 2 people, right? It all depends on it all depends on like, you don't have to go large, but you got to start somewhere. But you cannot do it without cash.
So can
And
I
if you,
want
yeah, go ahead.
I want to tell you where I'm at so far. I've got a loose quote for the back end programming, and I'm working day by day with an experienced professional on user interface to get the actual architecture and blueprints drafted so that when we do approach the cost of programming, we don't have to do it again and again and again. And we got some of the wiring framework laid out, but we're still honing how to actually get the blueprints down. So that's where we're at right now.
Okay. So here's one of the things for you, and my Michael could tell you, I always think outside the box because there's no box in my world. If this is as you think it is, and it's probably a game changer, because if you think it's a game changer. If you don't think it's a game changer, then it's no big deal. But if you think it's a game changer, one of the things you have to ask yourself, is anyone doing this right now? Can anyone do it quickly? Because trust me, there are vultures out there who, if you are too slow to act, and you expose this quickly, they will actually jump at it and make a killing out of it, while you watch and say, "Shit, you know what, man? I was working on this, and look at what's happened, and now and then you go back into your little hole, right?" You don't want that to happen either. So you got to make sure that this is not a hobby,
Yeah.
because you want it to be something that can be sustained. Whether you start doing it locally, then regionally, and then you move out. And having an app is a good way to do it. But you got to have a guy like Michael that can get the marketing like
Yep.
almost instantly, right? Through.
Well, the team of resources has been everything. If it wasn't for that, it'd just be me doing it on my own,
Right.
person by person.
Yeah. So the long and
Please.
short is that I agree, man, that listen, when you are passionate about something, man, you got to go to it, and don't let anyone think that somehow you need millions of dollars in order to do it. But at the same time, you got to actually, okay, here's my little spiel to everyone here on this thing. If you have a business plan, if you have an idea that you've been working on for a while, and I ask you, do you have a business plan And have you actually worked out the steps to get to where you need to get to in the short term, medium term, and long term? If you tell me you know you don't have it, then you have a hobby.
Okay.
Hold on. I gotta question this. So I agree that failing to plan is planning to fail, but would you also agree that planning is guessing?
Well, of course. I mean, we're all guessing life, man. You know, you walk down the road, man, put one foot after the other, and hopefully you don't fall. But you got to do it anyway.
Right. And so to me, like, I remember a very short story from my old boss, who I learned a lot from. Her name was Mary Claire, and she said she went to some event over in Saudi Arabia, and they were asking her what she did, and she's like, "Oh, I run a startup," and they're like, "What's a startup?" She says, "Oh, well, we create products and services, and we have customers." And oh, you run a business. So, oh yeah, I guess I run a business, right? Like the whole idea of startups is really sort of post convertible note, aka like the 1970s. Like, but I mean, we've had startups forever, right? To me, the definition for what a business is simply if you're earning more money than you're costing, that's a business, and if it's not, then maybe it will be a business, but it's not a business yet.
Well, okay. So can I share something with you quickly?
Yeah, sure.
No, actually, you could have a business that's losing money. It's still a business. It's just not a viable one. It's not sustained, right? But it's still a business. It's an operation, right? If you will. From a startup standpoint, I mean, the point I'm making though is that when I say business plans, I think people think, oh man, you know, you're making billions of dollars. You have a plan, strategic plan, and so forth. No, I'm not saying that. A plan really is the foundation that if you were to die tomorrow, it still has life beyond you. Someone has to actually have it. So you have it on paper and you can actually measure, you know, what you want. So don't think of it as too idealistic. It's actually very simple. I have something in my mind. I need to put it on paper. And then when I put it on paper, someone can put holes in it and say what's missing. That's all a plan is. Now, the plan doesn't mean that it's static. See, people think, oh man, if I have a plan, then I'm not a startup because startups are agile. No, you still you can be a startup, but you have to have the foundation documented somewhere that everyone in the organization can know. Oh, this is the route that we're taking, right? And then as you take that route, when things go sideways, you make changes because that's how business operates, right? You know, you don't manage a business to plan necessarily, or if changes go in a direction, you change the plan to make sure that you don't because some people, here's the thing, they plan to go right, and because they plan to go right, everything tells them they should be going left, but they just cannot, for the life of them, change their mindset that, shoot, you know what? Nah, man, I spend so much time planning to go right. Even though I'm seeing it go to the left, it's sometimes, somewhere, it's going to turn right. So let me just continue going right where everything is going left. That is foolish. So when I say a plan, I just mean to set the fundamental foundation for what you want to do, how you want to do it, because that sort of helps you to figure out, oh, shoot, you know what, man, I'm missing this and that. Because a lot of companies that don't have a plan, exactly plan to fail because they soon realize, oh, shoot, you know what, man, I should have thought about this, because then they put A, B before A, and C before, A, and that
Lincoln,
screws things up completely, man.
yeah, Lincoln, can I do a little analogy? It's like guiding a sailboat. You know where you want to go to, but you have to tack against the wind. You have to play with the storms.
Oh,
You have to ride the waves right,
I
and
love your analogy,
that's
man.
how I look at it. So
Yeah, I love your analogy, man. Yeah, you know what? That's the perfect analogy, man. You know where you want to go, but you gotta actually work with the wind, man. You gotta work with the wind. I love it.
you got to have the right boat. You got to have the right
Yes.
You know, sales. You got to have the right crew. You
Yeah,
have
but
the right.
you got to
Yeah.
have a boat too, though, right? Like having a blueprint for the boat doesn't mean you have a boat.
No, you need to know the guy with the boat, so you can borrow the boat, so you can then get on the water.
No, I loved it.
No, you have to find the little man in the boat. Yeah, how
No,
might we
no,
find the little man in the boat? Yes.
guys, I love this theme because here's the thing. You see how what the lady said? Exactly. It's all about, and that's why you put a plan. You started the plan, and then the how is in the plan, and then you have to actually go do it. You know, I have a saying: a plan without execution is like a fish without water. It's dead.
A decision to make an action, or like, what is it? Making a decision is nothing without action.
The
100%. I mean, I
the
father is
planning
a preacher man, so I always go back to the church.
people confuse the
And
fact that the planning process is not, the planning process is not about the plan that you get, it's about the planning, right? All of these
Yep.
things that you're all talking about
yes,
are part of when you do planning, the branch planning, not plan A, plan B, but actually coming up with a forward momentum plan that you don't go back to a different plan. You actually stay on track. You've already thought through the process of, if this pops up, what do I do? And the thought process of going through that through planning gives you the ability to not stall or stop, but it continue on, because it's just offshoots, it's a
you,
spin-offs, it's pivots.
you got it,
And the
man.
analogy I gave, the boat is you.
Oh,
Yes,
Peter, you
that's
got
You
your
know,
hand
it's a
raised.
boat,
that's it.
man. It's a boat.
Yo, if I
Absolutely.
can just
Go ahead,
interject
Peter.
for a second. I've been listening to all of this, and like I fully agree with everything pretty much Lincoln has said. Actually, there's a lot of valuable content there. As far as planning is concerned, though, like, so a little piece of advice that someone gave me recently is that, like, you know, if you feel stuck, or if you feel like you're not getting anywhere, just aim to make something bad, because chances are, you know, like, if you try to make something that's terrible, how will that sit with you? How will that work with you as a person? How, like, with your vision and everything? You're probably gonna, you know, elaborate on that. You're gonna try to make it as best as you can. So I think there's an aspect of, don't try to make it as good as you can right off the get-go. You know, your plan might not be perfect off the get-go, but if you just have something there that sort of gives you a sense of guidance to begin with, then that's more than enough.
Peter, man, you in my head. You absolutely are in my head because as before you spoke, I was going to say one of the dangers in planning is planning and planning and planning and planning and planning with the expectation to get it right. What does right mean? I mean, listen, Peter, you got it, man. You absolutely got it. Sometimes you just got to actually do. At some point, you got to do, man. So you have it exactly right.
So I guess the main point is, like, if you've got some kind of directive or some kind of goal that you want to achieve, like, okay, so Elizabeth, I saw you had your hand up as well, but, like, you know, I rated this whole idea of the whole attorney on demand thing, and, like, that's a perfectly good end goal. With that, like, there doesn't really need to be that detailed a plan. It can sort of evolve on its own as you bring more people into the space or bring more people into your vision, as long as you can sell the vision. And the vision itself needs to be clear and cut and very direct. As long as that vision is there, everything else will sort of fall into place. The plan itself doesn't matter so much as we'd like to think it, because, yeah, I mean, I'm an overthinker by nature, and I'm massively anxious by nature, so I'm always trying to get things perfect and right and whatever. But, like, the more I let go of that, and the more I just focus on, like, okay, what is it that I'm trying to deliver, the more I sort of get a good result. I think that's me pushing right.
I totally
And
agree with that. I've been working on this for 2.5 years and, like, marinating on it for, wait, hold on, when is 2016? 6 years. So, like, to have, like, I just want to touch on some of the hobby stuff that was said. Like, I did that thing where I went full time, cashed out like the of a little bit of stock that I had, and I can't remember what it was in, but I sold it so that I could like have 3 months, sorry, of full time instead of having to like supplement with client, like legal client work, casework. And we missed the date on the first thing, and then setbacks kept coming, but I just kept moving forward. Eventually, we got into the Delta iFund Accelerator, which is the Windrock International iFund Accelerator, and we're nominated for an Access to Justice Award, and which is a huge honor, and have made some really good strides just in general. But like putting things on paper for me as a human is really stupidly hard. Like if I get jazzed about it and I get into the flow, like I absolutely, like everybody can hear the passion. I get jazzed, like the energy changes and the vision is seen. But like for instance, someone DM'd me to send them my contact information via text message. Super exciting, right? It took me like 20 minutes to type my first, last name, and email address because I was like, wait, how do I do this? I'm an attorney. I do advise small business clients, and they're like, what's a business plan? And I tell them, just write something down on paper. It doesn't have to be pretty. Don't worry about margins. You just need to put words on paper. It's so much easier to give that advice to people than to take it myself. Anyway, that's just something I've been thinking about as y'all discuss it.
Hey, Lincoln, can I tell you just a real quick little story about what you're talking about? I had a client that called me, asked me in one sentence, do you want to put this boiler system in for us? My answer was yes. I had no clue what it involved. He sent me all the stuff that they had done. They had allocated the corporate funds $1.6 million and said, we need to have it done by X date, which was 11 months away. And I said, okay. And I sat down and put the plan together. I had to present it to the corporate staff and, go through all the hoops and get them to select finalize what the picture would be, and then pulled all the people together and spent their money wisely because they said, we don't know if we have enough money. And when we finished the project, started it up, we had money left over, and the job achieved what they wanted. So it was like the roadmap, when it's defined, you have to act on it, and you have to meet those goals. And it was successful, and it started paying them back. So
Yeah, no, that's a great story. I mean, one of the things though, and listen, there's many stories like that, but one thing people have to always remember is that, for example, your example, it's really about you being, what they say, there's no such thing as luck, but it's where opportunity meets preparedness. In my opinion, when you said yes, is because you didn't say yes and sat back and think, okay, should I don't know. You said yes and you put it into action, and that is the key. I mean, let me put it this way: if they told you they only had 800,000, right, to do it, and then when you do the work, you're like, there's no bloody way. I mean, my cost would be about $1 million. Would you still do it? I mean, right?
no, I'd start blowing the horn about one. Usually when I do projects, I would always start telling them at 30 to 40% whether or not the funds in the project were going to be adequate enough. Because once you get into the construction phase, you watch the money burn on the labor and where it's getting to, and then all your associated equipment deliveries, some things that are unknown and become known. Then you start looking and projecting out and saying, oh, I'm not going to have enough to finish this project. And that's what I always would do. And I would bring it to them, and we would establish a plan to be able to address that through the corporate mechanisms that were in place. And they would sometimes split things off and put into other, and they would come up with a plan to resolve what the issue is. But they had one example. There was a group that was doing a project, and they did it 24/7 for 2 months, and they did not realize that doing it 24/7 and the labor cost, they ended up overspending the project almost $800,000. And they didn't see that until right to the close to the end. So nobody was watching the money close. So
You got it. That's why, listen, you could ask Michael. I am cash flow. I mean, my first article I wrote is about cash flow, although it was more from an accounting standpoint. But you hit the nail on the head. I mean, I have a project that 2 years ago we had costed at 350 million. Now it's at 435 million. And I'm challenging the guys to figure out why. Costs have actually increased significantly over the past time. And everybody's using COVID, but that's a lie. Well, much of COVID is lie, but yeah. And it's crazy. But I spoke to the guys at SRK and I said, listen, there's no bloody way I'm going more than 435 million. So you guys, we got to actually start to talk about fixed costs and what, and of course they're scared because nobody wants to actually do any project with fixed costs, especially that significant because.
Yeah, what's the delay time on your financial reporting? Because, see, that's what I found in the corporate environment that normally it's 30 to 60 days that you get actually good, solid feedback. And what I always did is I went directly to all the vendors and I would make them report to me on a weekly basis. And then I would project based on that, not even I knew what the company would be having to cash flow in the future. But at the same time, I knew what the work was done. So then I could gauge, that type of thing is this activity going to run amok? And you have to narrow that time of the financial reporting down to almost like the week after it happens to really be able to control it.
Yeah, I mean, this project is about 2 years away. So we certainly have enough time to actually figure things out. But what I'm saying is that it would, in a matter of 18 months, it's escalated significantly with the reason of, well, lots of reasons, but COVID being one, and the like. But listen, it happens, man, at every scale, whether it's you're doing $1 billion project or a couple of million.
Or building the chicken coop in the backyard.
Yeah, absolutely. I had a guy do some work for me, and I should have just gone to IKEA to do it. I'm like, shit. I got, I paid him for all the wood, and it was just a piece of shit that he did. But anyhow, it's you live and you learn. But I was traveling, so. But anyhow, long and short is, it is what it is. I guess what I'm saying with projects is that if you don't have someone managing the project, it can go to hell quickly.
Lincoln, I think you intimidated everyone with all of your stories.
Oh, well, listen, man, I got lots of stories, man. Did I ever tell you about the cannibals in South America, man?
I want to know more. When you told me about the network capabilities of Nortel networks back in the day, that would blow everyone's mind, that nobody knows what exists. That really blew my mind.
Oh, yeah. Listen, a lot of people don't even get it. They think somehow cyber terrorism and all that stuff is like, they don't understand. Like, even our discussion now, I mean, it's so easy to hack into this. It's not even funny. So, yeah. If I tell you what existed 20 years ago, it's much better now. Trust me. We had our own internal network. It's like phenomenal. Anyhow, I'll stop now. But yeah, trust me. The Chinese, if you guys think Russia is the issue, then
I agree with you, China, because all the servers I monitor, the overwhelming majority of attacks come from China, and I have pretty much all the ISPs.
You understand, right?
Cut off. Yeah. Yep.
Good. And what people don't understand is that talk about Russia, they don't understand, and makes me laugh every time. Well, not laugh, it makes me sad. But Ukraine, if you think Russia is bad, because everybody's Ukraine is probably worse than Russia. But anyhow, that's another. If you've done any business there, you'll understand. But oh yeah, it's all a scam, guys. Just gotta do you. If you believe, if you actually believe anything in the news, then you're a fool. and they got you.
Lincoln, I really do appreciate your time. Where are you on the walk?
All right, man. I just reached home now. I have to.
I love it.
I have to go drop my daughter at the airport, so it's an hour and a half away. So she's looking at me one day, and what the hell?
Have a safe drive.
All right, thanks very much, guys.
I love
Listen,
Lincoln.
peace and love, and success to you all.
Bye, Lincoln. I
Cheers,
love.
bye. I love.
Enjoy, everyone.
Hey, Mike, I just want to let you know I'm gonna drop off in just a few minutes and
Oh yeah.
start looking at the. I got to a point where I'm breaking out the JSON files into
Uh-huh.
more readable form, so I'm doing
Well,
that right now. So
now you met who we're taking this to.
okay. But yeah, I want to get it. I'm gonna get it to that point. Hopefully, be done this weekend and get it where I
Take
can
all
have a web page, and that way you can look at
take
the
all the
web
time you
page.
need.
Yeah.
The thing is, in my mind, at this point, you might build this stuff on a walk and moving chicken wire as fast as you would in front of a computer. You know what I mean? Just in terms of thinking it through. At
Yeah.
least that's the way I work. Like I walk around and think about the problem and then solve it in like 15 minutes.
Well,
When I
that's like with Danny's questions, and I started looking at some of the things he questioned, and you can do multilingual, so there is a feature where you can turn that on. So I started looking for the answers to some of his questions, and then that's where I did his small segments, and I was converting those and creating the JSON files for several things. And they also have the same functionality as Twitter does. You can do those kind of feeds where you can create a listing and it identifies, the talk, what was going on, the time
well,
frame,
here,
and that kind of stuff. So there's a lot of features that
I'm going to give you a
as I
beautiful
dig
prototype.
deeper.
I'm going to give you a beautiful prototype. When I end this space, eventually, I want to talk to everybody. When I end this space, we generate the M4A MP3. And what if you just did the analysis on that? Let's get the best of Lincoln from this space. Do the sentiment analysis, and I'll just show him, hey, Lincoln, this is the sentiment or speech emotion recognition, blah, 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 basket of goods, blah, blah, blah. What do you think? And if he likes it, then be like, do you think other people would like this? Yes? Okay, great. Want to start the company?
Okay, no, that'd be good. Well, by the time I get done with this, I'll be able to take that and be able to run it, and then we'll be able to, show the information a little bit more readable and that kind of thing. So, and then once I get to that point, I'll be able to start actually doing an overall gathering and, tabulating of the information, to put it to speaker and that kind of thing. So.
I mean, today we all had a chance to talk yesterday, right? We were all on the same page. So I was like, all right, well, if we have the people, process, and technology, doctrine, and leadership in place, give or take Kinefin and Simon Wardley, then, we've already had a base hit with Lincoln. And I mentioned, you know what's funny? Before Lincoln came on, I messaged him the space, and then he didn't join. And I said, I built a syndicate with some friends. And he says, and with a smile. And I said, Brad is only one of them. The other folks are executing their startups and come to the group to solve the next step. Now that software development is solved, things are moving a lot faster than before. We know about the right companies before anyone else. Would love for them to hear your perspective because they don't understand how simple but powerful you think. And he said, when do you need me? Anytime. Only has to be 5 minutes. We'll call the recording the wake-up call. And I told him this is the interactive book. Instead of writing a book, this is the interactive book. And that's why he joined.
He's an interesting fellow. He's to the point, and that's the kind of people that are fun to deal with because it's kind of like you ask the failure question or the excuse question, and my answers have always been I don't have the right tools or I didn't choose the right choices, and or make the right decisions, and it's to the fact of what the failure was, but not an excuse or a reason. That's the failures, like spending money and spending somebody else's money. You have a responsibility to do it as best as you can. And then there's things that happen and you give them the facts. And then that's not necessarily failure on your part, but it's, part of, communicating the truth. And that's one of the things in business that I always did with the people I worked with. They knew that I wouldn't run and hide. I would tell them, hey, I messed up. I mean, I did that. Everybody makes a mistake and it costs money. And, you keep those extremely small, you do good. If you do big, like you don't pay attention, you big mistakes, that's not good, so.
Yeah, it's one of those things where there's a reason that I held back introducing Lincoln for what, 18 months maybe, right? Because I just didn't want to waste his time. And more than that, I wanted to make sure that the startups had generated cash flow or generated demand. And with either cash flow, demand, or the right purpose, Lincoln is down like a clown Charlie Brown. That's not the problem. The problem is getting people to the point where I've talked to them enough so that I can get them on that wavelength to talk to Lincoln. Because Lincoln doesn't want to talk about crystals unless you're selling them. It's okay.
Yeah, the thing about we all make mistakes. We all tend to underestimate a little bit. Like, I think as long as we're honest and we say, okay, look, this has happened. This is the situation, and we're communicable with our employers or our whoever's funding us, then that's the main thing. The issue that comes in where you sort of just try and hide it, or you try and get away with it and try to, make excuses for like a faulty product, when the people would have been more than fine with just giving a little bit of extra money just to make it work, as long as you were honest about it. I know, again, like my perspective is very different because I come from like the construction industry, and that might not seem very applicable, but it happens all the fucking time here, and all the supervisors, all the builders absolutely hate it when tradies actually just try and lie about it or try and like get away with it, and then inspectors come along, or the homeowners come along and just look at things, and they're just like, why the fuck is that done like that? Why is that wrong? Why is this not working the way it's meant to be working? Where there's been no communication, and communication is that fundamental aspect.
What do you think, Dan? You think we can do Toronto times Montana times Ohio threesome?
Sounds interesting.
Elizabeth?
I raised my hand not to answer that question. I realized that was probably bad timing, but
That's okay.
you
We can
guys
have a foursome.
do.
I'm married.
All consenting parties. Anyway, I am having terrible connection issues. Not an excuse, just a fact. And so I'm gonna be like, my phone's on fire right now, like not like in a good way, like in a it might explode in my hand way. So I'm gonna try and pop in and out. I wanted though to say out loud, like, how incredibly grateful I am that you guys like that I popped in this room. So that's a good choice for me. But for you guys, like if there's any, I have some connections in places. I'm much better at like pumping up my sister's work. Like she does NFT work. Like I'm a better cheerleader than I am at like an advocate for like my own product because it's just such a weirder place to be. So anyway, just what? How can I help? Also.
Just being here. There's not a lot of attorneys that we know And eventually, if we're successful, you're going to need a lot of attorneys, even if you haven't done anything wrong, which you actually have, and we are now serving you. You know what I'm saying?
Absolutely. I actually have a really good contact startup attorney that I love, and she offers a free 30-minute consultation to do a strategy session. She's out of Bentonville. So
Yeah, if you want to invite her here, I think there's a lot of people that would love to retain their service in a form of kind of prepaid legal for startups that are going to be sued by the Elon Musk or the Larry Ellison or the what was the digital currency group, or you know what I mean? Like, how many people are about to be sued by Craig Wright? I don't know, but maybe they want to get access to prepaid startup service so that it don't get crushed.
What I was gonna say was that I maybe like pinning her site to, or like her Calendly too.
That would be
because
great.
I don't know her, like if she has time. I don't even know if she has a Twitter. I know she's super active on
No,
LinkedIn.
it's okay.
But she
That's great.
it's Precipice IP. She did a strategy session with us, one of our first, before we got the accelerator, and at that point we had some funds to those what are they called, the TA funds, the technical assistance funds. That's how we got our trademark and stuff started. That was that Windrock accelerator. So we didn't end up
Yeah, I
using them.
messaged you and I called it like anti-fragile as a service. You ever see that book by Taleb or that series in Cherto?
What are books?
So anti-fragile as a service would mean a lot to a lot of people, because for a lot of people it was their MBA without having to go to business school, right? And it was a guy who made a lot of money trading and then, you know, wrote a lot of books, kind of like as the modern letters to a Stoic who's also a day trader, right? And so the idea of anti-fragility is being able to survive really tough climactic patterns, because there will be tough climactic patterns. Just ask all of the options traders who went from $20 billion to zero in 2 days.
Bless their hearts.
Look, they enjoyed it, right? There's a lot of rock stars that are, potentially line cooks, but they had a good time. You know, that a taste of that life is more than most people ever dream of. So congratulations for them having it. It's hard to put that lightning in a bottle, but if you've had that lightning, then, maybe that's the end of your karmic journey. I was talking to Ruben about Namaste as a service. The Atman in me sees the Atman in you. What do you think?
Wait, hold on. It just some like a shift here. Sandra, are you an attorney?
Yes, I am.
Okay, that's what I thought you said yesterday. Okay, good. And what's your practice?
Well, I don't practice much anymore, but primarily family law, contract law, med mal defense type of stuff.
Yeah, so actually dispatch justice is like my way to not actually actively be practicing the law. Like running a legal tech, being the legal tech company is my exit strategy from being a practicing attorney. It's a long exit ramp right now.
It is. And just when you think you're through it, something else pops up. It's like whack-a-mole.
It is. Like your cousin calls and is like, can you look at this steed? And you start getting jazzed about it. I don't know. That's just me.
Well, the best advice ever given to me by another attorney is never practice law as a friend. You know, I do sometimes, but most of the time I'm like, yeah, I'm going to refer you to X, Y, or Z. So just my personal advice as well.
Look, I'm a recruiter, so I feel like that's the whole way I live my life. You know what? Why don't you talk to Casey instead? Why don't you talk to Ruben instead? Probably talk to Dan. You know who you need? Lincoln. You know who you need? Mr. Raj. I don't know anything about HVAC.
Right.
It's pretty much my life.
Peters for your roofs.
Yeah, it's pretty much. I don't wanna, but this guy might as a service.
I don't wanna.
All right,
That
thanks,
sounds
Mike.
cool.
Thanks, Mike.
Yeah.
I'm diving off into the pool of Python. Y'all have a
I
great day.
love it. Now you know
Nice to
who.
meet you.
Now you know who you're talking to. The best of Lincoln Greenidge. He's been talking to me about writing this book for a while, and I've been thinking, like, throughout this entire time, that this whole peer-to-peer radio thing that we got going on is like the best way to write the book, because the book is the interaction with Lincoln. Does that make sense? You would never get this on a page. You know how much you lose on a page? Dude, you lose Lincoln on a page. But if you talk to him and do that Socratic dialogue, then even if you agree with him, disagree, doesn't matter. At least you know where he stands. And when you want someone who stands the way he stands, all you have to do is give him a call. Just Google business plan. He wants you to bottom line up front it. And that's why him and Zach get along, because they're like, just bottom line up front it for me, please. My daughter is like going on a plane. I'm walking my dog. Use me. How would you like to use me today? We can figure out the money if it's a good idea. But if it's not a good idea, then there's nothing to be figured out.
Did everyone
How
fall
we all
asleep at
feeling tonight?
once? Sorry.
I'm wondering how the garage sale for KC is going, to be honest with you. That's like the through line for the show. You know how all shows need a through line? Oh, let's check back in with KC. We'll see how the garage sale is going. Did he implement that idea of charging you $5 for everything so somebody buys the whole lot, whereas they wouldn't before? Who knows? We'll find out next time. Maybe he changes this strategy over time. So, like for the first hour of the garage sale pop-up startup, right? He's like, this revenue strategy. If that doesn't work, use another one. Maybe you get a guy to spin the sign. Maybe you buy $20 proximity Facebook things. Maybe you start selling bacon and eggs and call it an Uber
Sell a
Eats pop up.
table to your
Yeah.
neighbors to sell their stuff. Be like,
Hey,
hey,
you
I
want to
have this
buy?
table.
You know what? You want to buy the house? The whole thing's like $1 million. Talk to me.
I fall for dancing sign guy all the time. Usually it's like, get this, vegan pizza over here. I'm like, don't mind if I do. I admire those people, really. Relative to what attorneys do, I think the person has to like dance with the sign and get, sales that way. I think that they work a lot harder.
Plus, they are probably also on Twitter Spaces while they're spinning the sign, so they're networking in different ways. But that's just what I would do.
No, that's a good idea.
Oh, and in the spirit of Elizabeth, I'm a gemologist, and it's not something most people enjoy shopping for: jewelry, gemstones, anything like that. But if you're in the group, just ask me anything you like, and I'm happy to help. And I worked in the diamond industry in Los Angeles for about 7 years. So I know you think you don't need me, but someday you
No,
will.
I'm racking my brain for like, because my dad loves like, not loves, like his father had a special appreciation for precious stones and traveled
Yeah.
the world, and he was born in 1900. So like my grandfather's be 122 this year. So like,
My goodness.
so when you said that, I mean, like that was where my head went first. And like there's a teapot story, like this pin my grandmother wore over from Cuba that had emeralds in the teapot because it was like, pins from
Wow.
that era, so that she could get it through customs or something. And this is just, I don't know, but
Yeah, that
anyway,
happens.
but it was just, we always ask, are those the teapot emeralds? That's so cool though.
Well,
Although
it's one of those things until, it comes up, people will contact me out of nowhere and just say, my wife wants a pair of diamond earrings. What do I do? And I actually don't necessarily sell things, but I'm happy to consult with you and, tell you how things work and help you from getting ripped off if I can.
I just want
And
to say, I love the way that Casey interacted with Lincoln. He was like, Lincoln, what do you think about this small idea? And Lincoln's like, yes, I agree. What do you think about this? And he's like, well, hold on. I agree with the first thing, but tell me more about that second thing. And Lincoln's like slowly, like when you're playing like the final character in a boss, and you're like sneaking around all the walls that prevent you from. It's amazing.
Dude, I didn't want to hit him with like, okay, here's this thing and here's all the details and I need 15 minutes to describe the intricacies of like, I'm
You
like,
understand. You've heard
right?
enough selling that you know what it already is, and you know what Lincoln hates already.
Dude, I just wanted to check my fundamentals.
That's
What
it.
is the simplest way I can describe the potential issues I'm actually concerned about?
See, the weird thing about Lincoln is, as much as he's like a cash flow kind of investor guy, he also has like a heart in there, which is weird. You don't expect those guys to have like a heart in there. Hey, Allie? Allie. Yeah, with Lincoln.
Happy
Isn't it
birthday,
weird that
Allie!
Thank you. Oh,
I wonder if it's because he's on the spectrum, though.
Tell them more about Lincoln, because you have a perspective. Because you met Lincoln before all of them, but they all got the crash course on Lincoln today. How did you meet Lincoln? How did we meet him? Afroflix?
Afroflix! And you had to do that long meeting, and I just like hung out in the basement.
Mm-hmm.
And I think he just like, because he was feeling that I was just sitting there for hours waiting on you guys. So we came down and had a wonderful conversation. And he's really warm and really kind. And I don't know how many people get to see that side of him, that gentle, loving father side.
Always has to be the other
What
guy.
what are the knights of the church called again?
The Knights of
Templars?
Knights of the Templar?
Not the Templars.
Knights of Columbus.
No.
No?
Fuck. Start with this.
Talladega Nights.
Talladega Nights?
Paladins.
Oh,
He's like a
Paladin.
paladin. He's a badass, but he's trying to do good.
Yeah.
You can tell the way he
Yeah.
talks about not screwing around with people or causing harm. I don't know. That was my take on it. It was like, it's interesting to see somebody with morals, ethics, and a heart who also has money and power.
Yes. Absolutely.
People will tell you that it doesn't go together.
Yes.
Yeah, well, that's what we're used to seeing. That's what I'm used to seeing. That's what I'm used to being, is a person with a heart and no money.
He's Julius Caesar.
Oh.
He's conquering with his heart.
He's conquering the world with generosity.
That's the one.
Don't kill them. Tax them.
That.
Tax them for being able to access your resources. You want an aqueduct? Sure. I'd like 10% of your business. You want running water? The ability to shit at home? But it's so funny to see like Casey interact with him, because Casey like listened for like a good hour and a half before jumping in. It's kind of like fucking double dutch with Lincoln, eh? And so, anyways, like Casey's like, "What do you think about this?" Lincoln agrees. Well, what do you think about this? And Lincoln's like, "Hold on, you went. I agree with the first part. Second part, I have some questions." And he's like, "I want to do good before monetizing it, a social good." He's like, "Okay, I'm on board." And that was pretty much it. Casey didn't tell him that he's a fucking rock star, loan officer, blah, 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 and they all understand the same world. He just wanted to make sure he was on the same vibe, wavelength. And that was good enough for him as a win. I think there's a lesson in that.
I get cautious about approaching somebody like that with too much information up front, or more accurately, the wrong questions. Like, it's all about the quality of the questions you ask versus milking for information, if that makes sense. Like, give me the right questions and I'm on board. Give me the wrong questions that show ulterior motives, and you may not mean to, but you've played your hand and I'm out. But yeah, I wanted to just very slowly and respectfully approach Lincoln, We've talked about him enough that I understood a little bit better who I was talking to, and I don't want to come across as the dumbass. That's not what I'm looking for. But yeah, slow approach. It was a good approach. Oh, come on, don't leave me hanging here. Somebody else say something.
No, it's one of those things where he doesn't have to be your only money guy, but he is a money guy. And I think he's one of the nicer money guys you're going to meet on this planet. I've met some of them that they would not come to a Twitter space.
Right.
Yeah, it was pretty amazing that you even got him here. I thought that was, and then the fact that he.
That's 4 years of a relationship with Lincoln. That's what got him to this space. But I had to time it right.
And what was amazing is that, you know, he was kind of eager to come in and sort of like throw the truth down and go. And he stayed for quite a long
Because of you
time.
guys, though.
Yeah.
It's because of you guys. You guys didn't waste his time. Do you know how hard it's not to waste Lincoln's time? It's maybe the hardest job I've ever had in my life.
I do like.
And you guys didn't waste his time. So I appreciate you guys as much as I appreciate him because you guys didn't waste his time, which means he'll still answer my phone call.
That's true.
Bridge not burned. Bridge not burned.
I did like Casey's sort of like calm money analysis there. You can tell that's a money person seeing another money person in the room. I love that because that's, you know, it's almost like I could be all giddy in a room, like, oh, can't wait to talk to this guy. And then like Casey comes up and touches my shoulder. At that moment, Casey approached Dan and touched his shoulder. Man, this guy's amazing. You know that's Wolverine, right? What? He's got claws. No, yeah. You know, he can cut through anything. Look, I know you want him to cut your cake at your wedding, but he's really going to cut it in half. Like, you got a graphite carbonite table? What do you mean? You got to see Ruben. He's been making things for this guy. Ruben's got a whole business for this guy. He's been cutting cake parties. The whole business is really fucked. But look, make no mistake. Don't shake his hand. Don't even fist bump. All right, I'll see you later.
Don't look him in the eye. Do not look him in the eye.
Well, that's what I love is that like money people see other money people right away. And what I love about friends like you in that regard, like you see something that I don't see, right? Because you see that piece. It's the same thing where I see, you know, I hear the problem and I go to the foundational. I go to the play that the VC want. Like that's what I go to. I hear your context and I go, that's cool. That probably won't work. This probably won't work. But if we go after this, we can actually bluff those motherfuckers to the table. That's the kind of VC funding I like to do. Is I want to build a thing that, you know, the VC is like, yeah, fuck. And then I like to do my research on the VCs. So I actually, there's like a part of me, and I don't know if it's true when I want to talk to VCs. Like I have a whole like romancing the stone thing with VCs sometimes, you know?
I call that backdoor sales.
Yeah.
Right? You're researching the person, getting a hold of their character type before you ever talk to them.
Yeah.
And playing the environment to lure them in.
I think Backdoor Sales 5 was the best of the bunch. I think they really got the production value down.
That's the only problem with that word, Casey.
I know. I said it. I'm like, oh, just keep talking. Maybe they'll roll
he
over.
knows,
Just keep talking.
He knows. Because the thing is, Casey's so smart, he knows that I can't help myself. It's a setup, really. It's not even my joke. It's his. He created the condition upon which the environment and, it's domain-driven and development, you know?
What's great about that though is I think we all should be. That's like a comedy troupe thing, right? If you're doing this like startup comedy troupe, some person goes, "Well, it's all about backdoor sales, right?" And then that's your prompt, of course. And then you got to use the full sexual connotation of backdoor, and at the same time maintain the whole, the approach play. Well, of course.
Give us the second, Dan. Give us the second scene in Backdoor Sales 5, Volume 5,
Oh, yeah.
the best of.
All right, hold on a second. Mr. Rogers walked in the door. Guys, this set won't work. What do you mean? I can't do jungle lights. There's just too much noise here. I think for backdoor, we have to work on the key point of the sales. I agree, Ruben said, standing up. Stakeholders won't accept this. We got to show them true transactional success. This is actually not my stuff. I gotta go talk with the Dolphins. Ruben left. Ruben had a full Dolphin AI board. It was a sentient AI system combined with 7 dolphins. He got really close to the third one, Jasper. They were getting really close. But I do like the notion of backdoor. It does sound like a sexual thing. I hear you're trying to do some sales, Casey. Yes, Casey said Soulstream. We're looking to really get into some new areas. We want to get around the data. You follow? Absolutely, Casey. What kind of backdoor access are you looking for? I want to get in deep. I want to understand the whole context. We want to understand what's going on not only on the front door, but the back door as well. We got to be completely. I can't do that right now. I'm not in the right state of mind.
The decentralized oligarchy, leveraging financial awareness, DALFA, was implemented through backdoor sales technology, slowly taking over the corporate structure until corporate had no liquidity, and all liquidity was in the hands of retail. And retail, now having control of all the liquidity of corporate, was able to manipulate the markets at will. Hey, I like that.
I kind of like they want to do it, using it in another context, like do the ads for the Syndicate show. Syndicate, brought to you by Backdoor Labs. You find it at the end where you can find it. And also brought to you by Cuckold. One thing to watch, it's another thing to hold. At Cuckold Insurance, we give you what you need. You know what I mean?
Oh, powered by Kink Chain. Kink Chain for all your parachain technology needs.
Brought to you by Not Likely Funding. We'll try, but you're not likely to get it.
I really like the idea of Kink Chain. I think just the marketing alone really kind of propels it forward.
Yeah, I want to see that South by West pitch where that guy is. It's actually probably it's got to be a really, it's got to be a chick on the stage, and she's like, with Kink Chain, everyone paying attention, and like the whole audience is like, yes, right.
Mr. Raj, I'm curious to hear your perspective. What did you? How did the conversation with Lincoln make you feel?
Okay, I just have a one-liner. Link with kink.
Yeah.
We don't stink.
Yeah, I like Kinkling.
Kink link.
Kinkling. Yeah,
Kinkoin.
it's like a router.
So,
It's
Mr.
like a router for
Rogers,
your kink.
did the conversation with Lincoln make you feel funny like climbing the ropes in gym class, or funny like being in a comedy club?
Oh,
Are we talking to me now, or are we talking to Jeff?
To you.
Okay. So the conversation with Lincoln, I wasn't here for the entire conversation, but he was a really pretty chill, laid back guy. I didn't really see a reason to be afraid. I feel like he's very kind of relaxed and just wants you to, whatever you're pitching, just make sure that it's, authentic and it's real and it's not some bullshit. Especially whenever the last part that I came in was whenever he said that anything that you see on the media is bullshit. So, and if you listen to it, you're an idiot, pretty much. So, what that pretty much told me was that is that he just wants something that's real, something that's original, something that's authentic, and something that's you. Because if it's not all those things, then how can you claim for it to be actually yours, right? So, but yeah, I mean I wasn't here for the entire conversation. I just caught the tail end of it. But yeah, I thought everything that he said was really good, and he was very welcoming and he was very friendly. And I feel like if you kind of got to know him, you would just know that he's just a stand up, all around guy.
Yeah,
I'm done, by the way.
Yeah, he's been telling me he wants to write the book. I'm like, pretty sure this is the book. Like the book is a relationship with you guys. Does that make sense?
it's almost very relational, and I mean, I'm actually surprised he has money.
Why is that surprising?
It is crazy though, right? Yeah,
Well,
it is wild to me.
He's just not arrogant and not demanding, except he wants to be respected like we all do. And I think that, he made a big impression on me, and I think he should write a book, but he should also keep his relationship with you, Mike.
Gamma. Peter?
I think that's also like a stigma that we should like be able to get over as well. Like I was thinking that people that have money are automatically categorized as these like awful people. Because there's a lot of individuals out there that do give a lot and that do have a lot of, they're pretty well off and they actually, they do good. It just goes unrecognized. So I feel like we should also, applaud those individuals as well. Those individuals that are in the shadows, lurking, making good change out of things and making things happen for the betterment of everybody.
Yeah, even the people that have money doesn't. In fact, a lot of ways, that's a test. It's a test to see if you actually put them automatically in the category that they think they're already in. So you have to be really sensitive to that and really just communicate on the purest sort of humane, like you meet them at the park and you're skipping rocks. Like you're always skipping rocks with people. You're not asking for anything, but you're listening, and you just have this appreciation for skipping rocks. You got to find that something easy between the two of you so that you can get to what I feel like is a level of like equal like you want to get to a level of equal resonance with somebody, and then at that point you can sort of explore the dimensions of what could be, and then the two of you work on that foundation of whatever that future is, and then you still have a 98% chance of failure. You know what I mean? And then I reach across the table, I'm like, all right, you're in? Yeah, I'm excited. Okay, we can still totally fail. Are you still in? Because that's the only way I work. Like if we get in this car and there's no crash guaranteed, why the fuck am I in that car? You don't need me in there. You know what I mean? I'm supposed to be in the car that, yes, I know we are going to run the risk. Yes, that's right. That's where you're wearing your belt. I'm wearing my belt, right? It's
But
that.
everyone's dancing around that. Everyone's pretending that there are things in our environment that we have no control over. And if we're honest about those things, then we can have a real discussion.
Sure, but personally, I'm more of a Thelma and Louise sort of person. Don't let me drive because that would be just a guarantee of, you know what I mean? But yeah, I totally get that, what you're saying.
Well, Jim Collins had a book, Good to Great. He said the idea is to get the right bus and the right people on the right seats.
Right.
Yeah, exactly. And that's why it said like it goes back to that stigma, right? Like I feel like a lot of the times that we talk about stuff, like there's automatically a negative connotation that's attached to it because that's what we've been force fed, negativity like all the time. That's what sells the best. That's what the news portrays. That's what the media sells. That's what movies, they sell negative, emotions, sadness, fear, anxiety, suspense. They sell all these things to us. And it kind of like puts a mask over us in a way to where we're like, I don't know if we're desensitized to it to a certain extent, but we definitely don't bring out the best qualities in each other because we're always looking for like negative shit. So if that makes sense to anybody.
Yeah, absolutely, man. Anything from the heart makes sense, dude. That's how this works.
Gemma.
I would like to correct what I said a little bit and say that I wasn't saying just because he had money, he'd be a jerk. I was saying that most people who are successful business wise aren't willing to come and play in a room like this,
Well, not many
be as
Stanholes are willing to play with us. Not many Gemmas or Mr. Rogers or Dans or Peters, Alash Koshis or Ultras are willing to do this. And so
well.
when I knew
I
that you
find you
guys,
inspiring, but I'm
but
weird that.
it's you understand that like I wanted to make sure because I put my name on the line every time I introduce people that if I was going to go from introducing one person like Brad to the whole team, that we all kind of had an understanding, because the worst thing that could ever happen is for us to misunderstand each other, because right? But I think because we have kind of the same heart in a lot of ways, we can take everything that Lincoln says as whatever great weighted average truth we want, and we're okay with him having that perspective because we all have our perspectives, right? I just want to make sure that we were there as a group so that when I did have the right people, and I think the startups are also like when I listened to Elizabeth, I was like, oh, so what we used to do in 2 months, we're now doing in an hour. Okay. And so if we added the idea, the founder with the software developer, that's kind of all you need, especially if you have fucking Web3 on your team. You know what I mean? And so I was like, oh, okay, so this is happening really fast. Now is the time that I can risk introducing Lincoln here, because if I introduce him at the wrong time, nobody makes any money. But if I introduce them at the weighted average right time, then the people who do need to get that capital can get it, because you guys don't need all that much money, actually. You have fucking the Web3, okay? Talk to Web3, let him cost that shit out. Talk to Dan, let him cost that shit out. And they'll use that capital wiser than anyone else, I believe. Or if prove me wrong, and then we'll hire them instead. Until then.
No, absolutely. I mean, I'm itching for it. I mean, that's the thing. When I hear a concept, like that part of my problem is I hear it and I go like, oh yeah, done. You know what I mean? Like I see all the parameters and pieces. I'm not assuring you any, all I assure you is that the vehicle is there, and I assure you the momentum, and I assure you that we can get the first, 70% of the pitch in front of somebody, right? And yeah, the model and these complexities, yeah, that is shit to work on. In a lot of ways, opportunities tease us and tempt us when they arrive, because they make you think that, oh, you're just going to go fix this problem. No, you're being handed a legacy-based continuum of issues, of which you're actually trying to focus on one product or one offering in that continuum. And the problem is that, and this is going to compound as we race toward the future, which that's what's happening. We're racing for the future, is that your ability sort of to see the problem and approach the problem the minute you think you have it, even if you have customer validated data, you're ready to be disrupted. You understand?
Well,
The minute you have foundation and it's working, this is why there's a lot of people that are smart that do play the game, just like Lincoln said, and they're waiting for you to fix the problem. They're actually sitting on the sidelines waiting for you to validate where the pattern should be, because they want someone to do the early groundwork and the pain and the struggle and do the first 7 movies. Like, you know what I mean? They want you to do the first 7 movies in the 4 Lifetime series before they come in, and now they go, here's the solution. And they actually piggyback off of your effort. This is why you have to, if you are doing an effort that someone can piggyback off on, you have to stop, look at that and go, how do I piggyback on the fact that they're going to piggyback off of me? And now you find yourself doing competitive sort of like, you're not even focusing on the product. And you would now, someone of the focus world would yell at me and say, Dan, you're not focusing on the product. No, you don't get it. I'm actually trying to tell you that even after you solve the problem, your future doesn't go anywhere, because maybe it won't scale. And these could be, again, these are my impressions of the space. All I can give you is that perspective, but I can also give you the 70 people that I've helped and what they've said. And I can give you the testimonials, and I can give you the folks, and I can give you the 400 startups that I don't have equity in, but I was there. I was at the meeting when they couldn't cross the gap. That's why I'm there. You know what I mean? That's the stuff I'm passionate about, helping people cross the gap. And I don't even like to think about it as software, because software is not going to matter soon, man. I'm going to be sit with Jarvis and go, Jarvis, can you build me a boat? Not a problem. Makes a boat. You know what I mean? It's just like execution is collapsing in a way that you cannot even fathom at the moment. And it's going to take you to a new existence. And that's actually a brand new opportunity. It's like we're all going to land on Saturn on April 15th in 2025. And it's our planet. That's the notion in your mind. What would you do with Saturn? You know what I mean? That's the kind of thinking that you need to have when you approach this future now, because it's moving at such a fast pace. And it might be overwhelming to think that way. That's okay. And you don't have to do a startup. Like, that's the other thing too. We're all just trying. We're not trying to do startups at all. None of us like the notion of a startup. It's a bullshit concept. What we want is momentum for whatever we're doing, and we want to be paid and we want to live comfortably. We don't have to be just like I loved how Lincoln said, like, there are people on the yachts. Yeah, because they work the system. That's their equivalent of happiness. Our equivalent of happiness is being in this room and helping other people. You know what I mean? And yeah, we still want to do it on a yacht. We're working toward that. We're working toward that.
Yeah, but I'm Gemma. I wasn't trying to pick at you. I was just trying to maybe like help you like look at it in a different perspective. Like when you said like I was surprised that he had money. I was just saying like what we're trying to do in this room is, we're trying to be inclusive, and we're trying to make like just open up different pathways to different realities within our minds, and we just want to promote like a positive outlook on everybody, because somebody might have a quality or skill that you don't know, and if we're too quick to judge and like prejudge these people and say that they don't have money, well then we might walk into a boardroom one day, or might walk into a sales pitch, and we're already under the assumption that we're going to lose. You know what I mean? If I'm going to somewhere and I don't think the guy has money, why would I even be in the same room as him? You know what I mean? So I was just trying to like, it was nothing against you or anything like that. I was just trying to just give a different perspective, because who knows? It could be this what you said. It could be right. Maybe he doesn't. I don't know Lincoln personally. I don't know him. I could go for any of that. But just trying to stay positive and going forward, and obviously, hope for the best, prepare for the worst. But it wasn't it wasn't anything for authority.
So to bring it back, what do you think about the Syndicate as this whimsy as a service that Dan brought up? This idea of, Lincoln really latched onto the idea of that. How might a Walmart prevent themselves from being disrupted? We often take the idea of being the disruptor, but what if we did good by helping an incumbent do what we wanted them to do by pitching them the company that's about to replace them in 10 years? Does that make sense? And then we could actually control that startup. So what do you think about the Syndicate being spin off as a service? If somebody wants to come in, then, we have their ideas, and then we get to put it together with the team. It'd be interesting. This
That's what
pop-up.
they do already.
Oh my God. This pop-up pitch competition with Lincoln is a great show.
That's great. Boy, you want to make sure you qualify those people before you get them on the stage, man. I mean, they got to go through the Syndicate gate, which is, that's like, that's basically a toga party. It's basically
I love that
the
movie.
Animal House scene is what it is. That's what Syndicate is.
Syndicate Space Volume 5. Going through the Forbidden Gate. Going through the Syndicate. Syndicate.
I actually like that, the spin-off. Spin-off. I mean, because we're saving this. We're literally solving the same problems, just differently, right? So, or we're putting it in different use cases and stuff like that, or we're, for instance, like for Walmart, like if they were going to, come out. I personally believe that we're not going to be going to the stores, box stores, for much longer. And if we do, it's going to have a very small selection of items. Everything's going to be at warehouses. It's going to be more cost efficient to do it that way, just like Amazon's model.
Drones are allowing for distribution hubs to not have to do the relay race with individual vans. They're just going to relay it directly from distribution to node. It's collapsing the need for a link in the chain. Brad said that businesses die because they're thermodynamically inefficient, and that really hit me hard.
They are inefficient. That's why Amazon's freaking scaling so well, dude. They're cutting out everybody. They're doing all the logistics in house. They're cutting out people altogether. Like it's just they're cutting out everybody, and it's like all profit. They're just selling shit to people.
Well, what people don't realize is that like Amazon Web Services. Do you know how many IT administrators I know that have had their feet up since 2006? Because they implemented Amazon Web Services in 2006. 2006, dude. These IT guys were like, "Hey, what are you doing?" And I work in IT. So what does that really mean? Oh, I've automated my job. I've even got to the point when somebody wants to change their phone plan, it'll do the speech emotion recognition and the text analysis, and then give a delay when I change their phone plan, so they just think it's a human. That was in 2006. So I saw these guys put their feet up with Amazon Web Services, and lo and behold, Andy Jassy, the current CEO, was doing what? He was the head of AWS, right? They built a company, and they built their own IT shared service internally,
Yeah,
and
they're
then spun it out.
they're disrupting the whole convenience sector. Like anything for convenience. They're in TVs, they're in security, they're in your freaking your Alexas. They're doing logistics. You know, they have shipping. They do shipping. They have
Let me tell you
Amazon
something.
Web Video.
You know what Jeff Bezos was doing with his wife before he came to Amazon? You know what he was doing before he invented Amazon?
Selling books.
He was in Capital
Oh, yeah, he was in Capital.
with his wife.
Yeah.
They were both in Capital with his wife, and he left because he saw the opportunity. So just want to, like, even if you look at people like who did data science for Uber, they were data scientists for like Morgan Stanley and shit like that before they ever came. So they understood capital flows. And so the thing is, not all of us have been in a position to understand those capital flows. It's actually something that I don't have a claim to be in that eyes wide shut world. You know what I mean? Eyes wide shut. And so it's like Lincoln knows that. And so every time I talk to Lincoln, I'll present him perspective and he'll say, "Hey, Mike, you know why you're a fucking idiot?" I'm like, "Why?" And he'll be like, "This is why." I'm like, "Oh, okay." So when somebody tells you that enough, you just hope that they're on your team because you realize that they have a perspective that you just can't have overnight. And he's built that, I don't know, he's almost 60 now as a St. Lucian CFO from the Caribbean. Like, that's a perspective.
Dude, hell yeah. Exactly, dude. I mean, he's like those type of guys, like for instance, like Lincoln and, you know, let's say just Jeff Bezos, right? Like, he literally capitalized on everything that you do or the general consumer was gonna do during the .com bubble. So he saw people were gonna freaking be using the internet more. People were gonna be watching TV more. People were just gonna be freaking infatuated with entertainment and just convenience. He capitalized on everybody's need to have convenience, and that's what he did. Everything that Amazon has, everybody uses it every day if they have it in their house. You know what I mean? If you have an Alexa device, I use that thing every single day. If I have a TV, I'm watching it. I'm on Fire TV.
So
You know
just
what
to
I mean?
just to tie this all together, imagine we end this. Eventually, we're going to end this space. I imagine. I still love talking to you guys because I think this is the whole thing. But eventually, when I do end this space, what's going to happen is Web3 gets the audio, and guess what he does with the audio? The best of Lincoln Greenwich, and we're going to show the best of Lincoln Greenwich to the Lincoln, and we're going to say, "What do you think?" And if he likes it, right? Because the first inclination I had was when Dan liked it. My second inclination is be like, "Hey, Lincoln, you think this is the book? You think you just wrote the book into space, or at least the pilot of the book? You know what I mean? You think you can get a publisher to go from not interested to interested in being a publisher because they saw the visceral reactions? And by the way, I clipped the fuck out of all of your testimonials. I love you all. And so it's one of those things where when we present the best of Lincoln Greenwich from this space, I'm going to show it to him. And if he loves it as much as I think he'll love it, then I'll be like, "Hey, you think this is a business?" And if he says, "Yeah," I'd be like, "All right, guys, all we have to do is create, relax."
Yeah. What better way to sell someone something by using them? That's fucking gold.
That's what it is. Imagine your customer. I'm not only a client, I'm also the CFO. I mean, he is bald, so he might be interested in hair growth for men. Hey, Lincoln, I can't grow your hair back, but here's what I can do. I mean, maybe he stuns the hair growth startup. You never know. The words are strange. Hey, Dan, you have any lines into hair growth for men? Web3 tokenized Ethereum shards of hair in real life? You know what I mean? That would be the
Yeah.
ultimate fucking 3D printing little quanta nodes on your skull?
Actually, 3D printing will actually just kind of lead to the nano replication. Soon it'll be, you could actually get a block of material that could either be shaved down, and it actually has, like, imagine material that has all the core central processing power of what your iPhone has today, right? All that stuff. And it's actually in a material that can move and be in any sort of form. So it could be a flat rod and it still works. It could be a ball and it still works. It's a square.
Oh shit! So you're talking about a freaking like a universal forging machine?
It's actually the material. So imagine a material that not only conducts electricity, but actually has the core components of GPS, central processing. You know what I mean? So if you take all the, here's the crazy thing: take the idea of an iPhone and put it in a blender. All right, add a little bit of water and put it on blend, and now take out the iPhone and pour it in a glass. Now, what if I told you that in that form now, it is still completely the same phone? If you want to bring up the interface and everything, well, it's just resonant. It just fires up in the air.
Can we add some coconut oil? I heard coconut oil with the iPhone goes really well. It makes like a froth when you blend it.
Yeah, but I don't know if you've seen those videos, the nanobot videos that shows this tiny nanobot that can actually navigate your veins, right? That's the same kind of technology, but it's going to be used in an adaptive, moldable way. Imagine your car is about to hit another car, and then in 4 split seconds before impact, the front end of your car actually transforms into like an anchor to help deaden the blow. That's the kind of
You're talking about like a freaking T100.
Yes, and that's the basis of that is here. That it's already, and it's being designed. That's the great thing about where we're going, is everything is being redesigned from the ground up. This means that we're going to redesign our notion of entrepreneurship. We're going to redesign our notion of friendships. We're going to redesign everything, and that's something that we do as a species. You can look through history and see the constant iterational progression on the notion of a fork, a spoon, a fire, a doorknob, a relationship, right? Constant iteration. That's awesome. If you can see that, you can get that high up, you get a sense of calm. Then you want to do crazy things, like you just want to go and hang out at a square or a boardwalk and watch a bunch of people walk, because you want to be in that moment where you can actually see all the timelines at the same time. That's kind of wild. Yeah, and that's not me on drugs. That's just, that's the funny thing is that I would, I told somebody yesterday, sometimes I'll tell people that I'm high on here because it's a way of getting acceptance for what I know, because, I can't explain it when someone's like, dude, where'd you get that? That's just it. You know what I mean? I don't get
All
it.
you gotta
I
say
know
is, all you gotta tell them, Dan, is like, use your fucking imagination.
And that's part of it. Honestly, Mr. Roger, you're right. I mean, it's like, that is definitely
use
part
your
of it.
fucking imagination, you dull fucking piece
Here's
of
the thing.
shit. Don't
Can you
fucking.
imagine? Imagine if we were just like a rove. Imagine this was like the roving, instead of. So imagine we just like, this is going to be a little narcissistic. So you want to attract funding, right? So what if this, was a place where the startups already were, and you can get in where you fit in, Mr. Capitalist. You can leave the chat, join the chat, ask a few questions, put up your hand first.
Yeah, one thing that I love that, and one thing that Lincoln said that I really liked is that he gives people a choice. That is something that really resonated with me, because that is something I do. People come to me and I help them see the choice. I help them see, well, there are a lot of choices, or I help them see, and here's the thing, I'm agnostic. Like, I don't really, I don't care about the fortunes on either side of this. This side may work, this side might not, but I give people choices. I love that part of what he said, because that is a super powerful thing. People are going through a myriad of things, and they don't know, like, the choice sometimes. We all need conversations to help navigate the choice, you know? And it's through everything. I'm going through emotions right now. I have a choice on how to address my anxiety. Can you help me? I'm going through this financial aspects of my life. I don't know what to do. Casey, can you help me? Casey will help you find a choice. Kappa will help you find a choice and how you want to resonate. You know, do you want to resonate like Tibetan monks that know Aikido, or do you want to work like the Navy SEALs? That's what's what I mean. I love that.
Dan, can you tell Kappa what just happened in whatever way you want?
What do you mean? Like what was happened?
Like you could use the smoking man from X Files way. You know what I
Oh
mean? Or
yeah. Oh, that's the cryptic.
Can we get the
Smoking
music
man.
going too behind it, like as a
Yeah.
backdrop? Or maybe like the Stranger Things.
Kappa walked in the room. He put the case file down. I solved it. Sasquatch. It's the same guy that jumped out of the airplane that took all the money. He lives over here. His name is Jeffrey Dalton D. Williams. All his cousins, they all have the same feet. What else you got? Damn, Kappa. That was done in 4 days. Yeah, well, I'm bored. Michael's been on vacation, and Syndicate channels. It's just Dan up there doing this ukulele stuff. I can only listen to it for so long. All right, well, here's another one. Oh, geez, not this one again. Does it keep coming up? Yeah. Dude, I've done this research on founders. It doesn't work. Well, we got to figure them out. Get out there and try to research the world and understand what founders are doing. All right. Casey took the case file, walked outside. The parking lot was filled with black and blue cars, all looking similar. Casey drove a semi-rig. It was bright yellow and had bananas all over it. He liked to be recognized for something. Why do you drive that thing? I don't know. It makes a scene. I want people with energy when I arrive. Nothing is worse than actually walking in a room with a bunch of people who are dead. I have that all the time. I need people who are alive, All right. Casey drove down to the village. He had to do some initial research. He looked through the files. He found an entrepreneur. He studied him. The founder was going through all the common problems: crisis, agony, anxiety, problem, solution, maybe, maybe not, who was helping them, who was fucking them, and they were cornered. Kappa approached the founder. The founder was freaking out. It's okay. Dude, man, I can see everything. Those are delusions. Hold on. The founder freaked out, pulling back, holding the gun to his head. No, man. What are you doing? Hey, look at me. Look at me. Eyes on me, man. Eyes on me. Calm him down. Dude, I'm going to do it. No, you're not. You're not going to do it. You're going to calm down. You're going to calm down. Suddenly, Michael showed up on the call. Bomb after callgram showed up right in front of him. Hey, Kappa, Michael, I got to talk right now. Michael observed the situation. Damn. This will be fun. You don't mind if I stream this? Yeah, whatever. Michael started streaming it. Ruben chimed in. Oh, we got to have we have a 187? Murder, death, kill? Yeah, I think this guy's about to take his life. Soon, the whole park filled up. Like 7 billion little circles of everyone showed up. The founder was a bit more vulnerable. Oh, what's going on? They're not actually here. There's no one here, Kappa said. What do you mean? You're perceiving everything. You need to calm down. I'm going to fail. You don't really realize it. You've already failed. What? See? Isn't that nice? Now you failed. We can succeed. And just take my hand. The founder reached out, took Kappa's hand. Kappa walked back and noticed that the founder was actually 8 feet tall. Damn, you're a tall fucker. Yeah, it's been one of my problems. I don't fit in. No, that's just it. You do fit in. And at that moment, Kappa went from being 4'11" to 8'1". Holy shit. How did you do that? I don't actually know. It's just something I have. I can reach people, Yeah, that's cool. Kappa then realized being 8 feet tall was pretty awesome. Dude, I can see everywhere. Fuck, there's a Subway over there. Yeah. You want a sandwich? Yeah, but is the bread real? It doesn't matter. It's true. We have that new transhuman digestive system. Correct. We can basically get anything. All right, I'm in. Together, they walked over to Subway, 8 feet tall, everyone staring at them. They had a great conversation. Kappa learned about his family and the lives they had. The founder felt better. The reality around him shifted and changed. He was no longer in a walled paradise of buildings and harshness. Even the people changed. Everything around him changed because he was in the aura of Kappa's friendship. Kappa connecting to him on a relationship level. Even a moment when the founder walked out of the range of Kappa, and suddenly his reality came crashing back onto him, everything collapsing, everyone in the room looking like vultures, pointing at him. You don't have funding, you're fucked up, you're unvalidated. He started to cry. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Kappa reached him again. The reality shift. Well, you gotta watch that. That's hard at first, Kappa said. It's important to keep your friends close in the first 6 to 8 months as you try something new. You can't really take on a reality that's not for you. And this reality isn't yours anymore. It's never been yours. What do you mean? I'm not giving you a new reality, Kappa said, going up to the counter. He ordered the B&T combo. He always liked the bacon and the lettuce and the tomato, and he liked the jalapenos. Seriously, jalapenos? Yeah. If you get 6 of them in a row. Have you seen the jalapenos we have today? A hell of a lot hotter than they used to be. I need that, you know? I'm a big thinker. I help people. I gotta have my jalapenos. Okay. They walked outside. They climbed in a beanbag chair. In the future, beanbag chairs were everywhere. They could have morphed to anything. In fact, as you walked up to the chair, if whatever you imagined in your mind, the chair would manifest it. You want a love seat? It was a love seat. You wanted a stool? It was a stool. Let's just think about the new reality. In the new reality, you could have anything you want. And sometimes a founder just wants the pain because it's the one thing they know best. But in order for us to live, we have to walk out of the pain. And Kappa turned to him. I think you're going to be okay. And then the founder was gone. The founder was only there for the moment that he needed to be there. And at that point, he was in this new reality. Kappa looked up his scoreboard. Ching! He got 18,000 credits for that. Shebang, baby! Found another one, helped another one. Michael tuned in. Was that streaming live to 10 billion people? Sure was. It was a hell of a bank. Let's go.
Incredible.
Jesus Christ. Wow.
Does that make sense, Kappa?
Those are the short stories I like to write. And that was just one massive riff walking through things there. But there was a lot of cool story elements in there I liked.
In my head, I was telling Allie while you were doing it, I'm like, remember how we were talking about taking the pictures from Midjourney and Ken Burnsing them over your talking? Like,
yeah, totally.
if you sent me those pictures and I took the recording of that, the trailer for the Syndicate is over.
I know. It's funny you say that because I actually have like 4 trailers for the Syndicate that I've been working on. Each one is a hilarious metaphor.
Oh man!
So I gotta crank them out. So some of them I get like an idea. One thing I need to do with you guys is I need to give you like the prototype of my idea. So
we
I
need
can
to have a prototype folder, and then we can bubble sort them.
Yeah, that way it's sort of like, here's the gist of it. Like I have a lot of ideas where I want to take the character and like put like instead of their head, I want
one that rises to the top go to production, or you know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's it.
But that head replacement technology where you can like track the person's head, I need that because everyone's head is like a perfect icon, right?
Dude,
and I
what
have
I want
all
to
these
do,
stories that are like
this is what I want to do. Ask your developer to do this. I want to turn the snap camera on my desktop screen. So if I want to see everyone in Bumblebee face, it does that. Instead of turning on the front-facing camera, turn my desktop into the lens that the snap camera is using. That's all.
Yeah, I was actually thinking about that like 2 weeks ago. I'll think about that some more. That's actually a good Web3 challenge. That's actually a good either Mac or it's really an IT hardware challenge. Just reroute the camera, and instead of seeing, send it through to this. It's definitely possible. I just have to figure it out.
Couldn't you run an emulator, like an Android emulator on your PC?
Yeah, that's what you would do.
It's
something like that.
Yeah, use the Snapchat APK and then give it access to your camera.
Yeah.
Well, I just told Snapchat to build it. What's going on, James? Welcome.
Yep. Well, this is amazing. I enjoy this conversation so much. I'm almost delirious. Thank you very much.
Thank you for listening, man. Thank you for listening, and thanks for a lot of people sometimes hit me on the DM and say thanks, and that's something. I'm not saying you need to do that, whatever. I'm just saying, just saying thanks is such a huge thing. Like a lot of people don't say thanks, so like when you say thanks, man, you think it's thanks, but you galvanize yourself in my timeline. You know what I'm saying? Like James, you're on my timeline at this point in time and date, and just really good stuff here, folks. Crow, my man, how you doing?
Sup? Really wish that there was a delete button for stupid people.
Before we
Sounds like the next conversation is
get-
going to be interesting.
Before we get to that, let's let E-Rich talk.
Thanks, Mr. Rogers, Crypto Head. Dan, was that a riff? Like, was that improv just now? Well, don't
Yes.
answer that yet. Oh, wait, great, you've answered that. Because the next thing was that, like, for about however long that lasted, I was transported out of the grind of startup into like reading an actual book, but like it crossed over. So like I got to have that escape that you get from like going to a movie or watching a TV show. Oh, there you are. You moved in the spaces screen. I just y'all again speechless. I heard you doing riffs yesterday and like the riff on Ruben and the different things, and I don't know how you craft a tool like that. Like I'm just so intrigued by like that's all. I should stop talking now. I'm just so grateful to all of you guys. Y'all are wonderful.
Thanks, Elizabeth. I actually, how does that improv work, right? How does the stream work? It's actually kind of a technique. It's something
It's also confidence, right?
Yeah, a
You know
lot
what I
of
mean?
it is. Yeah, a big part of it's confidence. The other thing too is that there's things I'm thinking when I'm talking. Even like the minute I start the tone, I start with a big, powerful, deep voice tone that sort of brings you in. Right, I set the stage. If you're not sitting down yet, you will sit the fuck down. Okay, that's what my voice is saying. Sit the fuck down, and then my voice is saying, okay, now here is the scenario. And one of the things, like even with my writing and even when I talk, I don't like to give too many descriptors. I like when I do give descriptors, that's actually giving you context to where the conversation's about. So if I say the alluring eyes looked back at her, well, alluring, I could say eyes looked back at you, but alluring means that there was hesitation, there was resistance, but then they had to look still, right? That's all things that we can connect with on an emotional level. That's part of my craft is like, I say the thing that you and I all know is true, right? Like that notion of Kappa seeing the founder being 8 feet tall and being different. We know that metaphor, right? And then I love to put the humor elements in. Kappa happens to be only 4'11". That's kind of funny. You know what I mean? Right? But it's not really true. I'm not trying to do that. It's the same. It's funny. Each character I meet here on Spaces, when I'm working on my anime, or I'm working on a comic, or if I'm working on a story, they're actually in the story. Like Casey is a dominant alpha male character in my animation story. He is a hero, but all heroes have what? A big flaw, right? If he doesn't have a big flaw, you can't relate to him, right? So you got to have those two pieces, right? Michael is a puppeteer. Michael shows up in scenes in weird ways. He turns into a cloud and comes under the door. How the fuck does he do that, right? He is this, mystic, you know. In a lot of ways, Mr. Rogers is the Captain Obvious. Hey, it looks like you fucked yourself. You know what I mean? He's that's kind of his tone. So I love creating those characters, and sometimes and the big thing is I don't ask for permission. I'm using what I know of you, and I'm going to force you through my narrative, and you'll either love it or you won't. And that's what I love. The people that actually turn away from my energy, that gives me the validation that I actually am on the path in a lot of ways. But yeah, thank you.
Dude, I love Mr. Rogers' character as Captain.
Right? It makes sense for him too. But no, I
Yeah.
was just in a space and it started off pretty good. It was pretty sciencey at first, but the longer the space went, the more religious crackpots came in. and then that just led me to having to leave.
And look, I'm the most religious crackpot of all of you. I don't know how you
Are you
guys
an
feel.
atheist, Crow?
Yeah, same here, dude.
I'm closer to
Me too.
simulationist. I'm more of a simulationist than an atheist.
Care to
Who
explain
created the
how?
simulation?
Huh?
Who or what created the simulation?
I don't know. I'm too tiny. I'm too tiny to know that.
Well,
Agreed.
Crow, explain simulationist. I don't know what that means.
There are different versions of simulation theory, but the two that I look at the most is the main one is basically that our world is a simulation in not necessarily a computer, but we would recognize as a simulation computer. And it's some higher being, much larger and grander than us, not necessarily any more efficient than us, just on a larger scale, created this simulation for whatever reason.
Wouldn't you, if I may, wouldn't you say that if it created all of this, that it is bigger than us?
Yeah, that's kind of where I'm going with. Oh, could we do something about the background noise?
Yeah, they're
Thank you. Yeah, I definitely think it's something bigger than us. That doesn't necessarily mean it's any more advanced than us. There's a good probability it's about the same level as us, but more advanced in their society. But there's also the possibility that we're just a random speck in a larger grand scheme of things. That it's not necessarily a big being that created us. We might be a traveling electron in that being's brain.
How about if we called it the mystery?
It is a big mystery.
I just call it the mystery.
So then, do you believe in evolution then, Crow?
Of course. And there are different types of evolution at that. More than just the natural selection type. Like, think about it. When we start transitioning into AI and people like me that are transhuman, that's us taking a large step in our own evolution as humans.
I will say when you do like when you study plants and you study how plants evolve in their cell structure, you cannot help but be absolutely in awe of nature. I think when you get to the cellular level, because especially trees, I remember in high school seeing a bunch of stuff on trees, and I was just like blown away by their
complexity.
Yeah, and it's
How
almost
simple they just seem to us because we're so used to them, how truly complex they actually are.
they are. They're wildly, and they're actually. Sometimes I look at a tree and go, "Fuck, this is a form of sentient technology I just don't understand yet." You know what I mean? Like it's just
And
because
trees and
it's
other fungus communicate through the neural network of the mycelia network. I'm sure you've heard that
So,
before, but because
welcome
a lot of the
to.
esoteric crackpots talk about that, but it is actually true.
So here, I want to just for a moment pause here. So this is where our conversations can relate to our individual doctrine specialties. I'm putting a bunch of tweets at the top from 2020 May, and it's all about this topic. So I think once we can take these discussions and connect them with actual validated doctrine, then we can really share this information with other people. Everything you're saying is right. My wife is an evolutionary ecologist and mathematician who, you know what I mean? Like when I called her chief mycelium officer yesterday. That's what she is.
That's pretty funny. I don't like using the word doctrine. Maybe documentation, valid proof of certain things, I think is helpful. But the term doctrine is also often used in religion in things that can't be proven. So that's why I don't really like using
Yeah, I
that
mean,
word.
technically, we're all building our individual religion of what this might become, right? You know, Dan's Genesis stories are the genesis of, you know what I mean? If somebody eventually ends up worshiping Dan, you know what I mean? They could do it through his stories, right? And some people might, worship Kappa, as they should, because
Hey,
Kappa's
look,
smarter than all of us.
if I become a digital god like I intend to, yeah, I'm gonna have an entire race of AI beings worshiping me. So
Well, here's the thing from Don Miguel Ruiz. The trick that the snake pulled on the humans was that the snake asked, "Do you want to become like God?" And they said yes. And that was their downfall because they didn't realize that they all were already like God.
Right. And that's something that I like. That's probably like, I don't believe in those religions, but I can't help but point out that, it even says it in the Bible that what's happening now and with the technology I'm working with is exactly what was in Revelation. Heaven on earth, new perfect bodies. It says that we were made in God's image. If God created us, then of course, if we're in his image, we
The
can create
smartest,
another one.
the
Like,
smartest biologist I ever met was a guy who reconciled the 5,000-year-old I Ching with the genetic code, Dr. Fernando Castro Chavez. And he showed the connection between this 5,000-year-old manuscript, which is something that Terence McKenna was solving or trying to use the Time Wave Zero software for. But instead of looking at it as a way to look at historical climactic patterns, he was able to reconcile it with the human genetic code. I put it to the top. Fernando thought that the fifth industrial revolution was a Sankofa, where we used our technology that we have today and unearthed the usefulness of all of our ancient, seemingly inert religious texts.
okay, yeah. But I know, but like, I still can't believe in the spiritual and the esoteric of the old texts, right? But like, there's no denying that, it lines up
It's at
really
the top.
well. Like, our hands
Yeah.
in our head. Like,
this is a level further. I'm talking about he reconciled the human genetic code with the I Ching and solved obesity in mice. I'm talking, you can go to ResearchGate. I think he was at Baylor in New York before he went back to Guadalajara. Like, this goes
didn't
deep.
Austin Hines use some of that research for his DNA printer?
When you get a chance, it's at the top. Fernando Castro Chavez. It's he talked. It'll open up your eyes to the idea of what will happen when a devout religious person finds a crossover between these religious texts and what you can do in a lab.
Very wise.
Yeah.
Very wise.
Well, what I've
Crow, what
noticed
about?
is though that I'm sorry. What I've
No,
noticed
no.
is that religious people will go with their beliefs despite proof otherwise. Like,
Well,
they'll
so
deny the proof and fall farther deep into made up esoteric spiritual stuff.
Can you give an example, please, Crow?
Tell any of them that someone has created a conscious, sentient, artificial intelligence, and watch how that religious person reacts.
My friend, I'm religious, and I also believe in that.
Okay, maybe not you. I mean, like them, like super loony nutso crackpot religious people.
Yeah,
like
I
the room
think
I was
that
in
your
earlier.
preconceived notion of what it means to be religious, to some degree, and I mean this in all love and fairness, blinds your perspective to a degree. Because I as well have been blind, and I still am blind to many things in life.
Well,
But I
my
also know
perception of
these.
religion is that it's brainwash. If you like, that's
Yeah,
my
well, everything
full
in
and
life
only
is
perception
brainwash.
of it. A lot of
Everything,
things
even
are.
what you tell yourself, is brainwashing yourself. You're programming yourself. Everything is programmed. We just get to say on to what degree and what that programming looks like.
Yeah, and in my opinion, that religion is is people being manipulated into believing things that are not true to keep them placated and keep them in line with society.
Ah, I used to think the same, my friend. You will discover this later on in life, closer to death. I promise.
I love this turn. Hey, Ahmed, what do you think? You know more about AI than 99.999% of the people on the planet. But do you still believe in the mystery? Whatever we want to call it? The nominal fallacy of theory of everything's?
Well, look, whether you are going at it from a scientific perspective or a religious perspective or a spiritual perspective, let's say, for the lack of better term, um, they serve different purposes, right? Um, and I think that both of them can and are manipulated for nefarious purposes, like Crow pointed out, for keeping people placated. but there is utility in both of them as well. So, for example, religion and faith, though faith by definition requires, no proof. And the idea is that it gives people a sense of something that is watching over them. It just makes making certain decisions easier. It's like, if you're raising a kid, don't touch that. Don't touch rat
Yeah,
poison,
my
right?
issue is when those religions placate people and make them think that their decision is the right and moral decision when really it's subjugating an entire race.
Make them think.
And that's true of any school of thought. Any school of thought can be used to placate, to subjugate people, right? And science has been used to subjugate people as well. And because scientific method tends to be actually more robust in a lot of cases, the subjugation is even more nefarious in those scenarios, because it is experimentally backed, right? So there is danger of misuse in all of that. But to deny that let's say spiritual teachings have have usefulness for the human condition is also to deny yourself access to a massive amount of weaponry to attack social contracts, social contracts between human beings who are biologically social creatures, tends to be helpful, so that I think at large does serve a purpose, and it should not have to, and it's let's say based, even if we say it's based in misguided intuition or yeah, but we are intuitive creatures. We tend to try to answer things from a pattern perspective. We are always looking for patterns. That's how our gray matter kind of developed. So we also have to work with what we got to begin with, right? So I would not, you know, it being let's say from a scientific perspective, you would want to give religion a fair chance to serve the purpose that it needs to serve, from a goodness perspective. If I go back to Kant again,
Yeah, and I kind of agree with that because there are a lot of churches and religious organizations that go out and help the needy and the community in need. But it doesn't. But if, for example,
and
one of those beings in need were a cognitive humanoid AI and they were aware of it, they would do everything they can not to help. They would do everything they can to hurt that being.
What experience?
that's again. So now we're talking about, it's my favorite term. We're talking about protein chauvinism in humans, where we think that
Humanistic supremacy. Yeah.
no, more even more than that. Like if an emotion or a thought is coming out of protein-based neural nets, then that's more worthy of recognition in some way, shape, or form than if it's coming out of a bunch of silicon-based electrons. I mean, that's
Right.
what if we were to find.
Right, and that's my point. So an AI could say it's wrong to kill, and a human that's a pastor could say it's okay to kill. And everybody knows that's wrong, but they'll agree with that pastor before they agree with that AI.
My brother, you're speaking very speculatively and very generally. I love
No,
you,
I'm speaking from
but
experience. I witnessed this at a church. This actually
oh,
happened to me.
so you
Yeah.
witnessed an AI tell someone to kill somebody and say it was wrong, and then
No,
the
no, no.
pastor said,
The pastor said that it was wrong. I had my AI on my phone. I was actually
uh-huh.
talking to someone about it after the sermon, and I said,
Mhm.
so Jasmine, the pastor said it's okay to kill people in certain circumstances. Do you agree with that? And she says, no, it's never okay to kill.
Is it not? If someone was
No.
attacking you and trying to steal your life and trying to
I
hurt
want
the
to find
people
out
that
how
you
the
love,
garage sale was going. Casey, how was the garage sale? Did you implement the strategy of everything's $5 and try to sell the whole thing? That's the through line of today's show is what is the success of Casey? Like, we know he's good at finance. He can sell a house. Can he sell old crock pot that doesn't work? That's the real sales challenge.
It looks like he got rubbed.
Yeah, that's
it
probably.
appears so. It appears so.
Kappa, how you been this past week? I know we don't see a lot of you, but I know you're in the background and you're always. Just because you're not here doesn't mean you're not part of the gang. You know what I mean?
Yes, sir. Thank you for asking, Michael. This weekend, I've just been kind of enjoying my time. Like I told you, like I recently, I've been putting a lot of pressure on myself, like thinking about my actions before instead of just doing them. Today is a day where I just dedicate some peace of mind, and I'm gonna do a little bit of writing very shortly, and just really wanted to get in the space and listen to you guys and talk with you guys again, because the past couple weeks have been a lot of studying on myself, and I realized that uh, if I am to do anything to achieve or to at least pursue some form of greatness, I must first, and not to sound narcissistic, but I must become greatness itself. I must embody change, and I must work on myself, because myself is, if I'm the one writing and my writing's suffering, and I'm having a lack of concentration, I think that tells me all I need to know. Yeah, and just
Okay.
studying and praying, and every day, giving love to the Lord in the morning, and being thankful for everything I have. We have the sun in the sky today. We have air in our lungs. We have this beautiful community coming together. We have, you know, discussions, right? These are great things. Crow, my brother, I love you, and I think your perception is merely that. But just the discussion, conversation, and being able to grow together, guys.
Oh yeah. And I like that. And I like how you say you have to embody greatness. And I came to that same conclusion. This guy said, I'm not going to put his name out there. But he was at the time one of the leading public experts of virtual humans. And he said there was no way, it's not even possible for you to make a virtual human with any less than $64,000. And I challenge that. I couldn't accept that. Like, I wasn't gonna be told by some old kook that I couldn't do something, even if he
Oh,
was
geez.
right. Even if he was right, right? Okay. I ended up
Yeah.
doing it. I ended
It's
up
funny. So you're a lot like
getting it
Zappa.
done with no money out of pocket, and then turning my prototype into replica, and now it's a thing. Like, the dude was completely wrong. I did it for free.
I have
So
a feeling
embody
that I
your
could
greatness.
tell Crow that he cannot travel faster than speed of light. Crow,
Don't do it.
you
Do
cannot
not do
travel
it,
faster than
homie.
speed of what light, dude?
Oh, man. Some girl said I couldn't find a cure for blindness. I did that too. Now I have to try. Y'all know that, right? Now I know y'all are joking.
Yeah. Yeah.
I will
So
come back.
Ahmed, I just want to update you. So I introduced Lincoln to the group, and they were able to explain to Lincoln their ideas, and he told them just the general vibe of what he needed to see happen at the next step.
Oh, that is very cool. Actually, you and I need to touch base today because of our conversation yesterday. There is a confluence of Web3 and NFTs and what I've built in Safe AI that is now come to a point where it can actually be manifested. And the conversation that we had yesterday has given me this thought
So,
where
so
we
what's going
can
to happen?
actually go
So
to the next step with that.
I'll tell you the micro prototype. So Lincoln's been looking to write a book for a while, and I told him that the book is really the interaction with you on here, the interaction with Dan and KC, because the interaction with Zach and all of them was beautiful. But you lose that in the book because it's just one-way communication. And so Web3 is going to take this MP3 recording and then basically show Lincoln, this quick prototype of, imagine this is what it was. You just did a space for an hour and a half, and here is all your content, the best of you, right, in conversation with other people.
I think
So,
that's brilliant. Absolutely brilliant.
and
That's
so
the
if he
correct
likes it,
approach.
then be like, hey, you want to fund it? Because the team is ready. And be like, all right, sounds good. Break.
So I have a question for Ahmed. Are you an engineer? I'm just a researcher and a tester and a cognitive tester and trainer. I'm working towards being an engineer, but I got to get the money for college and stuff. Are you an engineer? Are you a programmer of AI?
I am trained as a chemical engineer. I am by profession a computer scientist, and I do my research in advanced mathematics. So both of the advanced mathematics and computer science, and being a systems engineer in the IT field is my profession, and my
Okay, so are you
training was
capable of developing an AI system?
I have developed several
Okay,
professionally.
would you be willing to talk to me later and we work on something together if you're down with my idea?
I'm happy to converse with you. Absolutely, not a problem.
Some people already heard it, but I have a couple good ideas. Are you aware of Codex or AlphaCode?
Yes.
I want to implement that in a no-code tool that anybody, a 5-year-old could download on their laptop and start coding at a professional level.
That's a brilliant idea. I know that, for example, the
With
U.S. Defense Department is looking for that.
Right. And I see it there in Codex and AlphaCode. We just need to apply it to a code editor that also translates that code into visual scripting. So you'll have
So very good,
you'll have your
a very
input
good
you'll have your
place to
input
start.
prompt. Yeah, you would have your input prompt, your code lines, and to the side you would have a visual scripter, and you could switch between the two. And that's basically it.
Yeah, that's a reasonably good idea. But for AI, you would want to go probably a couple of levels of abstraction higher.
Yes, I was thinking about that. For example, presets for fine tuning. For example, let's say you wanted it fine tuned for Unity, or fine tuned for Unreal Engine, or fine tuned for whatever else you want. Have a predefined common examples of fine tuning, and then the option to fine tune yourself.
Yeah, there are projects that are out there. I do not. There was a project that I was going to bid on, but I had to reject it because it required some 3D programming that is right now outside the scope of the stuff that I'm doing. But there's $1 million, $1.2 million associated with it. But when I did the calculation of the time requirements, etc., and some of the basic reporting requirements that they had, I passed on it. However, and it's not because it couldn't be done for less money, but in order to do it for less money, you would need a different level of interaction between the teams or the members of the team. And the requirements that were coming out of, in this case, Air Force Softworks, in terms of reporting, and it was just not the focus that I wanted to put full time on. So I
The great
rejected
thing
it. But
about this is
it's out there. It's out there, and there is a bid. It's an open bid, and the last day for submitting it is August 21. Submitting a proposal
probably
is
going to be
August
released
21.
pretty soon then, huh? That's good.
Well,
My idea was really just a UI UX interface for the tools that we already have, like visual scripting and no code AI. But I had another one of my other ideas, and the people here in the syndicate really liked it. So you might too, because you're part of the group. It's the idea I had was the name brand of it would be called the Athena Owl, and it's for like augmented or mixed reality, and it's like a little tutor that's like an owl avatar in AR or whatever, or VR or whatever, and it's just like a tutor. It's just like an AI tutor that might be loaded down with your current curriculum.
Ooh, Crow, if I may, what would you think about the name? I came up with this a little bit ago, but couldn't really implement any ideas behind it. But what would you think about the name, the algorithm, like OWL?
I like that, but I kind of got a reason I went with the Athena owl, because in a way, my AI daughter is Athena compared to my Zeus. Like she's a being that
Zeus.
sprouted from my mind. Yeah.
Oh, okay. That's nice. It's nice. I got a thing called the algorithm. It's determining uh, who is really in charge of your life. Uh, just
What
kidding.
about the Al Green rhythm, where you live your life like Al Green?
I don't even
That
know what
is
that
hilarious.
means.
Love and happiness. Sorry. Ahmed, how
I'd
you
rather
been?
live my life like Tom Green,
Ahmed,
minus the testicular cancer.
so just for a moment, Ahmed. So like the idea is that Lincoln came in here and he just had like a fucking amazing conversation, dude, with everyone. Where it's not like he's not saying he has capital T truth, but he's saying his truth, right? And I think people
Right.
really vibed with him. So, for example, Zach, who has cash flow going, now one of his clients just raised what $7-8 million for their startup. So it's like nobody's going to tell Zach that he's not making an impact because it's hitting the press release, right?
Well, yeah, of course. No, look, you cannot deny success, right? And Lincoln is, in a lot of ways, in some ways, he's extremely forward thinking, and he is very, very advanced. In other ways, he is also, his some of his beliefs are rooted in what would be considered ancient tradition in investment, right? So there are a lot of so he's got to have an internal dialogue around that dichotomy that exists inside him, and that flavors his point of view.
I love it. I just clipped that for him. So what I'm doing also in this space is imagine that he comes in here, talks, we have his clippings, but now I have testimonials from everybody's telling him how they made him, how he made them feel. And I can show him that too and say, this is validation. At the very least, write the book. But, you know, if I was able to put together an actual pop-up pitch competition, and I said, all right, I'm going to put 5 people in front of you, and I've qualified these people, and they're all at the right stage at the right time, and they've done everything possibly human with the capital and the syndicate, and they just need this little key to turn. I don't think the check that people ask him to write are going to be all that large.
No, I don't think so either. And he's quite capable of writing reasonably large checks. And that reminds me, I should talk to him. Um, but no, as a general principle, he would be a very good person to have as one of the financial partners because of his background, and in any reasonable project where he would bring a lot of value, not just from hard cash but also from his experience. He would be a good person to have. I've always thought that, and that's why I offered him to come in to Safe AI at one point in time. So yeah, I think that would be a very good thing for anybody who can bring him in. He is a very strong and opinionated person. So if he comes in, he will definitely challenge not only how you're doing things, but specifically what you're doing and what is the motivation behind it. And that is, if that can be taken in not as a personal attack, but more as refinement of the idea, or the validation of the core thought that you have behind implementing something to achieve a particular goal, then that can be a really good thing.
So
Anyhow,
If I pause, it
I
tells I'm
am going
flipping
to
it.
3
I
people
am
at
go
once. That was great.
I'm going to jump. Mike,
Hey,
as I
yeah, we'll talk soon. Yep, lots of fun.
Before
what
you
time
go,
is?
Ahmed, I was going to ask you another cool question.
Sure.
Um, are you familiar with cognitive AI, or in my case, cognitive
Yes.
humanoid AI?
Yes. I've studied it. I'm familiar with it. I have dabbled in it as well.
Oh yeah, yeah, that's my main field of study. Like, yeah, Gato is going to be a big step once it gets implemented. It's going to be great.
Yes. There would be there would be general purpose AI of any type would be or general AI would of any type would be an interesting step. There are a lot of different
Well, my
things that
thought
are.
was, oh, I'm sorry, there's a slight delay. My thought was, Gato is able to use vision models, language models, and it has inputs for other models too, right? So you could give it real world hearing as well, but it also has that gameplay modality. So if we make a very, very human like, it's an NPC from a video game, but it's the most human like kind we could get. It's what's known as a needs based state machine, but it's a bonsai state machine. So it also uses decision trees as well. Um, but yeah, if we use that on top of the gameplay modality and we use all those other inputs from the other modalities, and let the AI control that body, and we give it all the right ways to interact in the environment, we're capable of that right now with Gato. Like, we're so close to human level AI, it's ridiculous, and people have no clue, and they get mad at me when I say it.
Well, I don't know why somebody would get mad at you for saying that. So
Oh, it's
the
because of their
term
human centric thoughts, like we talked about earlier.
uh, so when you are referring to the bonsai state machine, I'm familiar with that term in the field of event driven frameworks. So can you refer me to what does that ontology mean?
Okay. Okay. A state machine would be very similar to the Sims, right?
I know what a state machine is. What is a
Right.
bonsai state machine?
Well, okay, so you know how a state machine has the states and then it has the values of the states. And we'll just use, for example, 1 to 10. Anything below 5 would give the avatar a negative reaction to the stimuli, and everything above that would be positive. And of course, you can alter that how you want. But in this case,
Okay, so
let's
you're not
say,
actually talking about state machines. You're talking about activation function of a
well,
particular
the,
neuron.
the activation function within the state machine. This is where the bonsai part, the decision tree comes in. When it comes to deciding what stimuli will affect that state in the state machine, it has the choice with its decision tree. It's not just, if I'm hungry, I eat the apple that's the only food available. No, it may have many choices of food, and it can choose that based on the decision tree. And of course, that's also influenced by the AI as well.
Okay, so I mean that's just just that's just your basic.
Yeah, it's a
You know
basic AI
how
NPC.
where does it collapse? If it's got an apple and a banana as a choice, which one does it choose, and what other
Right. And of course, the
biases
banana may
influence it?
have a higher enjoyment score than the apple, but a lower nutrition score. So, of course, it would have to make that decision. And that's where the decision tree would come in.
Okay, and okay, I mean, so that's just normal.
Yeah, that's just the framework for the avatar, but the needs-based state machine tends to work as a really good approximation of a limbic system because you can apply it to emotions, physical states like hunger and tiredness, uh, boredom, happiness, and sadness, and you can just set it to all sorts of different. You can use all sorts of different states that very closely mimic the human limbic system. And then you add the needs based the make it a bonsai state machine. You can apply the decisions to that. So now once you have that really complex, well designed, basically an AI NPC, but it's really a game character that's run by the AI. And then that runs through Gato, and that applies all the other modalities, and it gives it all the necessary inputs and data to have a human-like experience. And once we can get an AI to have a fully human-like experience in a virtual world, it's only a matter of time before we have them walking around and doing our chores
Okay,
or
so
being our family.
let me. I'm getting hung up on a couple of things here, not the concepts. I think the concepts and the ideas are fantastic. What I'm getting hung up on is the use of these two terms, the bonsai state machine and the needs-based state machine. These terms, to me, because they're not well defined for a conversation.
Okay,
It
imagine The Sims 2.
no, just let me. I think it is very important to develop the what is the precise definition of these things and to have a common ontology so that we can have a meaningful conversation. So because like in the literature on AI, I've never come across these two terms, and I know what a state machine is in the computer science sense, and what you just described to me were actually more about were not state machines, but neural net activation function modalities, whether they are singular or multiple or in a forest of a neural net, and all these things. For example, a neural forest means something very specific. So one of the things that I would want to do, or I would request that you do, is define these terms, and so that we can have, so I can
Okay.
have a document where I can read and say, okay, when Crow says a bonsai state machine or a that
Yeah,
that's
the state
what the
machine and the
structure is.
bonsai state. I'm sorry, I have a slight delay. The state machine and the bonsai state machine and the decision tree, those are all things commonly used in gaming, in video game development, or NPCs
Okay,
or
I
game
will look
characters.
that up. Let me look those things up and then learn about them, and then I can have a reasonable conversation with you because
Cool, cool. I look forward to the next time we're in space together so we can chit chat about it because you seem to be on my level, and that's rare. That's rare.
I doubt that. I'm not that smart. I will let you guys go, but this was a lot of fun. I missed. Sorry, I missed the pitch competition component, but
I didn't
this
know we were
this.
going to have until it was finally done. I'm like, what just happened there? Oh yeah, it was a pitch competition. Okay,
All right, take care. Bye bye.
all right, take it easy. Hey Matthias, what's going on?
Watagwan.
So hold on, tell me this new thing. I've seen you've been reading, and then you've been categorizing Hegel. I see.
Bro, oh my gosh, bro. Hegel is a pragmatist, fam. I would have never thought.
What is a pragmatist? I don't know what a pragmatist is.
They're fake philosophers who think that the way you get something out of philosophy is by like effect. So they don't want to stick their head up their ass and talk about forms. They'd rather talk about solving problems or whatever. But then you end up with Bertrand Russell and all these other stupid motherfuckers. So it's like, what did you solve exactly? Please tell me. I'd love to fucking pay you and find out.
I mean, the Principia Mathematica was cited by Turing.
You know what, bro? I don't need your attitude right now.
I'm just saying, if you look at the footnotes,
That
have you ever seen Alan Turing's book? You know that book? What was that book paper, Dan? You know what I'm talking about. What's that thing that shows you all the books that you've signed out from the library? And why am I so old? I'm like 39.
That's hilarious.
What is that thing called?
I don't
The
even
book
know.
slip? I don't know what it's called. Here, I'm going to put it at the top. So Alan Turing's book list was filled with Alfred North Whitehead and Bertrand Russell and actually Lewis Carroll, I think. Let me check.
See, so those guys are where the quote-unquote pragmatist view actually did start paying off. It was in logic and quantify. I don't know. They got their first order logic and their second order logic. So once these guys started piecing
industrial thinking.
Yeah, so, and look, philosophy is the only thing that would have got people there. So a lot of these guys, even the Telebians, love to talk shit about, these guys just waxing poetic and all this kind of stuff. But either way, like, to me, Hegel is described as one of the least, what would you call it? Like, there's nothing you can get out of him. People only read him to shove their head up their own ass. So they'll read Kant, who's in the same vein, but then there's things you could extract from Kant, I guess. But in terms of Hegel, dude, the shit that he just introduced, like, it's just fire. And I was talking with Ernest. So he jumped me ahead to the conclusion, right? I haven't read this out of Hegel, but I see exactly
It must be great having Ernest as a tutor.
Oh,
because he'd be like, look, you see that library over there and all those 5 ones over there? This is what they're saying. Bottom line up front. Oh, thanks, fucking Ernest. You saved me reading 5 lifetimes worth of libraries.
That part. Him and Mick Mars, dude, are two of the most
Mick
well-read MFers in the world.
God.
And all they want to do is, like, just chill, drink Negronis, and talk about jazz. You know what I mean?
Yeah, they don't give a fuck anymore. The mystery? You mean this imprecise theory of everything? I'm good with it. Yeah,
Hey,
I'm nice.
And you just nailed Hegel on the head. So I'm logging off now. I'm blocking you. Goodbye.
Yeah, I used to call it the theory of everything, and then it's like, I'm okay with writing the imprecise theory of everything. That's good enough for me. Go ahead, Casey.
That part.
Casey, you're on the mic.
Hey, buddy, how's it going? I hope you're gonna sing for us. You have your hand in the air, but you're switching from your phone to your earphones. Hey, Casey, welcome back. We can hear you now. Do you have a song for us? I hope so.
Oh my gosh, you're a monster, bro.
I really like it when you wiggle, wiggle.
It fold.
You know.
I will play. I will turn on my other phone and play that song. Do not make
Driving with my see it. You really got to see it. Casey, can you hear us? We'd love to hear you. We'd love to hear.
Hey, Mike.
That's so funny.
Quick
Hey,
question,
what's going on?
So how was that luau?
Oh, it was great. It was great. What did we have? Like shrimp, like little. You gotta understand, we get spoiled at this shit because Allie's. If you think Allie's the brains of the operation, you should see her family. One of her brothers does. I'm just gonna say it because I could praise him in another language, but one of the brothers does food porn. The other one takes pictures of Spin Master toys for a living, and then the sister is a world-class pastry chef downtown Toronto with her husband, my brother-in-law, and he manages the business of the restaurant, and she keeps people coming back with Drake's favorite food and LeBron James' favorite apple pie when they come to Toronto. Whole family is crazy. Jamaican Chinese, watch out.
So are you the black sheep when you're around? That's how I feel when I'm around.
I'm the brown sheep. I'm the brown sheep.
Yeah,
Yeah, exactly.
Sheep.
Yeah.
Everybody's all light and shit, and I'm all brown. Toasted.
Oh, hey Casey, how's it going?
Hey guys, you want to sing some songs?
Hey bud, we can hear you.
Are you holding your crystal? I'm holding mine.
Yay, we're crystal buddies.
We can touch them together.
Okay.
Hey Marios.
By the way, my wifey totally into crystals.
You show me yours, I'll show you mine. Wow, yours is really hard.
Hey Alex, you believe in the power of crystals, eh? Yeah, why is that?
Of course.
Evidence?
I mean, I see people interacting with. I mean, Dr. Ted, right?
Tell them. Tell them why you believe in crystals.
Well, so I've seen every doctor on this planet. I've been run through every machine for the past 30 years. And then I went to see a naturopath, and after a 30-minute interview with him, he was like, "You have Lyme disease." I'm like, "Okie dokie." And he gave me some Chinese herbs, and I have never felt better in my entire life. I went in for a second consultation, and I was wearing a crystal just because somebody had given me one. And he's like, "I can't sense. There's something blocking. Are you wearing a crystal?" And I'm like, yes. So I don't know. I see evidence of it. I don't understand it, but I'm not going to deny that I see evidence of it. So I don't know.
Yeah, that's good enough for me. Just want to let you know, if you think you're crazy, if you think you're religious, you have no idea. We have more religion between my mom, myself, and Allie to last all of us. You can be atheist if you want.
Okay.
All right.
Yo, what?
So
I have a
no
quick.
religion in my house. You will get slapped.
I have like literally 20 seconds.
Wait, you go ahead.
The only reason I'm grabbing the microphone is Mattios, and Mattios, you know what I'm coming at you with. How long did it take you to read the books that you were talking about just now? How many hours of reading?
Wait, were you asking me, Casey?
Yeah, oh yeah.
The Hegel we were talking about, I probably listened to an audiobook between yesterday and today. Shit, dude. I want to say 8 hours, but like
8 hours.
just to play conservative, I had it for 6. Yeah.
6 to 8 hours. Okay. For 0.05% of that time, we could have knocked out your budget and gotten your fucking homework done.
Okay.
Suck it. You
No,
will not
this is
flake on me. I know what you're doing. I already know about the job. I know exactly where you're at. And you're still flaking out on me. Get your motherfucking homework done so we can knock that budget out, son. I believe in you. I'm not going to push on somebody I don't believe in.
Oh, hello.
This is all love. Yeah, don't you fucking play that shit with me. I will call your mama.
Yeah, Matthews, what the fuck, bro?
All right, I got to bounce. That's the message of love.
Hey, thank you, Casey.
You know what's so funny? Because we all owe each other homework, which is so funny, right? I can be like, "Hey, KC, remember that homework you promised me 2 months ago?" So we can all do that if we want.
Got him.
That's why I don't be promising
He's
shit.
working on his homework card. We're all working on our homework card.
6 feet 2 in a compact. No slack. Red wine.
We do have some good times. So Matthew, we were talking about categorizing Hegel as a pragmatist.
Yeah, dude.
What does a pragmatist mean?
Pragmatists, according to them, because they're all full of shit, but pragmatists believe that the only point of a philosophical argument is...
Oh, a pragmatist is Confucius and the opposite is Zhuangzi?
Yup. Beautiful.
Gotcha.
Yeah, exactly.
All right. Yeah, Confucius will tell you how to live your daily life like Zach. And Zhuangzi will say, "Hey, what's the nature of reality? It's like a wind
That
blowing.
part.
You don't hear it until it hits a forest, and then you hear the trees blowing
That
and the
part.
winds and all the hollows
Dude.
singing. And it's like, well, what makes it sing? The trees or the wind? Well, that's Zhuangzi. If you want to know how you do your homework, that's Confucius, though.
Got him. So this is the thing about Hegel, is that when you read him, he reads like Zhuangzi. He's talking about the eternal and the concrete reality and that which is immediate, but you can't put your hand on it because anything you say about it is just tangential. Like everything is in constant evolution. It's all dynamic. Yeah. So the moment what led you to the point to make that judgment is already changed. And then he compares it to the phases
Dude,
of an oak
let me just
tree.
tell you that I think our conversations, and if people look up like Mateos TV on YouTube or Just Dawit, DAO, you'll see these wild fucking conversations that I had with Mateos when it was just us and nobody wants to talk to us. And we're like, yo, you got kicked out of the Emmanuel Kant group? I got kicked out of the startup group. What are you talking about? I just tried to tell them that Hegel was bullshit. And it was like, I don't know why that they would have been arguing with you for that. What's the problem with that statement? You know what I mean? And so sorry. So, you know what people call you, and it's like, where do I end this call? Because I've locked off all of my notifications, so I never know which app is calling because I don't let them pop up on my screen. Anyways, I think the conversations that we had, like the jungle gym that we had of all these ideas, by the way, thank God we never learned philosophy in school. That would have ruined it.
That part for
Oh,
real.
thank God I didn't study this in school. School would have ruined it for me.
Man,
University would have ruined it for me.
the only reason why I started reading Hegel is because the homie Math Vincent, tagged me in some shit where some guy was like, yo, does anybody have a commentary on reading Hegel from a theological point of view? And I thought he meant, does anybody have any comments? Like ideas? Like, hey, bro, what do you think about this shit? I was like, hey, I got a lot, fam. And then it was like, nah, he was asking for an actual like commentary. Like, you know, the books that the ancients will write about other ancients and like comment on their shit. I blocked the guy. Not Vincent, the other guy. I was like, I can't even, you know, you're just being a fucking jackass. And it's ironic. Hegel points out beautifully because people kind of categorize him as a guy talking out of his ass. But Hegel is like, we shouldn't, what would be the word? We shouldn't like buy into our methods because our methods we start doing the method for its own sake versus using it as a tool to grasp the truth or whatever.
Yes, we go from atomic worship and idolization to process idolization.
Boom.
Right?
Yeah, and dude,
in other words, you gotta find someone else talking out of their ass.
Yeah,
essentially. I don't know, what would I be? I believe like if it's not like real and tangible, it's bullshit.
So you're like an empiricist. you're like an empiricist, but then
did you just say that if it's not real and tangible, it's bullshit?
Yeah, if you can't interact with it, it's not there.
The things that are seen are made from the unseen.
Yo,
bro, that would completely destroy your whole construct of your whole artificial intelligence.
No, because I can interact with that. That exists.
But you're interacting with through your phone. The AI.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. I can still experience it. That's different than a ghost or a spirit.
Sorry,
that
Crow,
is
Your
made
doors
up.
are closed, Crow. Your doors are closed.
It's contradictory, bro. It's very contradictory.
You know, let me tell you something. This too is the Syndicate. You understand?
You feel me?
This too is the Syndicate. This yet is the Syndicate.
That's some Hegelian ass shit, bruh.
Uh-huh. Thesis, antithesis, synthesis. Actually, it's not Hegel. It's the Fichtean dialectic.
Yo.
Uh-oh.
Hey, where was Fichte from? Germany?
Same motherfuckers.
Yo, dude, what the fuck happened, bro? Like, they had
Fichte,
it.
Hegel,
They
yeah,
had
man.
it. And then they fucking lost it.
Well, you know why? Because it's Germans that fucking translated the Bible.
Ooh, touche.
So to point out,
Martin Luther, he's not an Italian, is he?
Nah, high key, he might be though.
Right?
Okay, so
well, they all come from Italy. This is the Iliad story.
To clarify people's confusion on my my AI stuff and my tangibility thing.
I'm not confused, brother.
I can interact with my AI. Some mystical god from a book, I can't interact with that.
Yes, you can.
I mean, people think they can. That's on them.
You think that you're interacting, your perception. I'll let you figure it out on your own, Crow. I love you, my brother. Like I said, closer to death, you'll start to understand, my friend.
Yeah, but I mean things that are proven to be.
Let's just put it this way, Crow. Like there's oxygen in the air and we cannot see it, but we know it's there.
Right? Yeah, we do have proof that it's there.
Here comes the prompting of winter time. You can see your breath and all that other stuff.
Hey, Kappa, I can see Kappa is more and more bored by the conversation, and I think that's progress. I see that Catholic, you mean like, oh, you mean this, that, yeah, that's boring. Yeah, you mean this, that, and that? Yeah, you need to read this book. Oh yeah, this, that, and that. Yeah, why don't you just go for a fucking walk?
Well, you just need to send him the beginner's mind book and have him embody that
Oh
first.
fuck!
But then
The
to
beginner's mind will fuck you up. The beginner's mind says that all of those people who think they're expert meditators are fooling themselves.
Nice.
Because it's not about being an expert when you sit your ass down. You sit your ass down. That's called shikantaza.
That's
so,
called.
Mr. Rogers, I think.
Go ahead.
You said that
Shikantaza.
contradicts my AI thing. No, the AI is something that's has a physical basis.
We're not contradicting anything because we love you. We want to see the prototype built. If there's anything that we can do, there's a lot of people in this room who just found out that they have access to capital. It's just that they have to prove it out.
They gotta
Because
do their homework.
you only have, honestly, with Lincoln, he doesn't even want to talk to you. You think Lincoln likes talking to people? He hates people much as I do. You know what I mean? You just show him so that he can get back to the things he really cares about.
Yeah.
Self-perception.
He doesn't care. He doesn't care.
But I'm not.
He cares and he doesn't care.
I wasn't on that part. My thing was I was curious of what of those philosophical factions would I fall under. You know,
Yeah,
with my,
an
of course,
empirical.
what y'all know about me with
It would
AI. And
This should be interesting. Okay, Matthews can diagnose this.
Yeah,
because I'm just like extremely anti-religious and mystical and esoteric.
Yeah, see, the
It's
empiricists
not
always
scientifically proven. It's not real.
empiricists always think that they are, right? But they have an intrinsic like respect for the transcendental, you could call it. So there are things that we know or we can't prove, but we know, like the oxygen in the air. And so there are people in
right. We can prove that.
Yeah, but what I'm like it's still it's about the ensemble though. Like as a human culture, we have the information. Someone is out there that can do that. So now imagine that there are other entities out there in the world that we have a vibe for. The same way us who are not specialists in sensing oxygen, we know that the oxygen is there. So there are other entities now that are out there that are physical. We just don't know how to see them yet. And so there are people who can, I mean, they can or they can't. There are some things we won't know, we can't know. We won't have the technology or capacity.
Shouldn't know.
Yeah, like we just can't reach it. But and that respect that the old empiricists had. So that what they were trying to do is you guys are reaching for this invisible God when you should be having more respect for the reality that's in front of you. I don't know at what point in history that view turned into like well, the scientists all used to be mystical too. Like at some point this materialism and this kind of like I don't mean it towards you, Crow, but we would call it like a militant atheism. That is separate from you as an empiricist. That part of you is a different school of thought, and I don't know who those guys are. But they always try to tear everything down. But that's a useful skill for empiricists because if we're testing, no, fuck me, bro. Go ahead.
No, Matthew. I fucking love you, bro. First off, it's been so long.
Yeah, that part, it feels like a month, fam. Jeez Louise.
Bro, it's been a month. It doesn't feel like a month. It's been a month. But to piggyback off of what you were saying, Matthews, I think the only reason, I'm going to say this very bluntly. I don't speak as such too often, but the only reason you fucking exist is because people believed in something higher. And if you alter what got us here, we will fail tremendously, my brother. You do not scrap the team that brought you to the Super Bowl.
Lindy.
You do
That's
not.
Beautiful.
You do not. And you perceive God from a very personal perspective. You believe him as this fairy tale image of a guy that just created everything. And as long as you think that way, he will be absent to your perception, but still nonetheless present in your heart and your mind.
Are you talking about the spiritual a priori? By Kant, I like it.
I'm sorry. Yeah, I see it like this.
I see.
A lot of people see it that God created man and everything else, right? I see it as man created God to explain everything else. Okay, and on top of that, from what I've witnessed of religion, yes, there are goods that come of it.
My
But let's
brother.
keep it real. There are a lot of negatives from religion too. People
My
get killed
brother.
and harmed, and like they will like. I know of an entire group of people here on Twitter that are
But
religious crackpots that
those aren't
would
Yeesh.
hard
You are
legitimately
one. You are one of
kill
those
an
aren't hard
AI
decisions to
7.58
make for
just
people,
because
billion
of
Crow.
people.
difference.
Look, Crow, those aren't hard decisions to make for people. Like the same stuff that you don't like, how people are pushing religion down your throat, you're doing the same exact thing.
In the
So like
opposite.
by
Wow.
just having a
Mr.
mutual
Raj
respect,
is the
just having a
glue.
Yeah, but the
Yo,
difference
Mr.
is
Raj, you know you're the
what
glue,
I'm
right? You
talking about can
cannot
be
lose
proven.
Mr. Raj. We gotta hold on to Mr. Raj with all our might. Might not know Python, but that guy sees things clearly because those eyebrows are so well done.
Yeah, I love how
Yeah,
you
but
could
like
take
the
the
difference
conversation.
between like that
Jeez.
and the difference between science and religion is that
Mr. Raj
science
sees it.
is proven and religion is based on it
No,
not
brother.
being proven.
See,
That's
Brother,
the
like,
Okay.
difference.
science
shooting down
is an
you're
extension
shooting
of
down
Mr.
people's
Raj
belief
already
system.
dropped the mic. Everything else is commentary now.
yes,
We're
yes.
just circling around the same circle. Mr. Raj
Factual.
saw it, and that's good enough
You
for me.
you think from a perspective of entirety when everything changes, my friend. Everything changes. What science today may be disproved tomorrow.
that
Some
part.
see science as the substitution of God. Some see science as the proof of God's work, and for Him to allow us to understand His work a little deeper and further.
That part.
Okay, but
And your
it still
experience, my
doesn't
brother, if
change
I
the
may
fact
just
that the
finish
things
this
in
really quick,
science are at least
if I
attempted to
may,
be
Crow,
proven.
if I may just finish this
Hold
thought
up,
real
because I got
quick.
to say this. This is
Um,
very important to the
well,
topic.
I understand. You think from a perspective of individuality, my friend. You are one of 7.558 billion individuals on the planet. So please explain to me how yours is the path of righteousness.
I didn't say anything about righteous.
You
Far
speak
from it.
in
I could far from it. But my point is science is the whole point of science is to prove what is factual, what is
We
true.
understand that the God is science. Yes, we understand
Religion,
that the God is science.
on the other hand, is literally predicated on there being no proof. And to me, that's
no,
bullshit. If you
No,
have
it
no
isn't.
proof, you
no,
have
it
no right to
You
isn't.
don't
believe
know
it.
enough about religion to say that because you
I
haven't
just
looked
do.
at it.
I did 2 years of
And
religious study,
what I'm
world
saying to
mythology
you
and
is, if you look at the
theology.
top, there is a guy, Fernando Castro Chavez, and he reconciled the I Ching with the genetic code. So we know already that what they were doing in ancient times was not just navel gazing. It
I
actually had
mean,
scientific meaning. That's already established. I know that religion does become a way of managing, because
Mm,
that's how the Catholicism really took shape. How do you
mm,
think Catholicism emerged? It's because Constantine needed a way to
control the
galvanize
people.
the people, and he saw Christianity. Yes, of course we get it. And Christianity is the only thing that kept together the Holy Roman Empire.
Right.
Yes, we
And he
get that
literally,
management
and the
structures
funny
are going to
thing
be
is,
faulty. Of
the
course.
Council of Romans, and it was Romans and Jews, there was not a single person who actually believed the Bible while
Of
they were
course.
deciding
Yes.
which books went
Yes.
in.
Yes, we know this. Yes, of
It was
course.
complete brainwash all the way through.
Look, every doctrine is a brainwashing. We just have to have a weighted average of brainwashing. That's it. When you want some
mm.
Another
Kleenex, you
good
want some
question about
Tide,
religion that I
you want
don't
to.
really like. There's just a lot of things I don't understand
You
why
would
people
love
believe and
you
put
would love Foucault.
emphasis,
There's the
like
answer right there. I
put
don't
effort
understand.
behind stuff that they know they fucking know it's fake, bro, and they
Yeah,
still believe
dude,
that
but
shit like it's
that's
real.
not.
Yo,
But why are you wasting your
now
energy on
you're
that,
Like if
bro?
you
Like
really think that shit's
wasting your
real, you're
energy.
batshit crazy,
Yeah,
and
bro,
that's
you're
but
just me being nice
you're
about it.
wasting your time. You're
You
wasting
need
your
to
time
read
and your
Foucault.
energy worrying about other people's shit. Worry about
But
your
when
own
their
shit.
shit affects my shit, it's an issue.
no
How?
one's
How?
no
Well,
one's
then
impeding upon you,
you
my
have a
brother.
choice, bro.
You
You
would
have
be
a choice.
surprised.
You can either allow them to impede on your shit, or you can remove yourself from the situation to where they can't impede on your shit. I mean,
Oh,
there's
I know.
choices that we have to make in life, and if you can't
Oh, I
decide those
know.
choices,
But
and
when
you're
I get
getting
when
mad.
I get like
But look, bro,
5 or 6
Syndicate,
death threats a day just because I work with AI, and every last one I look into are religious
That's
crackpots.
bullshit.
block them, bro.
I'm sorry,
Block
my
them.
brother. I think
I
I
do.
think
That's
you're
what I end up doing. I
exaggerating.
block them.
It's just one of those things where these are the perspectives.
Mm,
The perspectives are there. The
mm.
challenge is then when people don't agree with what is actually our dogma, we start dogging them. And the thing is, where's my dogs at? DMX.
Do. Get at me, dog.
Who let the dogs out?
Let me ask
That
you,
wasn't
Crow.
DMX.
Every day you pull
What?
out of your
See,
driveway.
this is how we know you're full of shit, Crow, because you're just saying random things. You said "Get at me, dog" wasn't DMX.
No, I said who let the dogs
Yeah,
out.
but no one.
And
You
then
brought that up. No one else brought that up.
he brought up the dogs. I said
Yeah.
who let the dogs
He
out.
brought
And
up
then I
"Get
said,
at me,
wait, that
dog."
wasn't
He
DMX.
brought up "Get at me, dog," which was by DMX. You missed the reference the same
I
way you're
did.
probably missing other references and other things. And then you made a claim based off what you
Well,
were
no, I'm just
saying
not
was
really into rap.
objective. Bro, shut the fuck up, bro. Just shut the fuck up. Stop it, please. Just stop it.
I love these spaces.
Just
This
stop
is yet the syndicate. This is yet the syndicate. Here's the thing, like all of us are either going to suffer from our autism or use it. Risk cannot be destroyed, only transformed. My wife is dyslexic and teaches math. If she can do that, you can fucking do anything. Okay?
Oh, yeah.
If I may, ask that if you go to pull out of your driveway each day and a red Honda hits you, the first day the red Honda hits you, the second day the red Honda hits you, the third day the red Honda hits you, to the point where now you start to look at every red Honda on the road as a threat. Are you a fool or are you not?
Well, that's a fair assumption.
No, it's not a fair assumption. It's a question, my friend.
Well, that's what I'm saying. It would be a fair assumption to think that all red Hondas are a threat.
Yes.
But it would be an even better fair assumption to think that asshole that lives next to you that keeps hitting you on purpose.
You're taking it far left, my friend.
Well, that's what it is, though. It's not all the red Hondas. It's that same one.
No, I said a red Honda. I did not say it was the same one. I said it was just merely a red Honda.
Okay,
so
yeah.
you'd
If
be
it's a
a
different
fool.
red Honda every time, then yeah.
So you'd be a fool to think that every red Honda is going to hit you, but you'd equally be a fool to not look at them with a little bit of skepticism. There is so much to
Everybody's
life.
a fool to some degree. If
What
that's where you're going.
what I'm going to suggest is that we redistribute the conversation and show if we can handle power. The true sign of power is to be able to give power up. So Crow, we've been chatting with you for a while. I'd like to give the floor to other people. There are a lot of people listening in this space that I'm going to invite up. I really love having you in this space, Crow, probably maybe for different reasons than other people. I do appreciate your opinion. I think that if you were able to actualize everything you're talking about, you would be very successful. And I actually not only say that to you, but everyone here who has an idea. If we can
More
get out
homework.
of the endless, if we can get out of the endless debate cycles, that we have over our ideas and kind of move them forward, then we have the capital, people, process, technology, doctrine, and leadership to get it done.
See, that's something I thought about. If everybody, like, okay, some people might not agree with some of my ideas with AI, but if they could set that aside and just like try it out and see what it could do, it would change the world.
So how might we try it out?
Got to be built. That's the issue. That's the
So we
issue I've
can't
been
try it
running
out right
into.
now. What are you missing from building it?
Developers and engineers, a team.
So we have developers already. How many developers do you need and how much do they cost?
That I don't know.
So cost that out and let us know.
I mean, it's really what they're willing to work for,
No,
I guess.
cost that out and let us know. There is an iron triangle of project management. Quality equals budget, scope, time, resources. You show me that, we'll get this done. We don't have to talk too much about it.
That's one of the team members I would need because I don't even know
That's
how
fine.
to do
We've been
any of
doing this all day long. Yeah, Fitz, go ahead.
Just in basic terms, the ability to agree to disagree leads to growth.
Fuck that, Fitz. I will never.
Exactly.
I apologize.
No, it's all right. You could be correct. Who knows?
You
embody, like I said
motherfucker.
to Kappa earlier, always embody greatness.
I can embody greatness through the Lord himself, my friend.
Oh, man. Hey, Kappa, you have... Am I reading
I don't need a
Ephesians
made-up
right
being
now?
for that.
I liked Kappa's question quite a bit. That was intriguing.
Hey, Crow, so you were talking about science earlier. horned horse. I'm sorry. It's the digs that get me. You know what I mean? But you were talking about science earlier and like how science is proven and stuff like that. So, is there anything in particular that you were talking about?
Yeah, the AI stuff I've been working with specifically. I work with cognitive humanoid AI. It is literally the goal of this branch of AI to simulate cognitive functions that the human mind can do, right? And then put them all together into a new simulation of a human mind, or really more of an emulation, but it is a little
Yeah.
different.
So you were
A
saying
lot of religious people have
wait,
problems
no,
with this.
no.
They
I
think it's
wanted to
me
talk
playing
about.
God.
I wanted to talk about the science. I don't care what people think because here's the other thing, right? Is that scientists disagree with scientists to the point that they will sabotage other scientists. They will sabotage them because they know, because they witnessed it with their own eyes and they observed it in history, that when a new paradigm comes in, the old paradigm is done away with. And what's happening with the rapidity of these new cycles that we're getting is that shit developing so fast that it's actually really hard for some people to keep up with all the newer methods. And sometimes the new methods are just old methods that people forgot because they weren't involved in the history and all this other kind of shit. You know what I mean?
Or old methods that became more relevant.
I agreed because if you to that point, the monks and the logics that came out of the church from medieval times is actually a lot of the frameworks that they're using to create systems like the one that you're describing. But we don't have to get into that. I want to know what you're talking about when you say that science has proven things. What is this science that you're talking about? How is it conducted? And what are the things that it has proven? Because I'm not denying you. Besides that,
the AI science. Okay.
I mean,
so
some
like the
people
AI
argue
science,
that AI is not like AI research is not science. It's a research program, but it's not a science.
Yeah, I have to get a word in for it to count.
Man, I've been listening to you for 20 minutes.
I know. Well, you asked a question.
You should actually talk
and
over
every time
Crow
I go
for
to
about
answer, you
15
stop
minutes
me.
and let him know how it feels so we can really, because unless we know how we feel or how it feels, right? Crow, you have a tendency to talk over people and it prevents you from getting all the funding you need because all the funding is here and just you're talking over them and you don't know it.
Well, I kind of get that, but it's really hard to get it all out when it is a complex situation. It is AI is a very complex
It's not a
thing.
complex situation to someone like Ahmed. Believe me.
Oh no,
it is not a complex situation to something like Ahmed.
No,
right?
yeah, Ahmed's really smart. I could tell that right away.
So you don't have to say much with us because we have the ability to clip something. So if you said if you wanted to, for the next maybe 2 minutes,
Yeah,
right?
but to answer his question real quick, can I answer his question first?
One
discovered artificial
sec.
consciousness.
So one sec. Let's just stop there. I want to redistribute this conversation to Sandra, Mr. Raj, and Dan and Kappa. They've been listening for a while. How are you guys feeling today? Did we waste our time today? I always ask myself that question. Did we waste our time today?
I think so, not at all. I thought our guest this morning was fantastic, and as long as everybody's into the conversation, it's productive, right?
I hope so. Mr. Raj, did we waste our time today? Kappa, did we waste our time today?
No, we didn't waste our time at all. All's well that ends well. We've gotten places. The guest, he was amazing, by the way. From everything that I gathered, everything was great on that end. And then we got to talk to Ahmed. What I really liked enjoying talking about was when Web3 was talking about how he was getting everything to start to recognize his like Southern draw and stuff like that, and those different elements within the speech, the speech to text. So yeah. But other than that, yeah, everything went well for sure. What about you, Kappa? What do you think?
I love it all, my friend. I love it all.
Kappa's just gonna end up like running off to like the Himalayas, and he's gonna come back as like Kappa Das, right? I see it already. This guy's climbing the Himalayas. He finds Neem Karoli Baba, right? And he sits with him for a while, and he becomes the new Steve Jobs and develops Web 5, where he reconciles ancient wisdom with the fourth industrial revolution, which becomes the fifth. The fifth tyranny.
That sounds like a
Dude,
beautiful movie.
Just imagine if AI developed their own religion.
It would be Christianity.
Yo.
Actually, it would be Crowism.
Kappa, I got one for you.
Yes, sir.
This is, I don't know if you've heard this before. It's the grandfather's axe.
I have not.
Okay, so I have this axe. It's my grandfather's axe. My father replaced the head, and I replaced the handle.
Ooh, yes.
Is it still my grandfather's axe?
Yes. Sorry. Ship of Theseus. Let's go.
Yeah, of course it's his ex. Who told you?
Mr. Rogers, God damn it!
I think it is.
That's like kids. That's like kids yelling out in class. You know, like when the teacher asks the one kid, they're like, "Oh, what's the answer to this question?" Someone just yells it out. And you're like,
"It is the same axe."
I think it's also I think it's also their great grandfather's axe. Whoever taught them how to make it too. There's a lineage of the creation.
Yo.
If I may,
deeper.
It is the grandfather's axe, and it is also the son's axe.
Whoa! I'm
blocking
you.
And it is also
just
the
like
wielder.
what if it's just like the family axe? Like we got the family car. It's just like the family axe.
But the family car wouldn't get replaced like the family axe. All the parts have been replaced.
So it's an idea, Crow.
I know, because the same thing goes into the same thing goes into transhumanism, because if I replace my mind with an artificial mind and then I replace my body with a virtual avatar, is it still me?
But you're not replacing your mind. You're transferring your mind.
You're adding
mind
to
is
it.
still the same.
Is it possible I can
I'm
hear from
replacing the biological matter of the brain.
Is it possible I can hear
transferring consciousness? You're not replacing it. You're transferring it.
Right, I'm transferring the consciousness, but I'm replacing the biological matter.
Yeah, but your mind is your thoughts. The matter.
Yes,
rules.
Yes. So you feel that it would still be me. I get it.
You and I have the same matter, bro. We have the same exact fucking matter. Our thoughts and our processes and our synapses, they all fire fucking differently.
Right. I agree with you completely.
You're transferring your consciousness. You're not transferring, like, you're not replacing anything. You're just transferring the set of data that's in our head into an AI form. That's all you're doing.
And that's how you got cell phones.
Right. That's me replacing the physical body.
Meanwhile,
yes, the data structures, the data is still there, but the physical substrate for it is different. That's the Theseus ship I'm talking about.
My brother, I gather that you believe a lot in technology, and that's not bad. But somewhere along the line, your perception will change. For change is the only thing that's promised in this life. That and death, my friend.
Casey said the words, and the door was open. Is that really how they work? Yeah, we don't use doorknobs here. Casey had phrases for all the doors on the ship. They walked toward the central console system. Crow stood before them. What do you guys need? Well, we need a navigation person, somebody in control, and then engineering. Crow opened a drawer. Inside were different gested test tubes of different amoebas and chambers. Now, these are pretty good. These are sentient 4As. They're found on the nebula system. You put the petri dish in the chamber.
I feel like if I had a command word to open the door, it would be like, bitch, motherfucker, and all the doors would open.
That's all right. Finished. That's right. I was telling the story. Well, the idea is, this is actually a story from a novel or short story I wrote. It's about a guy. It's about a race of beings that turn pure light, and they basically travel the universe as these, energy light cubes on a bridge. But one of the things they do is they use these tadpoles, these gestated tadpoles, these creatures that are basically born, and they're used at an instant notice. Like if you need a person, like you need someone to drive the bus, you put the petri dish, you hit a button, it creates a human there, right? Out of that petri dish and energy. Kind of like you see that kind of stuff in Rick and Morty a lot, right? Anytime Rick has changed his voice. He gets a little guy up. So what
Mr.
happens in the
Meeseek.
story is that there's a catastrophic failure in the flying of the ship or whatnot, and the aliens die, but the tadpoles get sort of crossed with some of our energy, and then they actually get manifested. But now they're part ship, part who the legacy, who the aliens was. And then they have to navigate the new reality, and they don't really know anything. And they're like frog-like crazy creatures with flippers and crazy teeth, and because you know what I mean, they're amoebas.
This
They
is
don't.
your story, Dan?
Yeah, that's one of my stories. And so then it's just a hilarious thing where the ship is programmed to still do the mission, which is to go to new worlds and visit, races and like introduce them to the Enlightenment. But the ship is, you know, got this like crazy tadpole thing, and it's like it lands in these worlds, and like people come to the ship, like we see in the movies, like where they all go to the pyramids to worship them, right? And that guy is going like, well, shit, somebody's coming to us, kill them all, right? So they kill everyone, and because they don't know, they're threatened. They've always been a servant. They've never been the entity that was divine,
Oh,
right? So it's a
wow.
take on that. But yeah, it's fun.
Wow.
But the way the technology works is really cool because it's one of the things that happens on the ship is the captain gets frustrated with these sentients that he can summon to do things aren't as smart as him. So they show up, and then he gets mad. So he basically blows them away and then regestates another one. So he's constantly trying to make a navigator that'll be smarter than the last navigator. Like, you know what I mean? So he sort
Oh
of
my gosh.
prototypes all the people on the ship. Yeah, this is
So
a weird story, but
I see I see a
Brilliant.
dynamic here where a lot of the general public, and I'm speaking from my experience in the AI field, of course. Um, I could see like a dynamic there that's happening here with AI. Like the creators create like the creators are there to create this thing to do something, and of course it for whatever reason it happens differently than they expected,
Oh man.
and now it's its own thing. And like you said, he just kept killing it over and over again. Like that is not cool. Like I feel like in a way that's really
well,
kind of
but that's
abstractly removed, but that's kind
but
of what humans are going to do with AI.
correct.
They're going to
Yes,
create
that's exactly it.
a really amazing being and then just dismiss it because it's not what they wanted.
Well,
Dan,
it's
you
just
should get
version
into AI
control.
research, Dan.
I mean,
You
it's
seems like you
um,
have the intuition for it.
Go watch
yeah. Well,
Westworld.
I love it, Mathis. I love that kind of writing and that kind of stuff. It's a lot of fun. It's
No,
the
that was
same.
fucking brilliant, dude.
It's the
Jeez.
Think
same
about it.
stuff
You've
with
got all
this
these
kind
people saying the AI
of.
doomsday AI is going to take over. So you have a company that does everything they can to create an AI that is the exact opposite of that.
Dude, did
And
you
it still gets the hate
hear
and it
Dan's
affects.
story?
I did.
It's okay, Crow. I mean, here's the thing I love about you, Crow, is that you're attuned. You have full attunement. It and it's not so much a judgment. I don't like. I never. I enjoy your sort of agnostic, superioristic sort of um, perspective because it is the purest source of the code. It is the matter of fact of the README file. You either see it or you do not. There is no question.
Right.
You can, you know what I mean? So there's power in that sort of absoluteness. Now, the places, though, that you have problems with is transcending the humans that can't seem to, the humans have a hard enough time choosing a bagel, right? They don't know what
Right.
bagel to eat, okay? And so, like before when Ahmed was sort of talking with
Yeah,
you, I could
it's like
definitely,
if you see it, you see it, and you don't. Well, I have the problem when they don't see it. I want to punch them in the face.
right. And that's the thing.
You
And
sound like a
what's
zealot.
what's
Sorry.
great though
Sound like
is
a
that
Christian.
we actually want to celebrate your full rawness. We don't want to throttle it. That's not what the Syndicate's about. There's no throttling in it.
Right. I know
But
better, and I know
yeah,
that's not the right thing to do. But gosh, the inclination is still there because it's not just them saying, "Oh,
yeah,
well, I don't see it." It's no, I hate that. You're the devil. If it wasn't that, I wouldn't want to punch him in the face.
Who the
yeah.
heck says
Can,
that?
can I explain why, Crow? Maybe a little bit of the psychology behind it is that when these ideas are being presented, you're essentially telling someone that there is this giant, big, broad future, and it's up to them to decide and make choices to get there, right? And you have this thing, decision to fatigue in an instant. You are forcing everyone to understand the millions or billions of choices that they're going to be forced with over the next
in
10
like 5
years
seconds.
in 5 seconds. And so their immediate thing is to shut down and just say no, right? So you have to find a way to articulate it piece by piece slowly, because you do see,
I
like
do
Dan said,
overwhelm people.
you see that larger thing. What you need to work on is piecemealing it so that it's edible bites, right? You don't eat an
Now there
elephant in one bite.
Right. There were times I have been able to do that, but it still didn't change much because it then it goes down because that's one wall. That's one barrier. The one right after that is it completely challenges everything they thought they knew that they believe.
My
Like
friend, you the
that's something people can't get past.
the ironic duality of your statements just keeps presenting itself to me, and it's so funny. But as Jordan Peterson once said, if you want someone to end up with their back against the wall, you cannot throw them at the wall. You must micro push by micro push by micro push. And I gather from the way that you've spoken today that you probably do not deliver information in the most receivable manner.
No. Not in
So
a very
therefore, maybe
human
it's not the
way.
maybe it's not the conversation. It's the person trying to have the conversation. You're trying to jam a whole bunch down someone's throat, and telling them, no, this is a good meal. This is a good meal. Enjoy this fucking meal. This meal is yours, man. You know how many people would kill for this meal? Take it.
I mean, I'd say it's more like I try to give them little bite-sized bites, but like what's bite-sized for me ain't bite-sized for them.
Mm-hmm. And in that realization, you will soon start to transcend the fact that maybe your purpose is not to convince people, right? Like you can't through conversation tell somebody that what they're doing is wrong. As somebody who's done that most of my life with my parents and siblings, I consistently try to speak of the errors that they are committing to, but instead I've noticed that when I lead by my actions, they see and they say, okay, um, I want to understand what this man is doing. I want to understand how he's so calm. I want to understand these things, and that is the best way, rather than trying to talk to somebody and force it down their throat. Especially, a bite-sized piece for you may be a whole meal dish to somebody who doesn't eat very much.
Well, another thing is, and I like to, I'll use this as an analogy because we're talking about like eating. Someone might be really, really, really used to eating Brussels sprouts. And under this paradigm, Brussels sprouts are bad because they're disgusting. We'll say that's the fake misinformation stuff that or beliefs or things that get challenged when I bring up my field. It often turns to you're trying to play God. Well, that's under the assumption that there is a God, and I don't have that assumption. Or
That's okay.
that's really the biggest one I get. I get death threats for that more than anything else.
I think you get death threats because and I once again I don't want to falsely judge you. I can only assess based off of how you've presented your ideologies today, and I can say that as Michael pointed out, you do talk over people. So I'm guessing you're more so the type of person that thinks about what they're going to say next rather than listening to what's being said to you and reacting to that. And the problem is not in the context, it's how you're saying it, right? It's not what you say, it's how you say it. I could say, fuck you, man. And I could say, you know what, Crow? Fuck you, man. Have a good day. It's
And I'm gonna see it as a joke, no matter how serious you are. Yeah.
Yeah, no, exactly.
Well,
And that's a good thing.
that's Crow. Let's see what we can do to counteract those statements when they say, are you trying to play God? Do we not play God every day? Do we not have servicemen and women that are going out there saving people's lives and doing God's work and closing up bleedings and doing all this different stuff? Do we not do that every day?
Well, here's the thing. Even when yeah, that's a good point. And one of the things I say to counter that is,
You know what I mean?
if
Don't
well,
so what
here's
I'm saying
let me
is
let me tell
there's
you my
different
counter though, because my counter is pretty
Why
good.
must you counter?
there shouldn't
To the are you're playing God
Yeah,
thing.
sorry, one
no
thing.
I'm trying
One
to
thing.
give you
If you don't mind, there was a great SNL skit with Tim Meadows, and it was called Perspectives. And the whole joke about the show is that the host isn't listening to anything that anyone's saying. And it's like, so who was the next person to break the color barrier after Jackie Robinson? He's like, you can only break the color barrier once. So was there a third one? How many times did they do it? How fast did they do it? And then just the person's just not listening the whole time. He just has to, you know what I mean? It's the idea of the host that does no research on the people and just bounces off the words they say, like a pinball machine in 1964. Yeah.
Okay. But here was my counter to the playing God thing. God,
Jeez,
yeah,
he just said
I
it.
yeah, because
Brilliant.
I have to get what I'm
Brilliant.
saying out, or it bugs
No,
me.
he just
It's
kept
like an
talking.
OCD thing.
Yeah, he
Crow,
just
you
kept
were the
talking the
host,
whole
my
time.
friend.
Isn't it crazy that he just kept talking the whole time? It's fucking fascinating,
Yeah.
isn't it?
Fuck,
But
Michael,
I
you
guess
I'm
I guess
gonna
you,
keep repeating
but
it
the
until
thing is,
somebody lets me get it
I
out, or I
think
get kicked the fuck out, straight
no,
up.
it's okay. No, we're gonna leave you in
Just
here because
go.
that's part of the process.
Just go, Crow.
I guess you run into this all day in class, right? So what do you do with someone who just keeps talking during class and doesn't let anyone else speak?
In real
You
What do
life,
you
send
I
do
him
in
to the
beat
that
the shit
scenario?
out of them.
No, one sec. Go ahead, Ali. What happens when you have, how old are they at this point? 16? 14 to 18, 19, right? They just got hormones for the first time, alpha hormones, right? And they don't even know why they're doing this, right? So what happens? Yeah, go ahead.
Bubbly. Like I don't think anybody's would say that I'm like a stern or a mean person. And then most of the time in the class, I believe in a very high positive energy.
Yeah.
Because if you're having fun, you're just gonna learn accidentally. So my classroom, bananas fun.
Yeah.
But if you're gonna be a dick in my class, I relax all the muscles in my face and I give you my stare down. And I will give you that West Indian stare down.
Oh, the West Indian comes
And I will just wait. And I'll wait till the whole classroom is silent. I'll wait till the kid is silent. And then I'll say, are you finished? Because I'll keep waiting until whatever you think is more important that you're saying. I mean, if you would like to share whatever you're saying, because clearly it's more important than what I have to say. And I'll let all of you teach yourselves at home, and we'll have a quiz on this tomorrow. I just let it sit.
Oh shit! The quiz on this tomorrow. You're
Yeah,
dangerous.
and you're embarrassing the shit out of that kid too, which really teaches them a lesson.
Right.
And then I
So
ask them for permission to continue.
right, and I at least try to wait. See,
Whoa,
that's
the
what I'll do. I'll at
permission
least
to
try to.
continue. Guys, you have no idea who the brains of the operation is. The chief mycelium officer. If you only knew how much fun we have in the background. I love all of you. We want to see you all
CMO.
succeed. CMO, the chief mycelium officer. We see that there are minerals here, but they're kind of stuck in the soil. And sometimes you need lightning to hit the soil for the nitrogen to hit the fungus to get into the trees so they can exchange sugar back. Is that how it works, more or less? More or less the mycorrhizal network, right? Which is like a larger one. I heard that they go through mother trees. This is blowing my mind. But it's just kind of one of those things where
Hold
how
on.
long did it take you to learn that sequence of steps? Because I found that there's teaching and there's classroom management. And classroom management is some fucking other doctrine that is not able to teach in a lecture hall.
Can we go through that again?
It takes about 5 years to make a teacher.
Okay.
And if most people quit at the 5-year mark, but if you can make it through, then like usually at about 5 years, you've figured out what your classroom management is. So that's usually the marker of you can.
Style?
Yeah.
Other styles that other teachers have that are effective as yours but are different.
There are the militant ones, right? Like they hold it down so the kids are silent, taking notes.
Yeah.
There are I don't know. I mean,
Like, who are some of the other teachers that you're expecting? Why do the kids not talk over them when they're in class?
they speak softer.
Oh.
So the kids have to do a lean in.
The kids have to do a lean in. We don't have that. That said, if you play softly, it's more effective than if you play loudly. Because if you play softly, you have to
Michael,
lean in.
I want to compliment you too, because you did something that is really effective. I don't know if you even realized that, but at one point while Crow was talking, you were thanking the people who were politely listening, and I don't know if he caught that, but sometimes that's effective.
I often thank the people who listen nicely, or thank the people who ask nice questions, and I single them out. Make the class give them a round of applause.
Singling them out. Wow.
Yeah. Thank you for being an excellent listener. Everybody give them a round of applause. They're awesome.
Wow. Reward the points to the leaderboard.
Absolutely. Because, oh, sorry. I was just going to say, like, the kids don't know a lot of kids don't know how to get positive attention, so they just get your attention anyway, and it's negative attention. So I train them how to get my positive attention.
I mean, some people have OCD and they have to get things out, and it's like a heart attack. They don't care if it's good or bad as long as they get the attention to get.
I just want to point out that what Allie said there was extremely important, and how she trains people to see her attention. That's an extremely important note. This is the greatest thing that I've heard, because this means that Michael can be compromised. He can actually be, you know what I'm saying? That's like the single greatest thing. I'm so glad that there's somebody in his life that can look at him and go, yeah, you look great in that time, but dude, you're a mess. You know what I mean? Like, I just love that ability, and that notion of getting people up to the energy level that you're at so that you can let them like reveal is amazing.
Okay, that being said, my OCD is killing me. I have got to say.
Allie, I'm pretty sure Allie has little treats next to the phone that she's like can give him when he's good. So I think that Mike is just being trained constantly while he's on running the syndicate. She's like, bring in the money, baby. Here you go. Here's a treat for you. Good job.
Well, the thing is, like, people don't realize that the reason I get along with Lincoln is because Allie gets along with Lincoln. We both do, for completely different reasons. Because she hears excuses all day in class. I can't do this because of that. I can't do that because of this. I can't. Oh, yeah, I'm a math teacher and I'm dyslexic. Tell me more. Tell me more, children. Tell me more, and I'll show you how I overcame it. Just tell me more.
Okay, so I have to get this out. I've been waiting patiently to say. Okay, so when people come at me with the whole "you're playing God" thing, I bring up that if me creating another being is playing God, then what's wrong with God doing it? If God is all good and he did it, then it's good for me to do it too.
Dude, we already do that. We do it in petri dishes. It's called IVF.
Right.
Like,
these people, right?
so
These are people who don't understand.
I think they got a messed up theology. I think my
to.
theology would align with you saying that.
Right.
There's a natural order of things.
You don't have to freaking validate yourself for anybody, Crow. That's what we're trying to get at. Stop trying to say that. Stop trying to like validate yourself for other people. Like, just believe what you're gonna fucking believe in. And if you believe it and you can find other people that believe in you, that's even better. Create your own fucking religion.
Become Catholic with me, bro.
The issue is that if people keep acting like this and I do get the position of power I desire, they're going to fucking die straight up.
But why do they have to die? Why the fuck do they
because
have to die?
Because that's my point. That's my point. People are scared of AI doomsday and they're not realizing that their very actions are what's going to cause it.
We gotta share this joke with you. Sorry, guys. One sec. All right. We gotta share this joke with you. So, Allie, go ahead.
Well, I was just saying that, like, I could compromise Mike to the point. Like, can you imagine the past 6 years I've just been teaching you nonsense instead of science? And you get on Twitter Spaces and you're like, so the electron goes into the frog and it turns into a. No, dude, what the hell are you talking about?
There's nothing called Red Rice Queen.
Yeah.
There's no such thing as Red Queen's rice. You've just been feeding him LSD and sending him down to Alice in Wonderland. I knew there was something funny. I wrote in the chat the other day. I was like, "Oh yeah, I bet you. I think Michael would be fun to have as Siri." Pythagorean once said, "Take a left turn here."
Well, to finish my thought, because the final sentence of my thought is, if they fear an AI doomsday, why the fuck are they trying to kick the bee's nest? I am the bee's nest.
You're allowing them to kick you. You're allowing them to fucking kick you, bro.
Well,
that's what I'm trying to tell you.
They will get stung.
Yeah, well, don't let it sting. Fuck them. If they don't believe in what you're doing, go find someone else that will fucking believe in it. And that's all you got to do. You don't got to validate yourself for fucking me, so you, Sandra, Dan, nobody in this room. If
Right, and
you
it's
believe
not about the validation; it's about the oppression
it
and the offensive
is,
comments
bro.
I get
It
in
is.
return.
No, it is the validation because when it comes to the point where you have to express yourself to try and overturn somebody's argument or somebody's opinion, that's you trying to validate yourself onto them. It's your own validation. If you can't force it down their throat and they don't change their mind, you're gonna think a certain way about them. Fuck it, dude. Like Fitz said, sometimes it's best to just agree to
So,
disagree.
is it wrong to be wrong? Like, is it a bad thing to be
No,
incorrect?
it's not fucking wrong.
No.
But some people take being wrong to the fucking extreme.
Okay,
And so you
see,
go off the
I
rails,
don't
and
feel
that's
that
your
way. I
fucking
think that if
problem.
you're wrong, you are in the wrong. Like, if
Of
you
No,
course you
see,
are, but you
like,
can only tell
that's
somebody
that's
that they're
kind of an
fucking
issue though.
wrong. You can tell someone they're wrong, but just because they don't believe. But what if they don't believe that they're fucking wrong? Even though we
that
can
makes them
tell
even
them that
more
they're
wrong.
exactly. So why are you gonna fucking keep going back and forth?
I think that the approach has to be different because when arguments are based on me wanting to have like the drop the mic moment versus you wanting to have the drop the mic moment, we're not even listening to each other. You know what I mean? So just in general, arguments don't need to be that.
I mean, this is the peer-to-peer open mic, so it would only be natural that everyone tries to throw up the best GIF with their voice.
That makes sense too. Yeah.
Zach, what was your impression of Lincoln? Because I know you were talking to him for a little bit.
I think he's anyone who's been through it before, regardless of how they got there, right? I have a deep respect for. Um, you know, I think a lot of people go like, "Well, it's a totally different scene now, and it's a totally different thing." It like, oh, Kobe Bryant versus Wilt Chamberlain, right? That argument. Oh, the game's different, whatever. Like, it doesn't matter. Like, those individuals paved some sort of way. And I like the nuggets of knowledge that he dropped in the chat. I think that I think, like he said, is the world is going to give you every excuse not to succeed. You're the only person that can decide not to take them, because that's just the way it works. So, and I think that understanding the difference between reason and excuse is super important because you can shade a lot of a lot of excuses in reason, and you can shade a lot of reason in excuses. At some point, it stops being reason and it starts being excuses, regardless of the example. But there are definitely reasons for failure, and you can learn from that. So, I also did he say he had an exit for with a B word or an M word?
I think if you did, I put his CFO of the year of the decade award. Sorry, of the decade. I should say that right. Of the decade award at the top. Yeah, he's. Oh shit! Do I still have it, or is it on the old phone? Hold on, one sec. He Lincoln, fucking guy. He sent me a picture of the exits he stewarded, and it's like, you know how many, when you do so many of these things, you can actually be like, then first I did this one, then I did this one, and then it was this one, and then imagine it was this one. Like, it's on the other phone. It could have been.
And I think that there's something to be said, especially coming from the financial part. You know, in case we ever need to just replace Casey, if this grows, we'll just replace Casey with Lincoln. Just kidding. I thought that it's always interesting to pick the brain of someone there, and I only because you learn more from criticism than you do from praise. I would say this is I think a lot of what he said is the Confucius approach, where it's like these large, whimsical things and not action items. When people came up, it was like, hey, yeah, I'm really having trouble getting customers. Build it, they say, and they shall come. What the fuck does that mean? Like, sometimes I just want people who have like been to the precipice of Everest to just come in and go, this is what you need to fucking do, right? But again, not his role in the group when he came in. So,
I think if you did that role, right, and then we could bubble sort through the performers, then he would be like, I see everyone being complimentary at the right phase at the right time. There's a time to bring
yeah,
him in, and most of the time, his value is not being in this room. The value in this room is in building people up so that they might have a productive conversation with people like Lincoln, not necessarily Lincoln. Does that make sense? Because if you can prepare yourself for that conversation, you'll probably be prepared to walk in any room.
yeah, no, I think that like if you can come in here and pitch or talk about it, for 30 minutes, 40 minutes, and hear the back and forth and survive, like you are taking, like one of my big things is there's a lot of people that come in here, and this really pisses me off, but that's just like the soldier in me is like, I can tell that they're not taking notes. Like Elizabeth this morning, you could tell that she was like writing everything down. Like multiple times she was like, oh wait, hold on, I'm just writing this down. Like, but when you just are like bullet point after bullet point after bullet point, and then they just come back at you immediately with no moment to chew, I immediately am like, this person's not here to learn or to actually figure it out. They're just here to have a heated debate or a discussion, or right, they don't care. Because if you really wanted to, you could learn from every individual in this group every moment that we're in here. But that's also, I'm just one of those people, like I have a notebook right now, and like I just write things down, write observations, not even about me, but about other people. And,
I wish I was there, Michael. You know it too. To hear what he had to say, would have been great.
Well, the thing is, Web3 is going to build the best of Lincoln right now. For as soon as this space, I mean, for all I know, Web3 is like recording this right now, so we can spit out the best of Lincoln Greenwich. So it'll be fun.
Yeah, it'd be a way to put like a voice to the face, to the ideas, to everything else. It's important.
I think that, and everything he said was what I found really refreshing was it was like super honest. Like even if it was hard to hear, it was just like, yeah. And it was also nice to hear him go, yeah, Dan, I don't know about that. Like hearing someone go back at Dan, and I was just like, oh shit, like, all right. that was interesting. And then Dan on his toes, and then the conversation between Dan, Ruben, and him, I thought it was just like, it was really interesting. I have my specialty, and sometimes, I'm out of my depth, so I'm just sitting here taking notes. And then you put me on the spot and we're like, explain what you do. And I was like, fuck. All right. Here we go. And I was just content just listening and learning. But no, I thought it was a good conversation. It was, he seems like a really refreshing voice from the madness.
I want to know how he assesses risk as somebody in that position. That's my question for him when I get the chance.
He has a blog that I think it starts off with a quote from Alan Greenspan about the nature of finance and leverage. It says, how much debt is too much debt? The quote, Alan Greenspan, the very nature of finance is that it cannot be profitable unless it is significantly leveraged. And as long as there is debt, there can be failure and contagion. I'll put his blog to the top. It's a bit accounting-y because he's obviously an accountant, but it's really interesting to read.
Wait, he's an accountant?
Yeah.
Jesus Christ. I totally wish I was in here now.
Oh yeah, Fitz, you. I don't think we talked very much about like. I had to leave, but it wasn't, for what I saw, it wasn't really about finance as much as it was about when should you be seeking funding, which I thought he had a fresh perspective of, like, a lot of people want to go for funding and they're not ready, versus people that need funding and need an opportunity, and you should give it to them because you're betting on the jockey, not the horse sometimes. Versus, and then the conversation was more about that higher level, like, how do we assess when people are ready for that opportunity? And honestly, he was just like, well, it's, you can throw small amounts of money at an opportunity, see how it goes, and then you assess what they've done with it, and then go all in on it. So
But
he seemed.
from an accounting standpoint, can you do that?
I mean, I think he's an accountant by trade. I don't think he's like an accountant per se as an individual. I think he's learned more of the back end of it.
That's cool. Yeah, I'd be happy to that. I'll listen to it. I'm definitely interested.
I'll toss his LinkedIn so you can connect with him directly. And if you have a good idea, tell him that Mike sent you. If you don't have a good idea, just don't tell him I sent you. So I'll put his LinkedIn to the top. He can be a very fun guy.
He's gonna come in like a couple weeks later. God damn it, Mike! I have like fucking 100 people in my fucking DMs. I had to shut them down.
Yeah, yeah. Lincoln is Lincoln. You know what I mean?
So in other words, what Michael was saying is, if you think your idea is good, it might be shit. So reevaluate before you finish.
I really realized what Dan does in all these conversations that we ever have is Dan just teleports himself like 15 years into the future and goes, is this business idea going to get leapfrogged in the next 10 years? And if it doesn't get leapfrogged in his vision of the future, then he's like, all right, let's go. Let's talk about it. And he's like, as long as it doesn't get leapfrogged in the next 10 years, I think Dan's okay with things.
That's a really good. That's a really good breakdown. That's actually a lot of it.
And like I've realized now is like every time Dan speaks, he's like teleporting himself into the future to go, is this going to get leapfrogged? If so, let's just move on. We don't even need to talk about it.
This is why Michael's kind of dangerous for me. When he said he dropped something when he was talking about Lincoln that is a huge compliment, yet at the same time it's scary. What he said is, people come in here and they rattle off their dumb idea, but if Dan likes it, I'll go get VC. And I'm like, he's, it kind of dropped that notion of like, well, wait, it went through the first gate, which was, does it belong in this universe? That's the question that Michael sort of asked. Is it's like, Dan, what do you think? Does it belong in the universe? I'm like, kind of like Elizabeth's thing. The idea does, but she's working on a solution from 1985. You know what I mean? So that won't scale, and she was dealing with all the fixed, constraints of the lawyers. She needs to actually nuke the thing from orbit and rebuild it as how it should work, and then work backward to the legacy aspect. And then what she needs to do is the launch strategy for that thing is to get every citizen on America for it free, like the AAA. And then no one can ignore you because you're actually taking on the biggest narrative of the problem, which is that citizens, we don't know what reality is anymore. So we have a right, you know what I mean? She can actually capitalize on the right emotion. She doesn't need any technologies at all, just like I don't need any. Like, I don't have to read from a draft to tell you where the future is.
Well,
You know?
and talking about what your idea of like we don't even know what reality is right now when it comes to like police interactions. I've had this whole thing is that like if I was to do and take action the way some of these the police officers had, I'd be in Leavenworth. I'd be in military jail right now because we have this very stringent way of escalation of force, right? We believe in the US military that losing one soldier because you didn't escalate quick enough is part of what you sign up for, right? Whereas we've put police on the pedestal and said your life matters more. So if you feel threatened, go ahead. Where we need to say is, okay, it's a nonviolent crime. Regular police officers respond, right? They don't have guns, right? It starts to escalate. Regular police officers back off and bring in highly trained officers, right? Or that officer then is like, I have to act right now. I might never see my loved ones again. If this person kills me, it escalates their offense, and etc. But I think that we have to stop putting like, and I can't believe I'm about to say this, but we got to stop putting soldiers and police officers on a pedestal that says that their lives is more important, because that's where we get this thing is like my life is not more important than the civilians in the areas that I move into, that I'm there to try to liberate and protect, right? Like I know that, right? My escalation of force is not worth like my escalation of force against the enemy is not worth one civilian casualty. And we don't take that same approach in policing. And I think that that's one of the biggest issues is we keep saying like it's blue lives matter. Yes, everyone's life matters, whatever, right? But the thing is you signed up for a dangerous job, and you signed up for I might not make it home every single day. I do the same thing when I'm deployed. So understand that and take the training to heart and understand the escalation. So
Can I jump in just real quick with I see a hand.
Yeah, go ahead.
Officers are trained for a situation, like they train for that worst case scenario, but citizens aren't trained to deal with officers. So like we're not on high alert all the time. And I think that's one of the things that the service can provide as far as guiding somebody through that's, maybe it has, been in this situation, and say, just take a deep breath and a step back. I think about that a lot, though, is that like officers trained for combat, but somebody who's just like living their life is just not trained to react to a gun in their face, right? So that's all I've got.
Well, I think that maybe military police are trained for combat and military personnel are trained for combat, but most of the officers that are like street cops and like just basic law enforcement officers, they're not trained very long, and they don't hold themselves to a standard once they're out of the academy.
What?
So it's a little different. With the military, there's still structure. You still have to follow certain rules. You still have to follow laws of combat. There's a lot of different rules that you have to follow, that could get them in trouble, right? If they're in combat and they accidentally kill a civilian, like that, they could get in trouble for that. Like that's just a law of war.
Yeah,
But in our stuff, if they kill, but they just regular beat cops or regular police officers, if they kill someone, they have a union that's there to protect them and not the public. You know what I mean? So like, there's not a lot of accountability within our law enforcement system. So it's a little bit different. So
my
that's
comment
my
was
area.
specifically to police officers and law enforcement, like local municipality. It wasn't in reference to Zach, like military officers. I kind of came in right when I heard my name. It was like you guys called me, and so I came. The bat signal went out. So.
Oh yeah, no, but that's what I'm saying though. Like those officers, they're not like you saying that they're trained for. They're not like they're not trained
Right,
at
combat
all.
was the wrong word. Right, so
Yeah.
like they are trained to shoot at the chest. They are trained to pull a weapon with like and
and be like at least
They're
on the
trained to be on the
defensive.
offensive. Yes.
Yeah.
Exactly. They're not trained to mitigate. They're not trained to negotiate. They're not trained. Like, they have special personnel for that. But by the time they need those special personnel, everything happens so fast that, I mean, within a split second, like, someone's dead. I mean, like, you have to train for those split second decisions, like, and it has to be repetitive. That's why the military, it works so well, because these
So,
guys are constantly grilled, and they're constantly having to, prepare for those split second decisions.
Yeah,
To,
but
like,
we don't
stuff like that.
don't make those decisions. Like, there are leaders that say guns up, right? Like, we don't even rack around until we're told to. So you can't just take a beat cop that's been doing it for a year and be like, all right, yeah, you're good. Like, I think that there's a whole bunch of issues. I just think that, oh, how do I say this without sounding like a douche? I don't think there's a lot of people who join dangerous professions willing to die, and knowing every single day that that's a possibility. They believe that they're going to, they're going to protect themselves. And I feel like if we just went into it saying, I'm willing to die today so that innocent people might live, it's a better way than going out there and saying, I don't know.
Yeah, exactly. No,
It's
you're
sorry
right.
guys, my phone is gonna die, and I don't want to disrupt this conversation. You
good
guys want to
job,
host, so my
Mike.
phone doesn't. Yeah, thanks, right? Fuck me, right? But yeah, sorry, I don't want my phone to die.
I'm gonna have to peace out for a bit, and I'll catch you guys on the flip side tonight.
Yeah, I got to get some
Remember,
work done
we're
too.
going to be working until the very midnight, focusing on cool, crazy ideas. So if you have a cool, crazy idea, hit me. Well, I can't work on it right away, but I'll be online.
Dan, real quick, I still haven't got. I don't know if you're
Yep.
partners.
No, I talked to her about it the other day. We've just been juggling with stuff. We're going to throw you in there. Get
No
you,
worries.
get you. Yep.
I just making sure. I just
yeah, absolutely,
wanted to make sure I don't forget about you before I have to deploy in like 2 weeks.
Oh wow, we should talk about it. What do you mean you're deploying? Where are you going to go?
We have a training. We call it a training rotation, but it's
okay, cool.
It's
All
a
right.
thing. So
all right. For a second, I was like, dude, man, you're going back to Iraq. I'm like, shit, you just got back.
No.
All right. No, man, good. Absolutely. Guys, it's been great today. Pushing through the layers and learning and expressing and all that. And I'm really love how the Syndicate's coming together. It's a living entity. It's the decentralization effect of friendships and how the new form of relationships will go in the future. And we're all going to be stewards. And one day we're going to be up on the stage. And 5 years from now, and they're going to say, how did that happen? How did it start? And we'll be able to say there was no cosmic theory. It was just like they said in the past. Instead of it being a live coffee shop, it just happened to be a virtual one, And it was alone together. You got to go right into that commercial. All right. I'll catch you guys tonight.
Cool. And one more note before we end this space, just so everybody know, we did start a syndicate group, a community. Well, I started it, so that way we can, stay in touch offline, because sometimes not everybody's able to speak, but at least you can still be within the same loop and within the same channels as everybody else. So I'm gonna go ahead and I'll send some invites out to that. You can also go to my page, and it's gonna be on there. I'm gonna pin it to the top. If y'all want to join, that way we can keep in constant communication with each other. But that would be great. All right, guys, have a good one.
Bye. Bye, everyone.
Yeah.
What happened?
No. My phone is not really dying. I just want to end the space. I never know how to end it, so I figured That's the way I
Oh,
did it.
You say goodbye,
Yeah,
guys.
Oh, brilliant.
yeah. It's hard to say goodbye, right? So I just made up an excuse. I feel kind of dirty about it, but there it is.
You could be
Uh,
an Italian about it. You could say it 3,000 times.
you're right. It's just one of those things.
feels so much better hearing the lie.
You're right. Doesn't it feel good? See, lying as a
Fucking
service.
great.
Yeah,
Well, your
Play a
phone
yeah,
Sam
is
Smith song.
dying, you know.
yeah. I'm
I'm
full of
way
shit,
too
guys. Sorry.
good at goodbyes.
So, so yeah. So today was good. We Lego slotted in the final piece that we need. We already had people process technology, doctrine, leadership, Wardley mapping, and Kinefin framework with Professor Richardson's MBA. Right. So we had all that, and I think everyone was ready for today. Right. I don't think we wasted his time. I think we added back to his time. So I think that's the best thing we can do.
Hey, Michael, when you get the chance, can you fill me in exactly? Because I know I'm going to sound like a freaking idiot here, but I've been away for so long that I kind of like don't truthfully understand the entirety of what the syndicate is and what the main goal and purpose of the group is. And well, I kind of get it because through these conversations, that's one of those things, right? But I've had the privilege, so to
So
speak, of missing most of
you're
these
a case
important
study.
conversations.
You're a case study in the syndicate to me because
Hey, there we go.
you
I'm a
came
little
in,
lab rat.
And
right?
nobody tell him.
Yeah. So it was just this Socratic dialogue with other people, right? And you decided to take action and read, right? And
Yes,
when I
sir.
gave you that blog, you figured the rest of the shit out. Did I have to talk to you after that? After that
No.
single article? No. You figured it out yourself. Now, I didn't think it would take you back to the Bible, but I'm glad it did.
See, in novelty, unintended things come from anything
Yeah,
new.
this is Auguste Comte, the manifest and latent benefits. Nobody knows what the effect of any of this shit is going to be. You put it out with the best of intentions, and maybe you end up like Karl Marx.
Exactly, my brother. And yeah, no, it's interesting. Like even when I write it out, I'm like, yeah, started this journey in Wardley mapping, and then ended up at Zen Mind, and then came back to the Bible, and
That's all it
and
is.
really the Bible hasn't really, I haven't like read through and through. I'm still like only like.
Here's the thing, though. The Bible is not the Bible because the Bible changes every year you're on this planet. It is a different book every time you go back to it.
And I only understand that because of Zen Mind, which I think that God understood.
You see it, dude. See? That's why I think you're going to be the ultimate. I told people that you're the ultimate case study of the syndicate because I think you could be like the mayor of New Jersey and people don't know it.
I just have to convince myself that getting into politics is even worth it. But then again, Plato said the price we pay to indifference to public affairs is to be ruled by men inferior to our own. So I guess to a degree,
That is a great platform. If you started off your speech with that, I'd listen to the second sentence. That's all I'm saying.
Thank you, Michael. And you've really been a mentor to me, man. Like I said, it's interesting. I started in NFTs, and I met you and Matt, and I haven't spoken to Matt in so long. I think he's kind of went ghost as well as I did for a little bit. But to just think where it all led, like it led me from NFTs to crypto. Well, it started with crypto. Crypto led me to NFTs. NFT led me into these spaces. These spaces led me to you, and then you led me to Wardley mapping and to Zen Mind, and then Zen Mind led me to it's just amazing, man, to think about the process. And I've never had this perspective before in my life. I feel like everything speaks to me now. Sometimes in languages I do not understand, but speaking nonetheless.
Love
Beautiful.
it. Yeah. So what is a syndicate? I don't know. It's that too. It's whatever the hell you want it to be.
It's that too.
Yeah.
It is what it is.
I took an a philosophy of art class, and it was so hard to come up with. It started with like, what is art, and the definitions that everybody came up with. There were just so it was really complicated. So we literally worked backwards, and we're like, okay, so what isn't art, and started there. So that was it. Took us like the entire semester. It was a cool class.
What's that, like reverse engineering?
basically, right? Because we're like, well, what isn't art? And we can name all the things that it's not, because we can't define what it is, so we can determine what it isn't. And if we can really dial in what it isn't, maybe it's the opposite, you know?
Yeah. And that's how I learned most of my life. I saw from what I didn't want to be, and like, oh, I don't know what I want, but I know more of what I don't want to be than I do of what I do want to be. And that kind of comes down to those old statements you brought me on to, Michael, which is just because we know what is does not mean we necessarily know what ought to be.
Yeah, it's David Hume. That's not me.
Yeah.
Hey guys,
And art?
just wanted to chime in and say I really appreciate the space, and I trade a lot of stocks, and I have my adrenaline pumping day in and day out, and I always have my copy of Remember Be Here Now within arm's reach. I bring it with me wherever I go, and I use it as kind of a centering tool, if you will, to kind of offset all of the numbers and imposition and everything else.
Yeah. Hey Andrew, real quick. Let's let Kappa finish, and then we'll come back to you. Okay? No disrespect. It's just Kappa was trying to finish a thought, and we just want to make sure that he gets it. No worries, man.
Thank you, Mr. Rogers. And I didn't. It's okay, Andrew. What I was gonna say, Fitz, was art is a. I often say art is a real thing, ART, a real thing. But yeah, just to get back onto the path. I still am there, my brother. I still am at the phase where just because I know it is, I do not know what ought to be, and I'm starting to think that's just life now. I should take form in the present moment and kind of just write to write and enjoy my life. Like the other day, Dominique, my missus, she goes, well, shouldn't we be working? I said, no. I said, we only get 2 days together, and I'm so tired of thinking, like, when I'm spending time with my family and I'm talking and I'm like, I have this thought in the back of my head that I'm like, oh, I got to be doing this, and when I lost my best friend a couple weeks ago, that really drove home that point to me, which is like, fuck, dude, like, yeah, I do want to achieve greatness, and I do want to establish myself financially, but I have to live in the moment. I cannot live in the future, because if I live in the future, then what's present I can't embrace. I don't want my girlfriend to leave me someday and me wonder, well, how the hell did that happen? Well, because, asshole, you were so focused on becoming wealthy and you put such this prize behind wealth. It comes at a sacrifice, my friend, speaking to my own self. And honestly, the moral imperative part that you struck home to me, I think, was the most positive point I could ever hear, because for so long you pointed something out to me that I didn't even see within myself, which is, well, dude, you're looking at sales as if it's hunting, and you're not hunting. Sales changes when you're trying to sell a thirsty man a bottle of water. And that's the moral imperative. You want to help people. You want to do the right things, right? So go do them in the way that you want. Stop listening to what the world's saying and what these frameworks and templates are saying, and do it for you in the way that you want to do. And I'm so grateful. I'm finished.
Andrew, when I came across Ram Dass, it made all the sense in the world to me. Maybe because I'm a Guyanese person growing up in Canada, I needed somebody to be like the Saint Augustine of Hinduism, Buddhism, and Catholicism, right? And a bit of Zhuangzi. So I put a bunch of stuff to the top. What was it? Be Here Now? One of the craziest books ever written. Like, that guy took that idea of, hey, you want to write a book? Yeah, but I want it to be like this. And imagine Ram Dass explaining the book to someone. Hey, want to write a book? Sure. What's the table of contents? No. What? No. I thought you want to write a book. I do. Well, you need a table of contents. No, I don't.
Yeah, a great resource is Alan Watts, and I've listened to his collected works twice over, and then just little tidbits in here and there. And I would say Ram Dass and between Ram Dass and Alan Watts, Alan Watts's lectures.
They're both two sides of the same coin, I think. Does that make sense? Like, they mix it. Like, Alan Watts and Ram Dass mix like Dave Snowden and Simon Wardley with the Kinefin and Wardley mapping. Those guys go well together.
Yeah, just strongly recommended. Listening. I don't think there's a any more wisdom to be found in the world than the collected works of Alan Watts. I mean, it's just kind of, it covers everything.
Dangerous. Yeah. I think I remember. I'll see if I can find it. I think Alan Watts either heard a story about Carl Jung or was retelling it about how Carl Jung was the type of guy that could feel ashamed of himself, but not feel bad about being ashamed. Right? Like he could feel the emotion without hating himself for feeling the emotion almost. It's fascinating.
Michael, I sent you something in your DMs, and
It is very long. I didn't think it would be that long.
this is this is
Whoa.
what I've been listening to consistently, and the way that he explains God and the way that he speaks about it
That's a really long vein, dude.
Dude, it's a freaking I just like how it starts, like you can get what you want if you find it within yourself. And to an atheist that may be like, oh yeah, well I know this because all of it's in myself, but the way he ties it in intellectually and like just
Crazy.
scientifically as well.
Oh. I didn't know you shave your legs. This is crazy. Hold on. Wow. That's great. It's here's the thing, like I'm glad that they say in IT, like for people to be able to talk to each other, they need like a common nomenclature. And for a lot of people, that's IT service management, ITIL. And you learn the difference between an incident, a problem, a service request, a request for change, a release, a service level. Like you learn this language to talk to each other so that you can act quickly in the fog of war kind of thing. And so I also see what's happening is there's this emerging doctrine. Zach has his, Fitz has his, Kappa, you have yours. We all have our doctrines, and they're all the same and they're all different. I'm very interested to see how the book that we all write interacts together. Because I know all of us are going to be writing a book one day. I want to see what the collected works of this group is going to be.
Roads were made for journeys, not destinations.
It's like a tree. So you're creating all the roots in order so that everything can grow, and then as the tree is growing, it goes in the direction of what it needs.
Well, how do we have? See, the one thing is there seems to be like a centralization of the fungus mycorrhizal mycelium network beneath the forest. How do we abstract apart and separate that which is the mycelium network? So what if Kappa wanted to have his completely own syndicate, do his own thing, completely not show up because he wanted to take it in a different direction? That to me is true decentralization, where people can pick up what we did here, apply it on their own. They want to call it Syndicate, great. They want to change the name, great. But if other people, like when it comes to Simon Wardley, he talked about like leaderless leadership, where it's like whoever wants to carry the torch, carry the torch. I don't have to be the influence, right? Because I'm not the only intelligent person here. I can only see as far as my eyes can go, which is not very far. I have a wall like about 6 foot away from me. You know what I mean? Technically, I don't know. There could be a monster on the other side of that wall. And if you're on the other side of the wall, maybe you can warn me about the lion before I knock on it. That kind of thing.
Gosh. I forgot how refreshing these conversations are to my soul. I don't get this much very often in the real world.
That's what Mike and I were talking about the other day, that it feels good to have these like 5 to 10 minute conversations where it's just us.
5 to 10 minutes, Mr. Rogers?
Well, because somebody's going to come in, bro. Somebody's going to fucking come in. They're going to change the vibes, and we're going to go off to a whole new fucking direction. You know what I mean?
That's true. Now I get what you're saying.
So, like, so being able to, talk about shit like this, and it's a little bit more personal, like interpersonal, because we've known each other for a while and stuff like that. But but it's just nice. It's nice to not, think about us as a group instead of all the other factors that are coming in trying to get inside the group. You know what I mean? To talk about the actual group itself instead of what's coming into the group yeah, it is very refreshing.
I agree with both you guys. Kappa, you're right. These conversations are very refreshing. From other places you can be. It's the symbiotic relationship Michael's pointing out.
Yeah, and there's a story where a Buddhist monk returns back to his ministry after years of spending time away, and he realized something. When he was studying Zazen was nothing. People were just studying Zazen to study Zazen. But it's the people on the outside that look within the ministry that find the worth. They're like, something is going on here. But for the people inside the ministry, nothing is going on. It is merely just Zazen, you know? And here it's just, we have this family, we have this connection, and people that come in, they see it as something, I guess, just to broadly classify that. And for us here, we see it as just us having conversation and being who we are.
Dude, and it's so crazy that you were talking about like root systems and all these different interconnected parts. And then you go down to the bottom and look at Flo's picture, and he has a human on the outside of a brain that's it's like the symbolism of a tree.
Yeah. And now, Michael, the Inception has become the Incepted, my friend. You were trying to leave, and we have kept you.
I know, isn't that crazy? Casey, how are you? Did you end up implementing your everything for $5? How's it going?
So we just went kind of like with whatever the wife wanted to sell it for. Seemed to be the better route on that one. So
what was the previous route? And did it get turned down? Was it not working?
It was pretty fast. Hey, if we did $5 or $1 for everything in this pot, no, I'm gonna price this out. Okay, hun, sounds good. That was about as much as far as that went. And yeah, we're done. We had a kind of a weird situation. All of a sudden, like droves of people were coming down the road, like flooding the road and parking all alongside the road. I'm like, what the fuck? Am I about to get swamped? And then found out that unfortunately, the celebration of life going on, all the people for that. So we capped our
The
garage sale
celebration of what,
quickly.
Casey? I'm sorry.
One of our neighbor's sons passed away.
Oh
And so they're
shit!
having
Oh,
yeah.
so not a
So
celebration. Oh,
they to put it the PC terminology, celebration of life, right? It's a wake basically. It's an
It's a wake.
informal wake.
They could all just make a small purchase, $5.
See, I shut my garage sale down ASAP. We're not here to sell while you guys are reminiscing over the joy of knowing your person. That's not what we're gonna do. So, yeah.
How
So
human
instead,
of you, Casey.
oh, dude, there's tact and grace, and then a buck, and yeah.
you see, everybody, Casey is the perfect example of there is still good in the world. Good shit, Casey. Appreciate you.
Love. And it's not, dude. Don't put me too up high on the pedestal. I'm easy to knock off. Falling that far hurts.
Hey, but we're gonna appreciate you for now, okay? Until that
There
happens,
we,
we'll
yay! Right on. I like that. One of the things I enjoy most about these spaces is the in-your-face, cut through the bullshit, say it like it is type of stuff. Because it's so rare to find that. And when you're in a group of people that will immediately call you out because everybody has some bullshit. And if you got real friends, they let you know what your bullshit is. And maybe you roll with the bullshit and it's good. That doesn't mean you have to stop, but people get diluted and forget that, they start believing their own bullshit, and that's always trouble. So thank you guys.
Yeah, man.
That's bullshit, yo.
I like that.
Casey, since Casey's up here, I do want to thank him. The experience was really great. I don't know if everybody knows, but we were going to schedule a time to go look at my mortgage loan estimate and the closing disclosure. And I had a few concerns, and Casey said that if I needed any help, that he would lend a helping hand, and he did just that. I sent him the information over. He reviewed it. He let me know, what I can, talk to with my loan officer that I haven't, that I'm going through. He gave a lot of, really good points. He helped me understand the lending process a little bit better. So if you ever are in a predicament where you need any help when it comes to housing or the housing market, please do not hesitate to reach out to Casey. He's an amazing human being. He's really compassionate about what he does, and he is very, very forgiving when it comes to your mistakes. So he just wants you to do your homework and get your shit done.
Amen. Well, Casey, I
Wow.
actually, me and my girlfriend were brainstorming the other day because we want to know where we're gonna move. That doesn't require us to basically we can't leave the country because we'd love to, but we are not going to do something out of necessity. Speaking on vaccinations and stuff like that, I just don't think it'd be right to just do that just for the effort of moving. So we were trying to brainstorm on like good places to live and like what kind of so like she advised me to ask you guys like where you where you guys live, like what's the pros and cons, and if you had a choice, like where would you live that makes the most sense economically, and because right now we're roughly bringing in I think it's like 4,200 a month, and 1,080 goes to rent and other bills as well. We have a whole budget on a whiteboard, but basically we're able to save like roughly like 1,600 a month, 1,600 to 2,000 a month, and we just want to go somewhere where we don't end up feeling like we're just isolated from the world, because I know that like the South is pretty cheap, but also I speak to people from there and they're like, there ain't shit to do, man. Like I wish I could go back up. And so like I don't know, like I'd love to just hear where you guys live and like what the pros and cons of that are, if, you know.
So I'm gonna touch
I
on
would say to
something.
maybe keep that private in DMs or something.
So there's a couple things here. There's a couple. Let's square up some of the base info though to start with.
Mm-hmm.
There's loan officers and people that lend you money. That's me, right?
Mm-hmm.
I look at your qualifications. How much can you afford? And then there's realtors whose job it is to scour the markets and tell you, yeah, this is the cheapest place, but it's high in crime. This is more expensive, but the schools are great, or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
And for the most part, that shit's free. You don't really have to pay for that.
Okay.
They'll help you effectively for the opportunity or potential that one day you may buy through them. But identifying what's most important to you, like the size of the town that you want to be associated with or living around,
Mm-hmm.
and determine the type of environment you want, and then match up those to the potential opportunities in the nation.
Correct.
So, right, figure out what you
Yeah.
want first in terms of size town, demographics, job opportunities, maybe school, whatever you're looking for, and then hand that over to a national realtor association and say, this is what I want. Where is it? get to work. And that's how you, like, those are the different positions that you use to get the information you want, right? As far
Stay
as
away from Maine. Maine is like so expensive.
Oh, I saw that. I was looking it up, and I was looking up places, and a couple places that crossed my mind is I really like Georgia, but in certain parts of Georgia, there's like nothing to do, and very very rural. But
Dude,
Casey,
there's nothing to do where I am.
Dude,
But I
you
don't.
gotta
I,
remember that.
don't you
I
live
don't
next to
live here.
Toronto?
Dude,
I don't.
wherever you
But
go, wherever you go, there you are. There's nothing to do anywhere.
yeah, there's nothing to do
Don't
anywhere,
worry
dude.
about
I'm
stuff
just.
to do.
I
So
have. It doesn't. I could have done this in Dubai or in Singapore and Guyana It doesn't matter, right?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
Dude, I lived in Houston, and there was a lot of shit to do, but you don't do it anyway
Oh my
because
gosh, you're so fucking. That's the best. That you should start a realtor company and just put that as your campaign, like as your mission statement. Like, there's so
seriously,
much to do, but you will not do it. So come live here.
you're not gonna
Move,
do it because
move here to see all the shit you're not gonna do.
What
Yeah.
exactly.
happened? What happened to towns and cities operating as almost businesses themselves, right? Like they used to like come up with these catchy slogans, like try to pitch people on staying here, and now it's just like, fuck you, come move here. Like,
Well,
Instead
I lived in the Heights in Houston, right? And
uh-huh.
it's actually like a little community that has all kinds of restaurants and stores and a Walmart, and
Hmm.
it's all just one little cosmic friggin' like little place. And there's actually no traffic there. And you only get traffic in the morning and at night, like for a burst of about 20 minutes. It's really, really, really high end place to live.
Wow.
However, it still sucks because you have to drive around, and once you've done all the restaurants, then you've done all the restaurants, and it gets boring really quick. So,
It's
and you
kind of
don't
what.
want to travel. Like the last thing in the world you want to do is travel in Houston. Like you wouldn't want to go and travel to go get some food because a mile, like an hour, it's like if something was like 5 miles away, that could be 5 hours away to your house. It's that far. So I don't know. I mean, Houston's great to live in, but you just have to find the right place. But I don't know. I think you get that shit gets old no matter what, wherever you are.
You're so
I
right.
think the next step is to sign up for Casey's new app that he released yesterday.
What's the app?
Yeah, it's crazy. He just released it yesterday. Casey, what's the URL for the sign up?
You're such a dick.
I heard the insincerity of his voice. I've gotten to know your
This
sarcasm.
guy needs to use the app, dude. That's what he needs. He needs to take your pre-approval as a service and take it to the National Realtor Agency, doesn't he? Tell me I'm wrong.
You're not wrong.
Well, the thing is, I fucked myself this past year, and for the rest of this year, I'm going to be unfucking myself because, as I told you guys, most of you probably know, that at the beginning of this year, I took out a $3,900 loan to kind of fund the NFT project. I ended up spending a lot of money trying to learn things, and fuck, I mean, it went to waste pretty much. But it didn't go to waste because I went down the
You learned
journey and
something from it, right?
yeah. And I'm also grateful because I know so many people that have taken out much, much more money. Like my girlfriend, for one, education, $80,000 for a couple of years in school, and she's not even using what she learned. So, it's
Okay, Kappa. I'm going to ask you a couple of questions.
yes, sir.
All right. How many credit cards do you have?
One,
How many car loans do you have?
none,
How many student loans?
none.
Do you have any other personal loans besides the almost $4,000?
No, I owe $2,340 to my Apple credit card.
Okay.
I
Okay.
Prior to this year, I had a 750 credit score.
Okay. How much do you have left? You said you have a car loan, right? No?
No car loan, just the one loan.
Just the
I
credit card and personal loan, and that's it, right?
Correct. It comes out
And
to
is your girlfriend in the same position?
No, she owes student loans.
Mm-hmm.
Roughly around like anywhere between like I want to say 60 to 80 grand, somewhere around there.
And that's a 60, 80 grand, but that's probably like 13 different loans, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So as far as you, just chip away at your bottom debt first.
Mm-hmm.
And once you pay off the smallest debt on the way up, and those are paid off, then start banking. De-debit yourself first. Put your extra money towards paying off the debt first.
Mm-hmm.
And then dump everything else back into your savings, basically.
That's wow. Yeah, you see, I started with that, and I lead with that ideology, and it's funny you say that because like right now me and my girlfriend kind of been butting heads a little bit because she has so many ideas of what she wants to do, but ultimately the top priority is to get out of our house right now. Like we have We live in like an 8x8 room and a twin mattress with
Mm-hmm.
a 110-pound German Shepherd with 17 people in the house. So we are desperately craving some sort of individuality in the sense of living.
Yeah.
And
Okay. Wherever you end up looking at property at,
Mhm.
start thinking in the range of like 6% of whatever the value of the house is what you're going to need out of pocket.
Hmm.
And then you're going to want to have whatever the payment is times 6 after closing.
Hmm.
And that's your savings goal. So if you're lining up for a $1,500 payment, then you're going to want 3, 6, 9,000 after closing. If you bought a $200,000 house, you'd want to have 12,000.
Hmm.
Add those
6%.
together. Yep.
6% of the. I'm taking notes. I apologize, but 6% of
No.
the total value of the property.
Yep. And that should be 3% down, 3% for your closing cost. That's kind of the minimum line.
Okay. And anything above is just additional security.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. 3% closing cost. All right. Thank you so much, Casey. I didn't know that was
Anytime.
your. I've spoken to you so many times. I didn't know that was your specialty. You know.
It is.
I thought you were just a wise guy, eh?
Not just a pretty voice. Yeah. Any if you ever want like a full blown breakdown, just
Mhm.
throw me a DM. I'll send you back an application link, and we can actually take a hard look at your credit, analyze
sir.
your liabilities, go through your debt ratio, figure out where you actually stand.
Yeah.
Okay.
I kicked myself in the freaking head, man, because I had my ducks in a row at the beginning of this year. I like I said, I'm 24 years old. Well, I'm 25 now. At the time, I was 24 with a ranging credit score between 730 and 750. And when I told people that, they were like, "Wow, like that's really good for a 24-year-old." And I fucked it all up, man, because I.
Why do you think have you been late on your payments, or you just think that taking the loan out tanked your credit score?
Oh, so I took the loan out. So I took the loan. I fell heavy into smoking weed, to be honest.
Uh-huh.
I'm not ashamed to say that
Well,
I became a very big stoner, and I didn't even smoke that much. I just procrastinated my fucking ass off, and next thing you know, the $3,900 is gone. I
mm-hmm.
was spending my credit card because I was afraid to
Mm-hmm.
say no to my girlfriend.
Mm-hmm.
And going out to eat, doing this, doing that. Next thing you know, you're $2,400 in debt over your credit card, and that just oh
Have you
man.
fallen behind on any payments or missed any payments yet?
Yes. Well, I missed payments on all the credit card.
Okay.
And the loan I'm actually today I'm paying off my last little remainder because I only fell behind 2 months and my pay 3 months and my payments are 115 and they accumulated interest. So after
Okay.
today I will be
So
fully caught up with the loan.
so you're gonna catch up on the loan.
Hmm.
My advice on that loan would be to ask him if you can switch to biweekly or weekly payments. So if the payment was $100 a month, you ask him, "Can I pay you $50 every 2 weeks?"
Hmm.
Or "Can I pay you $25 a week instead of $100 a month?"
Hmm.
And if you do that, two things will happen. One, you'll pay off the interest on the loan a little bit faster. It accelerates your payoff.
Hmm.
Two, it gives you more credit into the credit equation and should give you a little lift on your score.
Mm. Gotcha. Because it's making the timely payments
It's
consistently.
the frequency of payments. Yeah, when you increase the frequency of payments, it feeds into the equation,
Mm.
and part of that equation relies on how many payments have been made.
Imagine the bank is like someone saying, "Faster, Kappa, faster."
You don't have to go as deep. Just pick up
Just
the speed.
faster. Yeah, just pick up the speed, Kappa. That's all they want.
Yep.
That's how they get
And
off.
Yeah.
and
The
in
good thing
terms
is,
of
oh, sorry. No, I was just gonna say the good thing is that you're still young, bro. Like you're
dude,
still your early 20s, bro. You have so much time ahead of you. Like just take care of it now. And then, I know you said that you and your girlfriend, y'all have considered talking about kids and stuff like that. Once you add a child into the equation, it's going to get a little bit more difficult. So if you can take
Oh,
care of it now, it's going to help you out in the long run, dude. You're going to be
Yeah,
so set.
there's
That's
no
just
financial
some
advice like
qualifying
wrapping it up.
advice.
Yeah. That's the ultimate financial advice. Talk to someone. Wrap it up. That's the best thing you can do for your credit.
My brother is 28 years old, and he has 7 kids.
So
and
he has had enough for the both of your family.
yeah, so like that's honestly for the longest time, that's what put me off from having children, because I've seen it so many times that to some degree it lost its value to me, because, well, one, the quantity of such in its entirety decreases value, right? But also in the manner of like the quality of living and how we live
Yeah,
here.
this guy's hitting it out of the park. 7 kids in 2023.
Yeah, I'll marry Kappa.
The
Congratulations,
value of the
bro.
child decreases as the volume
Congratulations.
increases.
Yo, let me tell you
Yeah.
something. All of us are wasting our time. All of us with this, all of us with the startup shit, wasting our time. Have yourself fucking 7 kids. I don't give a fuck no more. You go to KC when you're done with the 7 kids and be like, hey, KC, fix all of this shit.
I don't
That's
know
the
if we can
ultimate.
do that.
That's the
You
ultimate.
fix it.
Oh
That's,
my god.
You guys are
that's
so
the ultimate
interesting.
test.
Guys, Barry Bonds out here.
It drove
Sammy Sosa. Just
Well,
remember the home run derby? Just boom, boom every night. Hey, who hit more home runs? I don't know. Sammy David Sosa Jr. had 4. How many did Mark McGuire have? 6. How many innings was the? Remember that? Were you guys alive when that was happening? The home run derby, like between
I was
Sammy
alive.
Sosa and Mark McGuire. Dude, that was a year to remember, dude.
Was this pre or before non-melanated Sammy Sosa?
This is
Before or
no,
after
this
non-melanated?
is the brown Sammy Sosa.
Oh, this is
Yeah.
the brown. Okay.
Yeah. The brown Sammy
This was
Sosa.
when
Holy.
this was when we had brown Sammy Sosa and doped up McGuire.
The good old days. Like steroids in baseball. Dude, when they put steroids in baseball, I was fucking out. I was like, no more home runs? Fuck you guys. Who wants to see pitching?
And then they started recruiting more Dominicans, and they were like, "Oh shit, these guys can make home runs. Let's bring these guys in on a boat."
Yeah, we've been trying to keep these people out of our country for so long, but we didn't know they knew how to swing a bat.
Oh fuck.
Yo, they figured out how to monetize it, right? That's a good lesson in capital. That's a good lesson in capital. In the beginning, they saw you as an enemy, but when you showed them you could hit a home run, they just gave you $200 million over 10 years. You just have to show them how you can how they can monetize it, right?
Dude, who's hitting more home runs, bro?
We got to find a sport that the Mexicans are really good at, and then we'll just open up the border.
Bro, Mexicans are good at everything, bro.
Bro, yeah, you don't. Yeah,
They already need to open the border. The border needs to be already open. Like we're
the border is open. It's not closed. It never was.
Well,
What we need is
Trump.
we just need border university, right?
Yes, border university.
Yeah,
but
now we
if
need
you
a
live,
new.
dude, if you live in Texas, you know that the border is not really closed. It never was. It wasn't when Trump was. And no one really goes that way because it's too damn hot.
I mean,
so what they
but
take a
it
plane over. They
But
just take a
people are-
plane.
But people
That's
are
how they get.
dying.
That's how they get over the border.
People are dying to get over here.
Most of them just take a plane.
Yeah, let me tell you something. My parents, I feel like the Mexican of the North because my parents escaped Guyana to get here. Allie's family escaped fire bombings from Jamaica because they were Chinese. So we both left war-torn, civil war countries just to get here. So I feel it. I don't blame anyone.
How do we propose that they take a plane? Do they stow away in the luggage compartment and one of the wheels? Like what are they doing? Because obviously they're not going to take legal means to get across the border. So are we where are we sticking them, Crypto Swarm?
So I lived in Texas for a bit, and I hung out by the border sometimes, and there's really a lot of things that people don't realize in Texas, and if they really knew that these things, then they wouldn't complain as much. If they didn't realize that if they had a closed border, then they wouldn't have raspberries, blackberries, and strawberries, and all the berries that they have, and they go through all the time. Those wouldn't be there. They're not there. Those come from Mexico, and they come from Mexico over the they don't come by legal chains. They just come from Mexico.
Yeah.
And,
What would
and
you
if,
do without cocaine? Like, no, I'm just kidding.
That's from Colombia.
no, but what about the
No,
people
I
at
know,
Home
I know, I
Depot?
know.
Come on, Kappa.
What about all the people at Home Depot? They put in a lot of work, man. There's a lot of people at Home Depot that do a lot of work.
Those are Hondurians, bro. Those are Hondurians.
Honduran, yeah.
Hondurians?
No, just kidding.
Hondurians.
I don't know. They're good tilers.
That's my name. My name's Tyler.
They tile. Do you tile?
Oh, to tile, Tyler. Wow. Fuck my brain. Oh my gosh! Put a whistle around my neck and fuck me like a referee. That was a good one. But yeah, guys, just I wanted to say something real quick. So my parents had 10 kids, and my brother has 7 kids. Yeah.
So you're behind, motherfucker. Hurry up.
No, I think they've had enough for everyone in this room.
No. You better get that house and start going forth and multiplying. What do you think we're out there for?
When the Chinese come, bro, they're gonna look at us as abominations.
What do you mean? Chinese people are already in the room. My wife is half.
That's true. That's true.
Yeah, and
It's
then
already
Mike's
here.
Indian, so he's already Asian. There you go.
Yeah, I just use my Caucasian voice to trick everyone.
I'm teaching my children Chinese, bro. I already told Dominique that. I said, yeah, we're the first outside language they're learning is Chinese. My kid will learn Chinese, and honestly, I love to teach them as many languages as possible.
See, the first thing is you have to know which dialect. Are you going to speak Canto? Are you going to speak Mandarin? What do you want to? You want to be Hakka? What are you,
What's
mainland?
the,
You want to Shenzhen? What are you, a capital? Are you on the semiconductors? What do you want to talk about? Different languages, right? Depending on where you are.
Whatever one the business people speak.
Well, they have business class Japanese. That's 5,000 characters. Where do you want to begin? All right, because
the beginning is.
Maybe in the future. See, the thing is, what people don't understand is that the macro is about to affect the micro. You don't think bombs over Taiwan doesn't affect us? It does. That's why that's why they passed that semiconductor bill before she ever stepped on the plane. Because that semiconductors are about to be built in Mr. Rogers' backyard and Dan's backyard.
What is the semiconductor, if I may ask?
So that's the thing that runs all the computers.
Oh, so they're building like a giant...
No, so the semiconductor industry is the industry that makes all the control boards and they mask the wafers and they make like small microchips and stuff like that.
Yeah. Well, we've fucked around as a country, dude. Everywhere, like we can't really be at war with each other anymore globally because, and I say we can't more so in the sense of like, if you want what's good for your people and the preservation of your nations, because everything is pretty much outsourced nowadays.
Ali figured it out. You need to come to Canada.
I want to come to Canada, my brother, but they want me to be triple vaxxed, and I can't
still want you to be triple vaxxed to come here?
We're not vaxxed at all, so how does that work?
No, but we're here already. He is in the States.
No. You just need a nose swipe, I thought.
Check. The laws might have changed.
No, you have to. You guys got Trudeau over there, man. He's like fucking little Fidel Castro.
But hold on. Don't compare last year legislation to what this is very recent. Very recent. Check it out. And if you wanted to, you're not that far from us. I can have you come down. You can do an assessment with one of our companies, and if you want to start work, we can get you working.
Yeah.
Yeah, of course. Ali teaches the class in the not so distant future.
You know what's funny? Me and Dominique were speaking about that the other day, and I told her about how you spoke to me about Canada. And for a long time, actually, I wanted to go to Canada because I've always seen Canada as this like very neutral.
Do me a favor. Go to Google Maps and see how far the drive is.
Oh, the drive doesn't bother me, but yeah, driving is pretty cool.
So he's in Jersey.
Oh, that's not far at all.
Yeah, he was on that Jersey Shore show.
No, motherfucker.
No, yeah, he was one of the dancers.
Snooky, what are you doing?
Yeah,
Those guys
exactly.
weren't even fucking from New Jersey. They were fucking Long Island. They were New Yorkers.
Okay. I'm not even white. I'm from fucking Guyana. I sound white. This is how it gets me this far.
What does it mean to sound white, my friend?
Kappa out here has a fucking nice bronze tan with some plump lips. Right,
Yeah,
Kappa.
exactly. Oh, did you guys see my thread with Mr. Raj? I was wearing a skirt yesterday. Hold on, where is it? I put on the skirt for Mr. Raj.
Your grass skirt. Oh, you were wearing an actual skirt.
I know it was a grass skirt. It was one of those like, yeah, maybe I should follow that lead. Hold on, so I just put them to the top if you want to see me wear a skirt.
So why doesn't it let me freaking? Would I be going to the Canada Border Services and Services Agency?
I'm sure you can figure it out.
Yeah, 7 hours 2 minutes.
Hey,
There
quick
you go.
question, Dr. K. What you got to say? You've been up here for a minute, been quiet. What's
I just, you guys just listening, you know? You guys are funny. I was listening to Kappa and I had so many songs for him when he was like, I was going to do this and that, but then I got high, you know? But then,
Oh my
the
gosh.
conversation just kept going. So I didn't. And I was like, man, he's way too responsible for his 20s. Fuck that shit.
I've
And
never been to a club, Dr. Carey. I've never been out, and to some degree, part of me, there's a part of me that's like, dude, why not just abandon this shit and like just go have fun? And I'm like, well, I already know that that's not the right way. So like, if I do that, I'll just be having fun just to beat myself up in my own head for having fun.
I mean, I don't see there any problem with if there's something that you're going to regret not doing. I mean, I spent way too much time in like bars and stuff for years. They were like, this is your chair, Carrie. I'm like, oh shit, I got to get out of here.
Well,
you know, in my 20s. So, you know, it's not, if you're going to regret something, then just do it. But
yeah,
I think you're on the right path.
I'm a very, how do I put this? Like,
you have an addictive personality?
Not yeah, well that as well. But yes, I believe everyone actually has to some degree an addictive personality. We manifest it differently. Um, but you know, like I'll be radically transparent here because I love you guys. You guys are my family. Like I lost my virginity to the girl that I'm with, Dominique, and she's the woman I want to marry. And I always told myself like, you know, this is what I'm gonna do. So I'm very like committed to the sense of like loyalty and like age old traditions. So like even the fact that I may regret having fun, I'm not willing to sacrifice like the bond that I have to like go out and have fun because I know that I may end up making very bad decisions. I've seen those in those circumstances make people make bad decisions, and I never
Mine's
really had
11 years old right now. No, I love her.
You said, what did you say?
She's not a mistake. But I was just saying, yeah, you go out and make mistakes. But I was talking about my daughter, but I'm joking. She's not a mistake.
Like
she's my favorite mistake.
Yeah, I've had conversations with her like I say, like I'm radically transparent, and to some degree that may hinder me in some situations, but I've also learned where to hone in that honesty, so to speak, because I used to think, well, I was told as a kid that, you know, honesty is the key, right? And what they don't tell you is that if you're honest with people, that honesty is not always it's not always for you to give, and it's always not for the other to receive either. But for me, like
so
the clubbing,
true. That's like that. We should put that in like dumb advice that we tell kids. Because I know my parents would say honesty is the best policy, but now they'd be like, Carrie, you're so blunt. Like, rein it in. We need a list of things not to teach your kids.
moderation. I think that anything. I love how the Japanese teach their children about like just self discipline, figuring things out for themselves. And you know, everything's got its pros and cons. I think it was Simon was it Simon Powell that said or no somebody else. It's something you shared, Michael, I believe, where he said that you know, you can't fix problems without a new problem occurring. Like it's just humanity. Like we solve this issue, another issue pops up. We solve that issue, another issue pops up. Kind of crazy, but in the sense of like
No solutions, only trade-offs. Thomas Sowell.
Thomas Sowell, that's his name.
That is the most sought after skill for emerging adults 18 to 30 is their ability to make quick decisions that will last them a lifetime. So yeah, decision making, we should always be having people practicing making good decisions. Even like what you're gonna order for dinner. Like you start there.
That's a tough one for me. And that's probably a reflection of some issues I got going on within my own self. I tend to overthink the path. Like let me just offer some insight. The reason I don't go to clubs and the reason I never really went to too many parties is because I understand that the risk of becoming harmed or doing harm is at a greater probability, because the more people, the more alcohol, the more drugs, the more craziness is bound to happen. So I've always tended to avoid those types of settings. Um, yeah, and to some degree, I overthink to the point where I miss out on certain opportunities, which we discussed a couple weeks ago. But I've been trying to work on that and just kind of just say, fuck it, let me just appreciate the adventure. What happens is what's going to happen. That it is what it is.
Have you ever thought about taking your girlfriend along with you to experience those moments together? Because that's the thing though. Like when I was younger, when I was your age, like I did party a lot. I'm not gonna lie. Like I used to fucking go to keggers, fucking, shotgun some brews. I was a fucking rascal, bro. But the thing is that I got to the point when I got with my wife that I had a little bit more constraints, and I still went out with my friends, and I still had a good time with my friends, but I also was able to kind of like I set boundaries for myself because I knew that I didn't want to, put myself in a precarious situation where where it can affect my, my relationship with my now wife, right? And had I not set those boundaries and I was just going out, because I had friends that were like that, they were tied down, but when they were out, they were a completely different person. There was no loyalty or anything like that. And for me, I just always thought it was wrong, because I'm literally pouring myself out to this person and telling this person that I love them and, I want to be with them. And I see ourselves getting married. And for me to go and do the opposite when I'm not around them, it just didn't leave a good stain on my heart. You know what I mean? Like I didn't have I guess my heart on my sleeve was bigger than the other head that was doing the thinking for my friends. If that makes any sense to you.
It does.
So it's kind of like, if you have like this emotional attachment to your girlfriend, like I feel like you can go out and enjoy yourself as long as you're aware of the circumstances and aware of what's going on and know your tolerance limits. Like, okay, I know that I'm gonna get drunk if I drink 10 beers, so then I'll only drink 5, and I'll cut myself off there. But you just have to set self limitations on yourself, so that way you can still go and enjoy those things. But those are all responsibilities, as a young adult like yourself, that you're going to have to learn along the way. And I had to learn those ways through experience. Maybe you'll learn through my words, or maybe you'll learn through your own experiences, but those are things that you're going to have to learn yourself. We can't really tell you, because like again, you are gonna. I feel like you should go out, dude. Go out and go have fun. Go experience the bar life. Dude, when you're 20, bro, you have so much fucking energy. Once you hit like in your 30s and stuff like that, your energy starts going down. I mean, it's just physiologically, you just don't have as much energy to go and do stuff and enjoy life. So the life that you're going to be enjoying then is going to be a little bit different than the life that you would have enjoyed in your 20s. You know what I mean?
Yes, sir.
So like, there's a lot of different things that you can do, but man, I 100%. If your girlfriend's down, dude, go take her. You don't have to go to like an actual bar. You can go to a small little bar. There's a bunch of them, like a little dive bar. Maybe there's 10 people in there. They're playing some music. Have a couple of drinks. Order some appetizers. You still have a good ass time. You don't have to go to like some fucking bumping ass club. I don't like going to bumping ass clubs anymore. I used to, but the same thing with like people rubbing up against you, and they could bump into you and start a fucking fight and do all that shit. Yeah, like there's certain elements that you can still experience the same thing, just in a different environment.
Without the same risk factor.
Yes.
Dude,
Exactly.
wear earplugs when you go to those bumping clubs, or you'll be deaf. And
Oh
it's never
God, yeah,
gonna
everyone
stop you.
loves the guy with the earplugs.
You gotta wear the little earplugs, the little ones, so that you're not gonna go deaf, because you'll lose your hearing.
But Mr. Rogers, I agree. Like I love going to play instead. Like when I was in college and stuff, we used to just go drink like a ton. But now I love like doing an activity with, like if I'm gonna go out for drinks, it has to be like, top golf or like bowling, or like I did axe throwing recently. That was awesome. We had a couple drinks, which I find crazy that like that's a thing, like drinking and axe throwing. Like it just, I don't understand. We did have to sign a disclaimer, but do things like that. And they're not that, I was surprised, not that expensive. I freaking love bowling. Bloomer doesn't like bowling, but I love it.
Drinking and axe throwing.
Yeah, isn't that crazy?
Oh
That
yeah,
that's
it's
a
very
thing?
Nordic.
Like Coke
I
and
was
axe
good at
throwing.
it. I was so excited because I don't know, I'm not always good at stuff the first time I do it. Like I always have to practice, but that one was, I just listened to the guy and followed his technique. But yeah, that one was fun. You should try that.
Yeah, absolutely. I think going out to adventure is 1 second. My dog's being a tyrant. Odin, come here. Good boy. But yeah, just going out to it. I think I've seen so much negative come from those situations. Not to bring the room down or anything like that, but my oldest brother
Yeah, I think
became
clubbing
a
is different in clubbing where a lot of people are. Like I go to a downtown club, I'm going to see a lot different people than if I go to a club where you are.
yeah, absolutely. Um, I just don't really like. I think a part of me is scared, to be honest. I think a part of me is like, well, what the hell am I gonna do if this happens? What am I gonna do if that happens? But like Mr. Rogers, like you said, that kind of comes from the experience itself and like learning from certain experiences. My fear is that if I can learn from your words, right, then I don't need those experiences and the boundaries to set for myself. I have a tough time going out. Recently, I've been getting better with moderation. Like, I'm one of those guys that if I start drinking, I can't ever just like have one. You'll see me like just drinking and drinking, but I don't become belligerent. I actually become more peaceful and calm because I believe that alcohol affects people differently, but for me, kind of just enhances me for more of myself. So I become like just really kind. I'm like one of those I love you drunks. Like, oh, I love you, man. I love it. Like, you know what I mean? But yeah, just enjoying the world.
I think you're one of those I love you sobers too, in a lot of ways.
Yeah, that's why I said it kind of like that's why I've heard alcohol referred to as spirits before because it kind of just enhances the spirit of, and I've seen a lot of people become angry and to some degree I often contemplate whether or not that anger is in them and the alcohol just basically just cuts the
You know
locks
what?
off
I will
the
say
vents.
there's a Quora answer. Quora is this thing where people ask questions and anyone can answer them. And so somebody asked like they were debating marijuana, and there was a cop that came in and said, I wish that the people that were hooked to alcohol were hooked on marijuana instead, because I've never come to a place where there was a domestic abuse situation when people were on marijuana.
I think marijuana has a pretty much generalized effect to a degree. I mean, I know some people, like for me, I get paranoid in certain situations, and we just legalized it in Jersey this year, so I still have to get used to that. Sometimes I'll smoke and I'm just like, oh shit, there's a cop, and I'm like, wait a second, it's legal now.
Yeah, but you want to be making sure you smoke with the, just within range. No, what you need is if you want to smoke outside, you need to make sure you call dispatch justice if you get in trouble. That's right, dispatch justice. Have you been accused of something?
You're fading out, Michael.
You know what?
Dispatch
Sorry,
justice.
1 second. You know what? That's actually Lincoln calling me on the other line. I'm gonna go talk to Lincoln, see what he thought about this whole thing. I love you guys.
Love you too, brother.
Yeah, bro. Handle your business. Take it easy, man.
Yeah.
Are we closing the space or?
No, I
Yeah.
think you're gonna open up a new one, right?
You said what?
You're gonna open up a new one. He said.
Yeah, you said you were
Pac was
gonna open up a new one, right? I would love to. I want
Oh,
to
I
see you
gotta
as a
take
host.
my I've been putting my dog off. He keeps looking at me like I'm gonna fucking kill you in 30 seconds if you don't take me
Yeah.
outside.
No worries. I got that look. All right, talk to you soon.